Oh my god, a cute 3-year-old kid knocked on my door. I'm telling you, the girl aunt's son introduced you to today is a top student. If you mess this up, I'll break your legs when you get home. Inside the Haicheng Grand Hotel, Wang Chu sighed as he recalled the words his parents had said to him before he left the house. After graduating from university, he had spent 4 years abroad. He thought his parents would cherish his return, but within just 2 days, he was bombarded with a relentless marriage push. Old Liu from my office is already showing off pictures of his grandson. Old Li's granddaughter is old enough to run errands. Even your childhood friend's son can already call his grandparents. The constant nagging at home nearly drove Wang Chu to a nervous breakdown. Left with no choice, he agreed to go on a blind date just to get some peace. He was only 26, what was the rush? Sigh, back in my university days, I was quite the big shot famous on campus. I dominated both the seniors' home and the kindergarten playground. In my final year, I even saved a stunning beauty, making me the envy of many. Countless sweet junior girls admired me. Who would have thought I'd end up on a blind date? A dragon stranded in shallow waters gets toyed with by shrimp. A fallen phoenix is worse than a chicken. Just then, Aunt Sun walked in, followed by a short and stocky woman. Wait, this can't be my date, right? Wang Chu's heart sank. Her face looked like a squash from Plants vs. Zombies. Xiao Wang, this is Su Lulu, the beauty from my workplace. She graduated with a Master's from Emperor Capital University. Lulu, this is Wang Chu, the guy I told you about. Isn't he quite dashing? Wang Chu's lips twitched. Beauty? Aunt Sun must have misunderstood the meaning of that word. Despite his inner complaints, he still stood up and greeted them with a smile. Aunt Sun, it's been a while. Have a seat. Aunt Sun waved her hand. No need, I have to pick up my grandson from school soon. You two have a nice chat. Xiao Wang, be enthusiastic. I'm off. With that, she hurried away. Wang Chu glanced at Su Lulu. Miss Su, please sit down. Would you like to order something? Now that Aunt Sun is gone, let us be frank, Su Lulu said, giving him a once-over, her eyes filled with disdain. His entire outfit didn't even total 300 yuan. Clearly, this guy wasn't rich. Please, go ahead, Wang Chu said calmly. I have high expectations for a partner. First, he must own a fully paid 150 square meter duplex in the city center, and we will not live with his parents after marriage. My best friend's boyfriend earns 1 million yuan annually and is a senior executive at a publicly listed company. So my partner's income must not be lower than his. 1 million per year is the baseline, but having his own company would be even better. As for a car, I don't have overly high demands, but it should be a luxury brand worth at least 1 million yuan. And most importantly, the house and car must be in my name. Wang Chu was speechless. She was too much to look at, but she sure had high standards. Any issues? Su Lulu sneered. Wang Chu chuckled. I don't have a 150 square meter duplex, but I do own a villa in Dingxin Garden. As for a car, I never paid much attention, but I don't recall having any standard luxury brands like BMW, Benz, or Audi in my garage. I prefer Maybachs. Oh, by the way, do you like the ocean? I often take my yacht out for coastal cruises, and I'd love for my partner to share that interest. Su Lulu's eyes widened in shock. Mr. Wang, what do you do for a living? I make keys. Would you like one? Wang Chu smirked. You? Su Lulu immediately realized she was being mocked. With a loud slap, she slammed the table. Wang Chu, do you think messing with me is fun? Have you even looked at yourself in the mirror? A petty, narrow-minded man like you is doomed to die alone. Just then, a tiny, adorable girl wobbled over and wrapped her arms around Wang Chu's leg. Daddy. Hug. Wang Chu was dumbfounded. Whose kid was this? Why was she calling him daddy? You're divorced and already have a child. Su Lulu yelled in disgust. That's disgusting. With a huff, she grabbed her bag and stormed off. Going on a blind date with a divorced man. What a joke! But Wang Chu had no time to care about her anymore. Because the moment the little girl hugged him, a mechanical voice echoed in his head. Host has made contact with his daughter. Activating the strongest super daddy system. Wait, what? A system? Was this the legendary protagonist system? Wang Chu was stunned. Even more shocking was this little girl was his daughter. Looking closely, her facial features did resemble his. But when did he ever have a daughter? Daddy, hug me. Her soft, adorable voice instantly melted his heart. Ding! Detected that Yu has a wish. If their host fulfills it, he will receive a beginner's reward. That mechanical voice rang in his head again. Without thinking, he picked the little girl up. Yay! She clung to his neck, her big eyes filled with excitement. Daddy hugged me. Daddy hugged me. Yu is so happy. Then, she suddenly planted a big kiss on Wang Chu's cheek. Wang Chu froze. Did this little girl just take advantage of him? At the same time, the mechanical voice spoke again. Congratulations! The host has completed the task. You have received a beginner's gift pack. Would you like to open it? Open it. Wang Chu instinctively responded. Congratulations! You have obtained a perfect physique. Charm +5, joy points +50. Perfect physique, irresistible attraction to women. Joy points can be used to purchase items and skills in the system shop. Wang Chu's body suddenly heated up, followed by an overwhelming sensation of ease. The little bits of fat on his body vanished, replaced by well-defined muscles. His face remained the same but now had a sharper, more handsome edge. Chapter 2, Who exactly is he? This is the newbie gift pack. This is way too powerful. Wang Chu could clearly feel the changes in his body, and his eyes revealed a look of excitement. But if the system is real, then does that mean this little girl is really my daughter? Looking at the little girl clinging tightly to him, Wang Chu's eyes softened with tenderness. Yeah, where is your mama? Although Wang Chu still had no idea who the mother of this child was, as long as he found Yaya's mother, everything would become clear. At that moment, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from upstairs as four burly men strode down. Each of them was tall and muscular, dressed in black suits with black sunglasses, resembling four walking black towers. In an instant, the four black towers surrounded Wang Chu. Wang Chu's eyes filled with vigilance as he held Yaya tightly. Who are these guys? Judging by their outfits, could it be that he had encountered some kind of mafia? It's the little miss. Thank goodness. Who are you? How dare you try to kidnap the little miss? Release her at once. You are completely surrounded. Surrender now. Wang Chu looked at the four towering figures and then glanced at the little girl in his arms. Wait a minute, the little miss they're talking about, is it this little girl? Wang Chu's jaw dropped in shock. At that moment, Yaya's clear and sweet voice rang out. Don't bully my daddy. Hiss. The four bodyguards gasped in unison, and the surrounding air seemed to drop in temperature. Their once fierce and menacing gazes toward Wang Chu were now filled with utter shock. So, you're actually the young master. Young master, we have offended you earlier. Please forgive us. Please wait a moment, young master. We will report to the master immediately. The usually mysterious young master had finally appeared. The faces of the black-clad bodyguards showed visible excitement. One of them rushed upstairs at once, while the remaining three kept a close watch on Wang Chu, as if afraid he might run away. On the second floor, an elderly man with snow-white hair was sipping tea slowly. Master, great news. We found the little miss and the young master too. The burly guard spoke in a deep, booming voice. Crash. The elderly man's hand trembled, and the teacup in his hand slipped, spilling its contents. Hiss. Hot, hot, hot. The scalding tea splashed onto his lap, making the old man jump up from his chair. Master, are you all right? The guards' faces were filled with concern. The old man waved his hand. I'm fine, what did you just say? The young master. Since when do I have a young master? His voice grew colder as he spoke. Downstairs, there's a man holding the little miss. And the little miss said that is her daddy. The old man frowned. Bring him up. I want to see just who this so-called grandson-in-law of mine is. Very soon, Wang Chu was brought upstairs by the black-clad bodyguards. The elderly man's eyes swept over Yaya, then shifted to Wang Chu, revealing a hint of surprise. What a fine young man. Perhaps due to the +5 charm points Wang Chu had recently gained, the old man found himself having a favorable first impression of him. However, why does this young man look so familiar? Suddenly, the old man's pupils shrank, as if he had recognized Wang Chu. And may I ask for your name, young man? Junior Wang Chu replied calmly. As the old man studied Wang Chu was also examining the old man. So this elder was the little girl's family. But Wang Chu had no recollection of him at all. He was certain that he had never met this elderly man before. Then who exactly was this old man's granddaughter? Who was Yeye's mother? Countless questions swirled in Wang Chu's mind. Wang Chu, my great-granddaughter seems to like you a lot. Would you mind playing with her for a while? The old man's face wore a warm smile as he patted Wang Chu's shoulder. I don't mind at all. I like Yeye too, she's adorable. Wang Chu nodded, his gaze filled with tenderness as he looked at Yeye. But deep down, he was itching to ask the old man who was his granddaughter? Who was Yeye's mother? However, asking outright seemed too abrupt, which left Wang Chu momentarily at a loss. Daddy, let us go see the fish. There are lots of pretty goldfish over there. Hearing that Wang Chu would stay with her, Yeye beamed with joy and eagerly pulled him toward the fish pond. You all, follow them closely. Make sure to protect Yeye. Upon hearing the old man's command, the bodyguards immediately followed closely behind Wang Chu. As he watched them leave, the elderly man stroked his beard, his eyes narrowing. This young man, he had seen him before. Not in person, but in his granddaughter's phone. His granddaughter had once told him this was Yeye's biological father. But with only a blurry photo, searching for someone across the entire country was like finding a needle in a haystack. The old man had long given up hope, but to his surprise, I actually met the real person here. The old man is sure that this man named Wang Chu is the man on his granddaughter's phone. Check who this Wang Chu is. I want all his detailed information within an hour. Compare the DNA of these two hairs. I want to know the result as soon as possible. The old man spread out his hands. There were two hairs in his palms, one thick and the other thin and soft. Behind Wang Chu's shoulder, the old man took the hair that fell on Wang Chu's shoulder without making a sound. Listening to the old man's words, the assistant beside him nodded, took the hair, and turned around to make arrangements. Wang Chu on the other side was a little uneasy. Yeye is his daughter, there should be no escape. But Wang Chu really has no impression of who Yeye's mother is. If he says that his private life is chaotic, he will admit it. The key is, I have always been a self-disciplined person. The only girlfriend I have ever had was just holding hands and kissing. Yeye, let me test you, okay? Wang Chu's eyes turned, and he decided to find a breakthrough from Yeye. Okay. Yeye bent her big eyes. What does Dad want to ask Yeye? Do you know what Mom's name is? Wang Chu asked cautiously. Yeye tilted her head and thought for a while. Mom. Just call her Mom. Wang Chu's mouth twitched. I mean, do you know what Mom's full name is? Yeye tilted her head and thought for a while and said, I don't know, but my great-grandfather called Mom Xiao Yao. Wang Chu frowned. This name is so strange. And from childhood to adulthood, there seems to be no girl with the surname Xiao around him. Who could it be? Chapter 3, Taking the Initiative. Wang Chu was convinced that he was Yeye's father. After all, the system will not lie to him, and when he holds Yeye in his arms, he feels a blood connection from the bottom of his heart. But the old man's reaction made Wang Chu a little confused. He doesn't know me, which means he doesn't know that I'm Yeye's father. Did Yeye's mother not tell her family about herself? But I didn't show any particular disgust when Yeye called me daddy. What's going on? If you really want to know all this, you have to wait until Yeye's mother shows up. Wang Chu said secretly in his heart. Although he was full of doubts, Wang Chu still had a lot of fun playing with Yeye. A whole hour passed, but Wang Chu didn't feel the passage of time at all. Wang Chu even gained 50 points of pleasure from Yeye. At this moment, there were two piles of information in front of the old man. One is all of Wang Chu's personal information, including his grades from childhood to adulthood, his teachers' evaluations, awards he received, his family background, his character, even his travel routes and the volunteer work he did were clearly investigated. The other is the DNA test report. The old man opened the second document first, and a look of shock and joy flashed in his eyes. He glanced at Wang Chu, who was playing with Yeye, and heaved a sigh of relief. I didn't expect, you are actually Yeye's biological father. Then he opened the first piece of information, and after reading it, a look of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. Although Wang Chu still has a big gap compared with the young talents in Dijing, he is still a leader among ordinary people. The most important point is that Wang Chu has the old man's aesthetic taste. Wang Chu is as handsome as I was back then. For a man like this to be my grandson-in-law, it's not too bad, right? Since he is Yeye's biological father, he has to take on the responsibilities of a father. Wang Chu, what are you doing here today? After playing with Yeye, the old man asked Wang Chu kindly. Wang Chu showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. To be honest, I was forced by my family to come to this blind date today. Oh? Blind date? Are you resistant to blind dates? What was the result? The old man asked curiously. Under the old man's curious gaze, Wang Chu told him what had just happened. A look of regret appeared on the old man's face, and then he sighed heavily. Old man, are you worried? Why are you sighing? I sigh for my granddaughter. She is obviously a very beautiful, gentle and lovely girl, but because of her past, we arranged many blind dates for her, but they all failed. Wang Chu was shocked. The other party was also arranged to go on a blind date. In an instant, Wang Chu felt a sense of urgency. If her blind date is successful, wouldn't Wang Chu's child have to call someone else daddy? How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. So, your granddaughter is still single now? Wang Chu asked cautiously. The old man nodded. Wang Chu felt relieved. He took a deep breath and said, Old man, what do you think of me? For the sake of his daughter and Yeye, Wang Chu felt that he could not just sit there and wait for death, he had to take the initiative. You? The old man was stunned, then looked Wang Chu up and down. Wang Chu felt a little flustered. This look, could it be that he doesn't like me? I worked abroad before and just returned to China not long ago. Although I haven't developed a career in China yet, but... The old man interrupted Wang Chu and said, Young man, I don't have any opinions about you. I just have two concerns. First, my granddaughter is now raising a 3-year-old daughter, which is unacceptable to many people. I like Yeye very much, I can totally accept this. And Yeye also likes me very much, isn't this great? The old man nodded slowly. I have another worry, that is, my granddaughter is very busy at work and cannot take care of the family. If you two can really be together in the future, you will need to make sacrifices, even become a full-time cook to take care of Yeye. This is too unfair to you. Wang Chu shook his head. I don't think it's a problem. In a family, someone has to give more to the family. If her work really can't take care of the family, I am willing to take the responsibility of taking care of Yeye. The old man's eyes sparkled, and he smiled and said, If you can accept these two aspects, then it would be great, but... I still have to ask my granddaughter's opinion on this matter first. If she agrees, I will arrange for you to meet. Wang Chu breathed a sigh of relief. I wonder what the old lady's name is? What's Yeye's mother's name? My last name is Yun, so you can just call me Grandpa Yun. As for my granddaughter, you can talk about it after you meet. Old Yun said with a smile, I can't interfere in your business. Wang Chu nodded, feeling a little excited. He finally had the chance to meet Yeye's mother. Dad, I'm hungry. At this time, Yeye threw herself into Wang Chu's arms. Then I'll get you something to eat. This is Haicheng Hotel, what kind of food is there? Suddenly, Wang Chu's cell phone rang. Wang Chu, you are so bold, aren't you? You actually said that you have a child. Well, then you should bring the child back to me later. If you can't bring the child back, then don't come back. My mother's powerful voice came from the phone. Wang Chu looked a little embarrassed. It must be Sululu who reported him. You are such an adult, what's the point of filing a complaint? Just when Wang Chu was feeling a little embarrassed and didn't know what to say, Yeye's excited voice rang out. Daddy, is that Grandma's voice? Yeye wants to talk to Grandma. Grandma, can you hear Yeye's voice? Yeye's cute voice reached her mother's ears and stunned her completely. Stinky boy, what's going on? Is this girl the daughter you mentioned? Wang Chu said quickly, I'll tell you about this matter after I get home. The current situation is a bit special. Daddy, can Yeye talk to Grandma? Yeye took Wang Chu's hand and said coquettishly. Wang Chu had no choice but to say, Mom, Yeye wants to talk to you, how about, you see? Okay, I'll give the phone to Yeye now. After saying that, Wang Chu put the phone into Yeye's hand. Yeye held the phone with a smile. Hello, Grandma, it's Yeye, I miss you so much. Seeing Yeye having a good chat with her mother, Wang Chu felt relieved. But when I go back later, I have to explain Yeye's matter to my mother, which is really a headache. My mother has a quick temper. If I can't explain this matter clearly, I will definitely suffer. After a while, Yeye returned the phone to Wang Chu. Dad, Grandma invited me to play at home. Yeye wants to meet Grandma, okay. Wang Chu smiled bitterly in his heart. He wanted to bring Yeye home and let his parents see her, but now the old man doesn't he know that he is Yeye's biological father? Will he really agree to me? Wang Chu, it seems that Yeye really likes you. If it's convenient, let Yeye come to your house to play. Wang Chu showed a surprised expression on his face. Is it really possible? Of course, Yeye likes you so much, and you like Yeye too. Why should I be worried about letting Yeye visit you? The old man smiled and said, I have something else to do here, so I'll ask you to take care of Yeye. Wang Chu was excited and nodded quickly. Okay, don't worry, I will take good care of Yeye. After exchanging contact information, Wang Chu carried Yeye out of Haicheng Hotel. When he came out, he was still single, and when he went back, he actually brought his daughter with him. This made Wang Chu feel like he had traveled through time. But that doesn't make sense. The old man's last name is Yun, so why is Yeye's mother's last name Xiao? Could it be that she is the granddaughter? Wang Chu shook his head, too lazy to think about it. Chapter 4 I will. When Wang Chu walked into the house holding Yeye, his father and mother were stunned. Originally, Mom was holding a rolling pin and Dad was holding a belt, but the moment they saw Yeye, they were all captivated by Yeye's adorable appearance. Wang Chu, is this Yeye? She's so adorable. When Mom saw Yeye in Wang Chu's arms, she couldn't contain the love in her eyes. Although Wang Chu had invited Yeye to be a guest before, he was just being polite to the little girl, but my mother didn't expect that Wang Chu would actually bring someone over. With a bang, my mother threw the rolling pin to my father. Put it away. What if it scares the child? The corner of the old man's mouth twitched. Just now she said that she would teach that brat Wang Chu a lesson, but now. Hello Grandma, hello Grandpa, I'm Yeye. Yeye didn't feel embarrassed at all and took the initiative to greet her mom and dad. Yeye, Grandma welcomes you to visit. Yeye was like a little elf, instantly touching her mother's soft heart. Originally, my mother was planning to give Wang Chu a good beating, but now it seems it won't be too late to deal with him after Yeye leaves. Wang Chu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he brought Yeye back. Looking at the situation just now, there might be a mixed doubles match. Mom, is there anything to eat at home? Wang Chu asked. There's no more food for you. It's not me who's eating, but Yeye is hungry. Wang Chu was a little amused. Yeye, are you hungry? Yeye, what do you want to eat? Grandma will make it for you, okay. Mom's face changed instantly. Yeye giggled with joy. As long as Grandma makes it, Yeye will eat it all. Then I'll make you some egg custard, okay? It's sweet and delicious, I guarantee you'll like it. As she spoke, my mother carried Yeye into their house. Just when Wang Chu was about to follow, he was stopped by his father. What's wrong with you? Why did you bring someone else's child back? Wang Chu explained, this matter is a bit complicated. I will explain it to you after Yeye leaves. What do you mean you will explain it clearly to us? Lao Wang was a little dissatisfied. Wang Chu took a deep breath. This child is mine, but I'm not sure who her mother is now. What? Lao Wang was shocked. He and his wife thought that Wang Chu's talk about having a child was just an excuse to reject the blind date. Based on their understanding of Wang Chu, it is impossible for Wang Chu to get pregnant before marriage, but now. Not only does he have a child, but is not sure who the mother is. When did Wang Chu's private life become so decadent? The Wang family's family tradition has been completely ruined. Oh, this matter is a bit complicated. I said that after it's over, I will give you two a satisfactory explanation. As soon as Wang Chu saw his father's expression, he knew what his father was thinking. Well, if you don't give us a reasonable explanation later, watch out for my belt. Yeye had a lot of fun at Wang Chu's house. Not only did I get to eat delicious egg custard, I also played cards with Grandma and watched the cartoons that my mom didn't allow me to watch. If it wasn't getting late, Yeye wouldn't want to leave. Yeye, you have to go home now, your great-grandfather is waiting for you outside. Wang Chu picked up Yeye and said softly. Yeye showed a reluctant expression on her face. Then Dad, will you come with me? Wang Chu laughed dryly. Dad can't leave now, but Dad promised Yeye that as long as Yeye comes to see Dad, Dad will definitely wait for you here, how about it? Really? Then I'll come to see Daddy tomorrow, okay? Okay, then I'll wait for Yaya. Let's make a pinky promise. The one who cheats is the puppy. I will never lie to Yaya. At this moment, Mr. Yun's car was already waiting at the intersection. Wang Chu quickly carried Yaya out. Grandpa Yun, I'm returning Yaya to you. Although Wang Chu said this, he didn't want to hand Yaya over at all. Elder Yun smiled gently. Yaya, get in the car, we are going home. But Yaya can't bear to leave her daddy. Yaya's big eyes were instantly filled with tears. I finally found my daddy. Wang Chu wiped away the tears on Yaya's face with a distressed look. Yaya, didn't you promise Daddy that you would come to see Daddy tomorrow? We even made a pinky promise. Yaya, go back and have a good sleep tonight. Daddy will take you to the amusement park tomorrow, okay? I want to play Mickey Mouse Clubhouse too. Okay, I promise you. I also want to go to the beach and play with sand. No problem. I want to play Super Bumper Cars too. Can. I also want to ride the roller coaster. Of course not. That's too dangerous. After agreeing to many of Yaya's conditions, Yaya finally let go of Wang Chu's neck and kissed Wang Chu on the face. Dad, I'm leaving now. I'll come see you tomorrow. The car gradually went away. Wang Chu stood there until the car turned the corner and disappeared from his sight. Only then did Wang Chu turn back with a sense of loss. Yaya, did you have fun at Daddy's house tonight? In the car, Mr. Yun asked softly. I'm so happy. Grandma's egg custard is delicious. She also has a big cat. It's so fun. Seeing Yaya's cheerful look, old Yun's eyes also showed a hint of relief. It seems that if a child wants to grow up healthily, he still needs the company of his father. Wang Chu, feeling somewhat distraught, returned home and keenly noticed that something was not right about the atmosphere at home. What are you doing? Seeing his mother picking up the rolling pin again and his father holding the belt, Wang Chu felt his scalp tingling. What? Your dad just told me everything. Don't you want to explain it? Mom took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth, Is Yaya really your child? Is she my eldest granddaughter? Wang Chu nodded. If nothing unexpected happens, she will be your granddaughter. Yaya is 3 years old, which means, you were 4 years ago, you had just graduated from college at that time. You did that to a girl, and you were so irresponsible as to just walk away. How can you live up to my teachings to you? Tell me, who is Yaya's mother? Looking at his angry mother, Wang Chu said weakly, If I say I don't know, will you think I'm lying? With a snap, the old man silently cracked the whip, making a crisp sound in the air. Wang Chu shuddered and immediately said, Yaya's mother is called Xiao Yao. She is a very beautiful and lovely girl. Xiao Yao? Why have I never heard you mention this girl? Are you lying to me? Mom frowned. Wang Chu was about to cry. He couldn't remember when he had come into contact with a girl named Xiao Yao. I don't care what you think now. The blood of the Wang family must return to the Wang family. The mother said righteously, I don't care what method you use. I want Yaya to recognize her ancestry and return to her ancestral home. I want Xiao Yao to become the daughter-in-law of my Wang family. Do you understand? Wang Chu took a deep breath and said seriously, I will. Chapter 5 I feel I have become stronger. Qingyao, are you still busy now? Grandpa, I just finished work. What happened? Is it that Yaya is disobedient? Yaya is very obedient. I have something to tell you. I recently found a nice guy. Grandpa, I've told you, I know my love life, so please don't get involved. This is different. Yaya likes him very much, too. When will you come back to see him? Then let's talk about it when I get back. After hanging up the phone, a solemn look appeared on her beautiful face. I don't know which of my suitors actually convinced my grandfather and won Yaya's favor. He is so scheming. Humph, no matter who you are, if you want to approach me with such despicable means, I will never agree. Old Wang's house. Maybe it was because Yaya was too cute that her mother was in a very happy mood, which saved Wang Chu from suffering physical pain. Back in his room, Wang Chu recalled Yaya's cute appearance, soft voice, and milky body fragrance. Wang Chu couldn't help but reveal a smile. This is my child, Wang Chu. I have missed the first 3 years of her life, but I will definitely not miss her future growth. Xiao Yao, is your name really Xiao Yao? Who are you? Wang Chu sighed slightly. 4 years ago, he had just broken up with his ex-girlfriend, and it took him a long time to get over the heartbreak. It was impossible for him to have close contact with other girls. Could it be that something happened by coincidence when I went to the bar with my best friend to get drunk? Wang Chu's mind was in a mess. His memories of 4 years ago were not so clear anymore. He really didn't know whose child Yaya was. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. Didn't Grandpa Yun say that he would tell Yaya's mother about me? When I see her, I think everything will be clear. Wang Chu exhaled. Let's check the system first. Ever since the strongest daddy system was bound to Wang Chu, he has not had time to check the system carefully. There is nothing in the system mall now, which makes Wang Chu a little puzzled. There's nothing in here. I have over 100 points of happiness, but what's the point? Ding, the host has one free lottery opportunity every day. Would you like to participate in the lottery? The items after the lottery will automatically enter the mall, and can be purchased with pleasure points in the future. The host can spend 10 points of pleasure to draw a lottery. Wang Chu's eyes showed a look of understanding. So that's how it is. No wonder there is nothing in the mall. Let's draw the lottery. Wang Chu said decisively. There's a free lottery every day, it would be a waste if you don't take part. Ding, the lucky draw is in progress. Congratulations, you won a powerful pill. Strength pills can permanently increase the strength of the eater, the effects can be stacked. There was a look of shock in Wang Chu's eyes. A lucky draw at the beginning to give away great rewards. Use now. The powerful pill disappeared, and Wang Chu felt a warm current flowing into his body. Every muscle of his seemed to be trembling with joy. I feel like I've become stronger. Wang Chu muttered to himself, and suddenly he touched his head with some horror. Fortunately, the hair is still there. There is only one item in the mall at this moment. Strength pills can permanently increase the user's strength, the effects can be stacked, the price is 20 happiness points. So expensive. Wang Chu curled his lips, then exchanged them for 5 powerful pills. After swallowing the last pill, the system sound appeared in Wang Chu's mind. Your strength has reached its peak and cannot be increased. Have I reached the peak? Wang Chu was very satisfied with the changes. He yawned and lay down. I'm really looking forward to seeing Yaya tomorrow. The next morning, when Wang Chu woke up, he felt a stuffiness in his chest, as if something was pressing on his chest. Could it be that the big orange dog my mother raised had sneaked into my room again? When he opened his eyes, Wang Chu was stunned. Because what he saw was a face filled with an angelic smile. Dad! You're awake. Yaya was riding on Wang Chu's chest. When she saw Wang Chu woke up, a happy smile appeared on her face. Wang Chu rubbed his eyes in surprise and said in an unbelievable tone, Yaya? When did you come? Daddy is so embarrassed. Yaya has been here for half an hour and Daddy is still sleeping in. Yaya giggled, as if she was filled with joy just by seeing her daddy. Wang Chu got up carefully and picked up Yaya. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It was only 6:30. Could it be that Yaya came at 6 o'clock? Isn't this too early? By the way, Yaya, who sent you here? Wang Chu asked. My great-grandfather sent me here. And then he left. Yaya rubbed her belly. Daddy, I'm hungry. Then let's go out for dinner. Wang Chu walked out holding Yaya. Outside, Mom has already prepared the meal. Yaya, come and eat, you little brat, go wash up quickly, you look so messy. The corner of Wang Chu's mouth twitched. This differential treatment was really too much. When he finished washing up, the family was already sitting together preparing to eat. While Wang Chu was feeding Yaya, his mother asked quietly, Wang Chu, is the old man who brought Yaya here today Yaya's mother's grandfather? Wang Chu nodded. A trace of worry appeared on my mother's face, their conditions should be good, right? Wang Chu thought about it and realized that since he could carry several bodyguards with him, his identity must be extraordinary. So he nodded again. Then the probability of you marrying Yaya's mother is very low, isn't it? Wang Chu smiled bitterly. Mom, don't worry about this, I will definitely do what I promised you. Besides, Yaya is my child. Now that I know this, I will never let go. Seeing Wang Chu's firm look, my mother finally felt relieved. The Wang family is just an ordinary well-off family. If the other party is really a wealthy family, is Wang Chu really sure that he can reconcile with the girl? But it's useless to think so much now. Who made his son do something wrong in the first place? Anyway, my mother has only one point of view, that is, no matter what, Yaya must be brought back, no matter what, the girl's forgiveness must be obtained, and she must be taken back to Lao Wang's house. After finishing the meal, Yaya looked at Wang Chu eagerly. Dad, are we going to the amusement park today? Yes. Yeah, that's great. Yaya smiled. Dad, let's go. Chapter 6 Car Accident. Wang Chu drove his father's old car towards the largest amusement park in Haicheng. Along the way, Yaya was so excited that she couldn't sit still in the back seat. Dad, are there a lot of fun and delicious places in the amusement park? Wang Chu smiled as he drove. Yes, didn't I promise Yaya yesterday? I'm going to take you out for some fun today. Yeah, Dad is so great. Yaya's eyes turned into crescent moons with smile. Wang Chu's heart moved. Yaya, did Mommy take you to the amusement park before? Yaya shook her head. Mom is very busy at work. She always says she will take me to the amusement park, but she never does. Feeling that Yaya was feeling a little depressed, Wang Chu wanted to slap himself twice. Why are you talking about this? Yaya, if we go to the amusement park later, what should we play first? Wang Chu decided to divert Yaya's attention. I want to play the bumper cars and the carousel first. Sure enough, after changing the topic, Yaya became more interested. When Wang Chu's car drove to an intersection, a sports car suddenly jumped out from the side and passed in front of Wang Chu's car. Wang Chu was startled and quickly stepped on the brakes. The swear words came to his lips, but he swallowed them back. He can't swear in front of his daughter, as this will lower his impression in her mind. Fortunately, I was driving slowly just now, otherwise, the sports car would have hit my car. It's nothing for me, but Yaya is in the car. If something happens, how can I explain to Yaya's mother? It's great to drive a sports car, but why run a red light? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Wang Chu complained in his heart. Then there was a loud bang. The car that ran the red light seemed to lose control and crashed directly into the car waiting for the green light on the opposite side. The two cars instantly caused a chain reaction, directly resulting in the collision of 5 or 6 cars behind. In an instant, the entire intersection was blocked. The front of the sports car was deformed and the whole car turned over. The scene was extremely tragic. Wang Chu took a breath of cold air. It's none of your business. When Wang Chu was about to drive past, Yaya's voice came from behind him. Dad, there's a car accident over there. Dad, are you going to save them? Ding, the mission, the superhero in Yaya's heart, is released. Rescue everyone in the car accident and become the superhero in Yaya's heart. The corner of Wang Chu's mouth twitched. Becoming the superhero in Yaya's heart. What the hell is this mission? Rescuing people at the scene of a car accident is a very dangerous thing, do you know? Yaya, do you want Daddy to save people? Wang Chu turned around and asked. Yaya said seriously, yes, Mommy said Daddy is a superhero and has been protecting the world all the time, so he can't go home. Wang Chu looked at Yaya's hopeful eyes, and he instantly felt a surge of courage. If he was alone, he could just turn a blind eye and leave it to the traffic police to handle. But now, he must stand up. Because he cannot retreat in front of his daughter, because he is the superhero in his daughter's heart. Then I'll park the car next to you and go save the people. Yaya needs to wait quietly in the car for Daddy to come back, okay? Yaya clapped her hands happily. Okay, Yaya will be very good. Wang Chu didn't say much. He parked the car in a public parking space on the side of the road, then got out and ran towards the scene of the accident. The accident scene was already crowded with people. The drivers of the cars involved in the accident also got out of their cars and waited for the traffic police to handle the accident, except for the 2 cars that were most seriously hit. The entire sports car had flipped over, with the driver's cab trapped underneath. The door of the car that was hit was deformed, the driver was unconscious, and the door could not be opened from the outside. There were also some enthusiastic men who wanted to step forward to rescue people, but the deformed car door was simply impossible for them to pull open. After trying several times, they could only shake their heads and retreat. After all, the gasoline at the scene of the car accident was all over the ground, which was still very dangerous. Although car accidents generally don't cause explosions, most people still don't dare to get too close because of scenes in various movies and TV shows. There's no way to open the car door. We can only wait for the traffic police to come. It's no use even if the traffic police come. We still need firefighters to deal with this situation. The car door is deformed and ordinary people can't open it at all. What should we do? I just saw that the driver seemed to be unconscious, and there was a lot of blood on his face. If he is not treated in time, his life will be in danger." Hearing these words, Wang Chu's heart sank. It seemed that the situation inside was very bad. "Make way, make way." Wang Chu squeezed into the crowd and ran towards the two cars. "Young man, come back quickly, it's very dangerous," someone shouted behind him. But Wang Chu ignored the voice and went to the car that was hit first. Sure enough, the driver inside was unconscious, with blood all over his head. "Hey, hey, hey, wake up, wake up." Wang Chu knocked on the car door, but the other party still showed no signs of waking up. It seems that the only way to open it violently from the outside. Having taken the powerful pill, Wang Chu now knows that he has great strength, but he does not know where his limits are, so he is not quite sure whether he can rescue these people. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. Wang Chu took a deep breath and punched the side door glass. The originally hard car door glass was instantly shattered into pieces. Then Wang Chu grabbed the car door with both hands, put one foot against the car body, and pulled the door with all his strength. Looking at Wang Chu's actions, many people shook their heads. The car door has been severely deformed and is impossible to open. However, it is possible to carry the person out through the window. If it was so easy to open the car door, so many people wouldn't have returned empty-handed. This is not a joke. If he can use brute force to open the car door like this, then he is not a human being, he is a Superman. The young man's courage and spirit are commendable, but unfortunately, all his efforts are in vain. But at this moment, there was a bang, and Wang Chu actually pulled the deformed car door down. In an instant, there was silence all around, and everyone looked at Wang Chu with shock and confusion in their eyes. How is this possible? Is this something that can be done by human power? Did this person grow up on hormones? Is there anyone who can lend a hand and rescue this person first? Wang Chu turned around and shouted loudly. Because the car door couldn't be opened before, many people stopped the rescue. But now the car door was open, and some enthusiastic citizens rushed up to help Wang Chu save people. After opening the car door, the injured person can be rescued smoothly. Next, Wang Chu will go to rescue the driver who caused the accident. Although the culprit of all this is the driver who caused the accident, human life is at stake and Wang Chu has no choice but to save him. Chapter 7, The matter is over and I am leaving. The sports car had completely overturned, with the cab crushed underneath. This rescue was nearly twice as difficult as the previous one. Wang Chu took a look and he didn't quite understand how to rescue the person. But he knew that if he could turn the car over, there shouldn't be any problem. After all, it looks like the car door hasn't been deformed too much, so it should still be able to be opened. After circling the sports car, Wang Chu walked to one side, concentrated his energy, found the force points of the vehicle with his hands, and began to prepare to lift the car. Fuck, look, what is that non-human doing? Is he going to turn the car upside down? Oh my god, is this Superman? This guy doesn't look that strong, how come he has so much strength? The weight of this car is at least more than 1 ton. How is it possible to flip it over with human power alone? Although no one really believed that Wang Chu could do it, many people secretly took out their mobile phones. Drink. Wang Chu took a deep breath and exerted force with his arms. In an instant, he felt all the muscles in his body tremble and exert force. Gradually, the body of the sports car was actually lifted up by Wang Chu. As Wang Chu slowly and gently placed the car on the ground, the driver's door opened. A young woman with long hair stumbled out. Although there was blood on her head, her life was not in danger. As expected, a luxury car is a luxury car, and its safety is really top-notch. Zhao Ruo felt as if she had been through the gates of hell. She wanted to go home quickly, but she didn't expect that the car's brake system would fail. That's why such a serious accident happened. When the car rolled over on the ground, she was trapped inside the car and she thought she was going to die in the car. But what she didn't expect was that someone actually turned the car over, and she was able to escape. When she was about to look for her savior, she couldn't find Wang Chu. At this time, the police, ambulances and even reporters arrived. Everyone, please move aside and don't obstruct traffic. Doctors are ready to rescue the wounded. Soon, the police set up a cordon and ambulances took all the injured to the hospital. Just when the reporters were looking for who rescued these people, they discovered that Wang Chu had disappeared without a sound. After their work is done, he leaves without leaving any fame or achievements. What a broad mind and character. Reporter, please interview me. I witnessed everything. That man was simply Superman. He first opened the deformed car door, and then straightened the overturned sports car. The corners of the beautiful reporter's mouth couldn't help but twitch. What I want is the real report from the scene, not your artistic processing. Pulling the car door with one hand and opening the sports car with both hands. How could a normal person do this? What's with that expression on your face? If you don't believe me, why don't you ask someone else? If I tell a lie, I'll never find a girlfriend in my life. Oh, I still have the video of him saving people on my phone. After watching the video, the reporter's face showed a look of shock, but also excitement. Big news. This is eye-popping news. A car accident would have been negative news, but what if a lone hero appeared in the report, a person who used extraordinary strength and courage to rescue the trapped driver? This will definitely attract everyone's attention. What's more, Haicheng is currently in the process of being selected as a civilized city, and the appearance of this heroic figure will not only reduce the negative impact of traffic accidents, but may even become an iconic figure in promoting Haicheng. Yes, write it like that. After saving the man, Wang Chu left quietly. It was not because he was indifferent to fame and fortune, but because fame and fortune were like dirt. Really, he didn't want to waste his time with Yaya because of such boring things. Besides, he saved people just because of Yaya and the System S mission. Back in the car, Yaya looked at Wang Chu with shining eyes. Dad, you are really amazing, you really are a superhero. Wang Chu felt very relieved. He bent his arms and said, that's right. I will always be Yaya's superhero. It's just that I used to protect the whole world, but from now on I will protect Yaya. Yaya shook her head. Dad, you are wrong, you still have to protect Mama. Wang Chu was stunned for a moment, then kissed Yaya. Yes, from now on I will only protect Yaya and Mama, okay. Because the rescue took some time, when Wang Chu brought Yaya to the largest amusement park in Haicheng, there were already quite a few people there. After buying the tickets, Wang Chu carried Yaya into the amusement park. As soon as you enter the door, there is a small children's stage next to the amusement park. The actors on the stage are wearing fairy tale costumes and performing hard. Yaya's face showed excitement. Daddy, I want to see this, I want to see this. Wang Chu took a look and found that there were also parents accompanying their children to watch. It's just that they were located at the back of the crowd and the view was not good at all. I can't even see clearly, let alone Yaya. Wang Chu glanced at Yaya and said, Yaya, do you want to feel the feeling of being lifted up high and riding a big horse? I want to. Yaya said quickly. Wang Chu put his hands under Yaya's armpits and placed her directly on his neck. Yaya's eyes widened and her vision suddenly broadened. However, without her father's arms, she still hugged Wang Chu's head nervously. Wang Chu smiled and said, Yaya, don't worry, Daddy will protect you. Yaya's eyes lit up, and she found that when she sat on her father's neck, her vision was better. Moreover, those adults who seemed so tall to me before are now shorter than me. This was the first time she had felt this way and it was very novel. Dad, you are awesome. A fat boy next to them looked at Yaya with some envy, then pulled his father's hand. Dad, I want to be like this little sister. I want to ride a big horse, too. The fat boy's father was of small stature. He took one look at the fat boy and could only smile bitterly helplessly. Daddy, look, the princess is so beautiful. Daddy, do you think the princess can defeat the bad guy with black magic? Dad, the princess is in danger, go and protect her. Although Wang Chu didn't know what fairy tale Yaya was telling. But Wang Chu really enjoyed communicating with Yaya. This kind of spiritual satisfaction made Wang Chu feel very calm and warm inside. Chapter 8 Enemies. As expected, the princess and her friends defeated the black magic villain with justice and love, and the ending was a happy one. Yaya, who was still unsatisfied after watching the stage play, kept muttering about princesses, black magic and the like. It can be seen that this fairy tale is quite attractive to children. In the following time, Wang Chu took Yaya to play bumper cars first, and then played on the carousel. Yaya was full of laughter all the way. But after playing on the carousel, Yaya looked a little unhappy. What's wrong? Yaya, are you feeling unwell? Wang Chu was a little nervous and asked quickly. Yaya whispered, Daddy, I want to go to the toilet. Go to the toilet. Wang Chu suddenly realized that it had been more than 2 hours since he left the house, and Yaya was a child, so she naturally couldn't hold her urine. What a mistake! What a mistake! Wang Chu quickly said, then Daddy will take you to the toilet, okay? But when he arrived at the bathroom, Wang Chu was in trouble. On the one hand, there are too many tourists and the toilets are overcrowded. On the other hand, he couldn't let Yaya go to the women's restroom alone, right? What if you get bumped into something, or encounter human traffickers? Yaya, why don't you go to the men's room with Dad? Wang Chu asked cautiously. There are fewer people in the men's restroom, and Wang Chu can still take care of Yaya. But Yaya looked resistant. Dad, Mommy told me that Yaya is a girl and cannot go to the men's bathroom. Yaya said seriously. Wang Chu had a headache. He had never encountered such a situation before. What should I do? Waiting online, it's urgent. Daddy, I can't hold it anymore. Yaya stamped her feet, her big eyes filled with anxiety and a hint of moisture. Wang Chu was completely confused. He didn't know what to do. He can't possibly go to the women's restroom, otherwise he would be considered a pervert. If I go to the men's restroom, Yaya will refuse again. He also felt that Yaya's mother's education was correct, and he didn't want Yaya to question her mother's education. System, help is needed, do you have any solution? Wang Chu said secretly in his heart. But unfortunately, there is no sound from the system. However, Wang Chu discovered that after completing the previous task, he not only obtained 50 points of pleasure, but also a system reward. Open the system reward. Ding, mission completed, congratulations on getting a pair of cute bunny ear little red riding hoods. Bunny ear little red riding hood, it can keep the temperature around the wearer in a very comfortable range and can effectively resist harmful radiation. Good stuff, but it's useless. Wang Chu looked at Yaya, feeling a little anxious. Daddy, Yaya can't hold it anymore. Listening to Yaya's words, Wang Chu gritted his teeth. For the sake of his daughter, he had only one way to go. He glanced at the crowd queuing in the women's restroom, and then finally found a young woman with her daughter at the front. Wang Chu took off his coat and walked forward quickly wearing only a sweatshirt. Hello, I have something I want to ask you for help. The young woman turned around and saw Wang Chu. The tight sweatshirt clearly outlined Wang Chu's perfect figure. This man has a great body. The young woman secretly said in her heart, but pretended to be calm on the surface and said, You called me. What's the matter? Wang Chu said quickly, I took my daughter out to play alone. She was in a hurry to pee, but it was inconvenient for her to go to the men's room, so. The young woman glanced at Yaya beside Wang Chu, and without hesitation, she said cheerfully, I understand what you mean, leave the child to me, I'll take her to the toilet. Wang Chu breathed a sigh of relief, thank you so much. You're welcome. The young woman glanced at the outline of Wang Chu's chest muscles again, her face slightly red. The problem was finally solved, and a trace of shame appeared on Wang Chu's face. Wang Chu never expected that there would come a day when he would have to sell his body. However, for Yaya, no matter how much he paid, Wang Chu felt it was worth it. Only after the young woman took Yaya into the women's restroom did Wang Chu breathe a sigh of relief and put on his clothes. Just as he was waiting at the toilet door, a hesitant voice came from behind him. Wang Chu. Wang Chu turned his head and saw a hint of gloom on his smiling face. It's true that enemies always meet. How did I meet these guys? There were 5 people standing in front of him, 3 men and 2 women. The one who recognized Wang Chu was one of the girls, Lin Xiaoyun. She was also Wang Chu's girlfriend in college. The man standing next to Lin Xiaoyun was none other than Yang Wei, the second-generation rich man who had stolen Wang Chu's girl's girl. At that time, Lin Xiaoyun was the class beauty in Wang Chu's class, and Wang Chu had to go to great lengths to win her over. Wang Chu originally thought that their relationship could move from campus to society, from youth to maturity, and finally into the palace of marriage. But when he was in his senior year, Wang Chu's best friend secretly told Wang Chu that he had seen Lin Xiaoyun and a rich second-generation boy from the school together in a high-end restaurant. Wang Chu didn't believe it at first, but by chance, he saw Lin Xiaoyun and Yang Wei walking out of a motel one morning, talking and laughing, and the two looked very intimate. He was dumbfounded. It was then that he realized that no matter how loyal a relationship was, it could not compare to a brand-name bag from a rich second generation. How can laughing while sitting on the back of a bicycle be as comfortable as laughing while sitting in a BMW? Until now, Wang Chu still remembers what Lin Xiaoyun said when he broke up with her. Wang Chu, what Yang Wei can give me is what you can never give me. I thank you for always respecting me and not touching me. So, this is the first time that Yang Wei is very satisfied with me. After exhaling, Wang Chu's eyes quickly returned to calm. After all, he no longer has any feelings for Lin Xiaoyun, and he already has his own daughter. Is there anything wrong? Wang Chu asked calmly. Lin Xiaoyun looked Wang Chu up and down, with a flash of surprise in her eyes. Although she abandoned the poor boy Wang Chu and successfully hooked up with the rich second-generation Yang Wei, it was the most satisfying achievement of her life. But she never expected that Wang Chu's figure and temperament had changed a lot for years later compared to those years. Becoming so manly. I heard that you were devastated because of me and went abroad after graduation. Lin Xiaoyun glanced at Wang Chu, sighed and said, I feel quite guilty, but seeing how you look now, you look good, so you should be doing well. I feel relieved. Wang Chu sneered. Will he be devastated because of her? She was indeed very sad for a long time at that time, but as for why she went abroad, I'm afraid no one knows better than the rich second-generation boyfriend next to her. Do you think it makes sense for you to tell me this now? Wang Chu chuckled, or, this is how you can show off your charming personality. Chapter 9 Apology. Who gave you the courage to talk to my fiancé like that? Seeing his fiancé being humiliated, Yang Wei couldn't help but said, Wang Chu, who do you think you are? In front of me, you are nothing. Really? Then I'm different. In my eyes, you're nothing at best. Wang Chu shrugged. Yang Wei was stunned for a moment, then he became furious. Wang Chu, didn't you learn enough from the lesson 4 years ago? I tell you, with just one word from me, there will be no place for you in the entire Haicheng. What's wrong? Are you planning to use the same actions you did 4 years ago against me? Wang Chu sneered, do you really think Haicheng is owned by your Yan family? That's hilarious. Wang Chu, you've gone too far. Lin Xiaoyun bit her lip, her eyes revealing disappointment. I thought you would work hard after I left you, but now it seems that you are still the same as before, without changing. I'm glad that I haven't changed. Wang Chu said calmly, unlike some people, who forget their original intentions as they go along. Yang Wei stepped forward and grabbed Wang Chu by the collar. I'm telling you, you'd better be respectful to my fiancé, otherwise, I will let you know what the world is like, understand? Wang Chu looked at Yang Wei, who had a fierce look on his face, and sighed, Yang Wei, I actually admire you very much. This sudden remark made Yang Wei dumbfounded. What was he doing? Did he realize his mistake and want to flatter? I originally thought that you were just playing around with Lin Xiaoyun, but I didn't expect that you two have already reached the stage of engagement. It's not easy. There are too few rich second generations as loyal as you. I think my previous opinion of you was a bit biased. Yang Wei was a little confused. He couldn't figure out whether Wang Chu's words were a compliment or a scolding. Brother Wei, this kid is scolding you and your sister-in-law. A man nearby couldn't stand it anymore and reminded carefully. Yang Wei was a little annoyed. This guy Wang Chu simply didn't take him seriously. Daddy, let me go. At this time, Ye came out of the bathroom and saw Yang Wei grabbing Wang Chu's collar, and ran up to push Yang Wei. Where did you come from, you bastard? Get out of here. Yang Wei's eyes widened and he roared. Ye was startled, a trace of fear appeared in her big eyes, but she still gritted her teeth and stepped forward. I won't allow you to bully my daddy. Your father. Wang Chu. Yang Wei glanced at Ye, then at Wang Chu. Wang Chu, this is your little bastard. Before Yang Wei could finish his words, he was slapped by Wang Chu. You dare to hit me? Yang Wei's eyes showed disbelief. Do you know who I am? Wang Chu grabbed Yang Wei's hand, his face gloomy. After hearing Ye's voice, Wang Chu didn't want to get entangled with these guys anymore. After all, his time was precious and he had to accompany Ye. But Wang Chu never thought that Yang Wei would dare to call Ye a bastard in front of him. No one dared to bully Wang Chu's daughter in front of him. Hiss, it hurts, it hurts. Yang Wei was about to say something harsh, but he suddenly felt as if his wrist was clamped by a pair of pliers, and the huge force almost crushed his wrist. Apologize to my daughter. Immediately, right now. Wang Chu stared into Yang Wei's eyes and said coldly. Yang Wei gritted his teeth and said, want to apologize to your bastard? Dream on. Before he could finish his words, Wang Chu increased the strength in his hands. Yang Wei howled in pain, his entire arm almost unable to move. Let go of Wei Xiao. Let me go, Vigo. The other two men's eyes lit up when they saw Yang Wei being slapped by Wang Chu. Isn't this a good time to get closer to Wei Xiao? So they rushed over decisively. Looking at the two people rushing over, Wang Chu sneered and then kicked out twice. The two kicks landed accurately on their lower abdomen, sending them flying. With two bangs, the two people fell to the ground, and the pain was so severe that it seemed as if their internal organs were about to shift. Apologize. If you don't, I will crush your hand. Wang Chu said again. Wang Chu, that's enough. Do you know what you are doing? Lin Xiaoyun stepped forward and said, can you please not let me be completely disappointed in you? Wang Chu glanced at Lin Xiaoyun with a mocking look in his eyes. Lin Xiaoyun, when I liked you, whatever you said was true. When I don't like you anymore, who do you think you are? And now I have a daughter, you don't really think you are so charming that I will never forget you, right? Lin Xiaoyun's face turned pale and she looked at Wang Chu in disbelief. Back then, Wang Chu was a super sweet guy in front of her. When had he ever spoken to her in such a tone? Even when they broke up, Wang Chu's attitude wasn't as bad as it is now. All this, is it just because Yang Wei insulted that little girl? I'll give you 5 seconds to think about it. Let me see whether you are hard-headed or hard-mouthed. Wang Chu said to Yang Wei again. The pain that penetrated into his bones was unbearable for Yang Wei. I was wrong, I apologize, isn't it enough for me to apologize? Yang Wei's face was distorted, and he tried hard to force a smile. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have scolded you just now, I shouldn't have yelled at you. Wang Chu let go of his hand. Get lost. A deep pinch mark was left on Yang Wei's wrist, and his entire arm felt sore and numb that he couldn't lift it at all. Wang Chu, okay, just wait for me. As long as I, Yang Wei, am in Haicheng, I will make sure you can't survive. Yang Wei, who was given freedom, felt full of grievances. As a rich second generation in Haicheng, when had he ever suffered such grievances? But he has no choice now, because they are no match for Wang Chu. Let's go. Yang Wei looked at Wang Chu deeply, then said in a cold voice. Lin Xiaoyun and her group followed Yang Wei, but before leaving, Lin Xiaoyun looked at Wang Chu deeply, and there seemed to be a different emotion in her eyes. Yeye, don't be afraid, Daddy is here. Wang Chu picked up Yeye and said gently. Yeye hugged Wang Chu's neck and nodded heavily. Dad, Yeye is not afraid, the bad guys were beaten away by Dad, Dad is the best. Wang Chu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this incident did not cause any shadow in Yeye's heart. This was the best. Wang Chu turned his head and saw the young woman standing in the distance. Thank you for what you did just now. Wang Chu said gratefully. If this young woman hadn't helped, Wang Chu really didn't know what to do. There was a strange light in the young woman's eyes. You're welcome. The scene of Wang Chu protecting Yeye with such domineering power just now caused a ripple in the young woman's heart. This man is so handsome. Chapter 10 Big Steamed Bread. Yeye, have you thanked your aunt? Wang Chu asked. The young woman immediately said, Yeye has already thanked me. She is such a polite and lovely girl. Wang Chu touched Yeye's little head lovingly, then he flipped his hand and a red rabbit ear hat appeared in his hand. This is the hat I bought for you just now, do you like it? Yeye's eyes widened. This red bunny hat is so pretty. Especially the little rabbit pattern on Little Red Riding Hood completely captured Yeye's heart. Daddy, Daddy, I want to wear this Little Red Riding Hood. Yeye said happily. Wang Chu put Little Red Riding Hood on Yeye. Instantly, a cool air surrounded Yeye, driving away all the heat. This made Yeye feel very novel and very happy. Dad, look at me, am I pretty? Yeye looked at Wang Chu expectantly. Wang Chu pinched Yeye's little nose. Yeye is the most beautiful. At this time, the little girl about 5 years old led by the young woman showed envy in her eyes. She also wants a hat like this, it looks really beautiful. Wang Chu noticed this and took out another Little Red Riding Hood. This hat is my thank you gift. How can this be possible? The young woman quickly refused and said, I just helped a little bit. I bought this especially for my 2 children. It's a token of my appreciation. Please don't refuse it. Wang Chu said with a smile, if it weren't for you, I really don't know what to do. The young woman hesitated for a moment, but seeing the desire in her daughter's eyes, she did not refuse too much. You brought the child out alone, where is the child's mother? The young woman asked tentatively. Wang Chu replied casually, her mother is busy with work and doesn't have much time to spend with her child, so I have to spend more time with her. A hint of disappointment appeared in the young woman's eyes. It turned out, he was different from her. He had a wife. With regret in their hearts, the two sides soon parted ways. Yeye, what do you want to play next? Daddy will play with you for the whole day, okay? Okay. Yaya kissed Wang Chu on the face. Yaya likes daddy the most. At this moment, in a small farmyard in the suburbs of Haicheng. The courtyard is filled with a variety of vegetables, and there are even a few blooming roses in the corners. A lame old man was lying on a rattan chair in front of the door, slowly waving a palm leaf fan in his hand. His eyes were fixed on the mountains in front of him, and his eyes seemed full of stories. At this time, a black car appeared silently in front of the courtyard. Old Yun got out of the car. When he saw the old man lying on the rattan chair, a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. Yang Dewotu. The old man, who had half closed his eyes, suddenly widened his eyes. He looked up and saw old Yun. Looking at Mr. Yun's old face, the old man hesitated for a moment and asked hesitantly, "You are wonton noodles?" Old Yun laughed heartily, and as he laughed, tears began to flow. "Yes, it's me. I am wonton noodles." The old man excitedly stood up from the rattan chair and limped towards Mr. Yun. Old Yun also hurried forward. With a heavy hug, the two people hugged each other tightly. "Wonton noodles, I never thought I'd have the chance to see you again in this life." "Big Wotu, me too, I've been looking for you for so many years, and finally found you." Yang Dewotu is really Yarn Liming, and Dewotu is the nickname that Yun Lao gave him back then, because Yarn Liming once said that his greatest wish in life was to have enough steamed bread. The name wonton noodles was given by Yarn Liming for Mr. Yun, because when Mr. Yun was young, his favorite dish was wonton noodles. They were comrades who participated in the revolution back then. In a blink of an eye, more than 60 years have passed. The two young men who were full of vigor and vitality back then have now become white-haired old men. "Big Wotu, you have been here all these years." Elder Yun's eyes were moist. "Why didn't you come to find us?" Old Yarn smiled. "During the sniper battle, my legs were blown off and I fainted in the bushes. It was the local people who rescued me. I lay on the earthen kang of my fellow villagers for half a year before I could barely get out of bed and move around. At that time, I knew that I would never be able to go to the battlefield again in my life." Old Yarn sighed. "So I decided to stay here, guarding the place where our comrades died. I can chat with them when I have nothing to do, so that they won't be lonely." Elder Yun's expression darkened as well. "Yes, the blocking battle was so intense that I still have 3 bullets in my body. We had hundreds of people in the company, but in the end there were only less than 20 left. We evacuated in such a mess that we didn't even have time to collect the bodies of our comrades." Old Yarn smiled and said, "Come, I'll take you to a good place." Half an hour later, the two old men supported each other and went up the mountain. The bodyguards behind them all looked nervous, fearing that something might happen to the two old men. Finally, they came to a cemetery. After I recovered from my injuries, I only found 50 bodies. As for the others, I couldn't tell them apart. Old Yarn said in a low voice. Old Yun looked at the cemetery on the small mound in front of him, with a stone tablet standing in the front. The 165th Regiment's Death Squadron blocked the pursuing enemy in Haicheng and fought for 8 hours and 32 minutes, holding back more than 10,000 enemy forces, killing more than 1,000 enemies and sacrificing 93 lives. They successfully covered the transfer of the main force and villagers and successfully completed the mission. Yang Lamine, a soldier of the Death Squadron, stood up. Below are the names of all the soldiers in the Death Squad. Zhang Taiju, Chen Maigan, Zhu Farzai, Wang Daming. Looking at the names on the stele that were already a little blurred, Old Yun's eyes instantly turned red and big tears fell from his wrinkled face. Slowly, he raised his hand and saluted in a standard military salute. Mr. Yarn also raised his hand. The bodyguards behind him also saluted solemnly. Loyal bones are buried everywhere in the Green Mountains, so why should we return home wrapped in our horse's hide? My old comrades, I, Yun Jungwo, have come to visit you. I am late, I am sorry. Elder Yun said with a trembling voice. After returning to the courtyard, Elder Yun said to Elder Yarn, Big Wotu, I came here this time with an idea. Before I knew it, it was already dark. Wang Chu left the amusement park with Yeye, who was reluctant to leave. Dad, where are you going to take me to play tomorrow? Yeye's face was full of anticipation. How about we go to the beach? Wang Chu said with a smile, I promised Yeye to go to the beach yesterday. Yeah, that's great, Dad is awesome. Dad, can you tell a story? Wang Chu was a little embarrassed. Well, telling stories is not my specialty. Chapter 11 Visiting the set. After returning home, Yun Lao's people were already waiting downstairs. When Wang Chu handed Yeye to them, his heart was filled with reluctance. It was the first time he felt so happy since returning to China. Yeye was like a little angel, filling Wang Chu's heart with tenderness. "Daddy, aren't you going home today? Mommy's not at home, and I want Daddy to sleep with me." Before leaving, Yeye held Wang Chu's hand with tears in her eyes and said, "Other children can listen to their dads tell stories at night. Yeye wants to do the same." Wang Chu felt a pain in his heart. Although he also wanted to go over, but it was really impossible now. At least he should meet with Yeye's mother and talk things out. "Yeye, after Mommy comes home, Daddy will come home, okay? From now on, Daddy will take Yeye out to play every day and tell Yeye good stories every night, okay? Then let's make a pinky promise. If Mom goes home, you will go home too." Yeye stretched out her little finger. After they made pinky promises, a smile finally appeared on Yeye's face. "Dad, I'm home. Remember to take me to the beach tomorrow." Yeye waved to Wang Chu and got into the bodyguard's car. As he watched the car carrying Yeye go away, the smile on Wang Chu's face gradually disappeared. Instead, there was an expression of loss. When Wang Chu was about to turn around and go home, he saw a city bookstore in the distance. He hesitated for a moment and walked in. "Hello, do you have any fairy tale books here? It's time to call it a day. Today's filming ends here. Everyone can go home and take a break." As the director finished speaking, everyone on the set breathed a sigh of relief. "I was really exhausted after shooting for a whole day." Yun Qingyao sat in a chair, rubbing her wrists and knees. Today's shoot was the highlight, and she had been hanging on wires all day. She felt as if her whole body was falling apart. "Qingyao, are you okay? Do you want to take a rest tomorrow?" At this time, the director came over and asked with a worried look on his face. Yun Qingyao smiled and said, "It's okay. I'm an artist and an actor now. I should do my job well. This little bit of hardship is nothing." The director's eyes showed a trace of emotion. "You are the most humble popular artist I have ever seen." "Director, thank you for the compliment. Please go and do other things first. I just need to take a rest." Yun Qingyao smiled. At this time, Yun Qingyao's agent, Sister Chen, came over with a rather unhappy look on her face. "Qingyao, that guy is here again." Yun Qingyao frowned. "Lin Zifeng? He really is haunting us." Lin Zifeng is a super rich second generation in Dijing, and also Yun Qingyao's craziest pursuer. I don't know where he got the news that Yun Qingyao was filming here. He has been living nearby for some time and comes here every now and then. Because he is a super rich second generation, the crew doesn't dare to offend him too much. This made Yun Qingyao very helpless. "What trick did he get up to today?" Yun Qingyao asked. Sister Chen said, "He bought a lot of stuff and is treating everyone in the crew to a meal, saying he's visiting the set." Yun Qingyao said angrily, "Who is he to me? Why is he visiting the set? If this gets out, maybe this is what he wants." Sister Chen was also a little troubled. "You have been rejecting his pursuit, so he will naturally come up with some other means." Yun Qingyao took a deep breath and said, "It seems that my previous rejection was not harsh enough. Sister Chen, come with me." At this moment, outside the crew, a young man wearing sunglasses was shouting, "Everyone, help yourself. I have prepared a small gift for everyone. As long as you cooperate with our Qingyao on the set, I, Lin Zifeng, will not treat you unfairly." As he spoke, he pulled down the tarpaulin on the cart behind him. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Because the cart was filled with the latest models of Mi phones, each of which was priced at around 5,000 yuan, and this cart of phones. There are at least hundreds of them, which means these phones are worth at least 500,000. This is a big deal, it's definitely a big deal. These little gifts are my thanks to everyone on behalf of Qingyao. Lin Zifeng said loudly. Many people showed envy in their eyes. This kind of large-scale visit to the set is really rare. Generally, people just bring some drinks and fruits. Who would be willing to spend $500,000 to visit the set? Mr. Lin is so generous, thank you so much. Hey, Sister Qingyao is so lucky. If I had a guy like Lin Xiao who liked me, I would have agreed long ago. I don't think many women can withstand an attack like this from Master Lin. She is gentle and rich. It is said that young Master Lin's family has at least tens of billions. The moment Yun Qingyao appeared, everyone turned their attention to her. Everyone thought that Yun Qingyao would be shocked by Lin Zifeng's generosity and might even fall in love with him. But no one expected that Yun Qingyao's face looked so bad, even ugly. "Qingyao, I'm here to see you." But Lin Zifeng didn't he notice this, and approached her like he was asking for credit. "I know you've been working hard on the filming, so I've booked a meal for two at Yun Yu Hotel. Let us go eat together." Yun Qingyao took a deep breath. "Lin Zifeng, how many times do you want me to tell you? Don't do such self-indulgent things in the future, okay? I'm doing this for your own good. If you build good relationships with the crew members, they will be able to take care of you." Lin Zifeng laughed dryly. Yun Qingyao shook her head. "No need, I can handle my own affairs. Sister Chen, transfer 1 million to young Master Lin. These things are my treat." Sister Chen nodded. "Okay, I'll go now." Lin Zifeng quickly interrupted Chen Jia's words. "Qingyao, I really like you, and I really want to do something for you. Am I the kind of person who is short of that 1 million? You are slapping me in the face." Yun Qingyao said firmly. "I also tell you very clearly that I don't want to have a relationship with anyone right now, and I don't want any rumors to spread in the crew or outside because of this matter. If you don't accept it, then please don't appear in front of me in the future. Sister Chen, transfer the money immediately." After saying this, Yun Qingyao turned and left. Sister Chen gave Lin Xiao a helpless look. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became very solemn. Everyone originally thought that it was a large-scale courtship scene, but now Yun Qingyao really seems to be not attracted to Lin Xiao. At this time, Lin Xiao's cell phone rang. "Mr. Lin, the rose is ready. Get your mother ready, throw it all away to me." Lin Xiao was in a bad mood. Chapter 12, 10 consecutive draws. "Qingyao, wasn't your attitude just now too cold?" Sister Chen caught up with Yun Qingyao and asked cautiously. Yun Qingyao stopped and said, "If I don't do that, Lin Zifeng will definitely continue to pester me. If this gets out." But which popular female artist doesn't have scandals? There's a saying that goes, "A celebrity without scandals isn't really a celebrity. Others are others, I am me." Yun Qingyao shook her head. "I'm a little tired, please take me to the hotel first." Half an hour later, in the hotel, Yun Qingyao had finished washing up and was lying on the bed in a comfortable nightgown. After studying tomorrow's scenes and lines, it was already late. At this time, her cell phone rang. When Yun Qingyao saw the name on the phone, a rare tenderness and smile appeared on her face. "When I answered the phone, I heard Yeye's criminally cute face. Mom." After seeing Yun Qingyao, Yeye's eyes instantly smiled into a crescent. "Mom, when are you coming home?" Yun Qingyao changed into a comfortable position and said with a smile, "What's wrong? Do you miss your mom so soon?" Yeye blinked her eyes. Yes, Yeye misses her mom. But didn't mommy say that she would be away for about a month this time? And it's only been less than a week." There was also a hint of apology in Yun Qingyao's tone. Although she really wants to take care of Yeye all the time, she also has her own dreams. So I can only keep hesitating between the two. Fortunately, Yeye is very sensible and doesn't he like to cry like other children. Otherwise, Yun Qingyao really doesn't he know what to do. A look of disappointment appeared on Yeye's face. "It will take more than half a month. Doesn't that mean Daddy won't be able to come home and sleep with me for more than half a month?" Seeing that Yeye was in a bad mood, Yun Qingyao quickly changed the subject. "What did Yeye do today? Is there anything happy you want to tell Mom?" Speaking of this, an excited smile instantly appeared on Yeye's face. "Mom, let me tell you, my dad and I went to the amusement park today, and there were so many people there. Daddy even put me on his neck. I became so tall. Daddy also took me to play bumper cars, but Daddy didn't know how to play, and I always bumped into him, hee. My dad took me to eat fish at noon. It was delicious." With every word Yeye spoke, Yun Qingyao's face became darker. She never thought that her grandfather would let that guy take Yeye out to play alone. This is simply outrageous. She didn't even have the chance to take Yeye to the amusement park, and Yeye's first time was actually snatched away by a man. And, what makes Yun Qingyao even more worried is, it's only been 1 day, and Yeye has already accepted that man. If they were allowed to have contact for another half a month, Yun Qingyao couldn't imagine the consequences. "You are such a scheming man. You actually thought of a roundabout way to save the country. You want to get my daughter first, and then I will never let you succeed." Yun Qingyao took a deep breath, and after chatting with Ye, she called the director. Director, I have something I want to trouble you with. I need to take 3 days off for something. I promise I can catch up with the progress when I come back, okay? Thank you, director. After hanging up the phone, Yun Qingyao took a deep breath and started packing her clothes. Soon, Sister Chen arrived. Qingyao, what are you doing? What happened? Why do you want to leave the crew? I have some personal matters to take care of. I will be back in 3 days. Sister Chen, I'll leave this to you. As she spoke, Yun Qingyao had already picked up the box and was about to walk out. Wait a minute. If you go out like this now, what if you get spotted by the paparazzi? Sister Chen said unhappily, don't worry, wait for me to arrange it. At this moment, the Wang family. Wang Chu locked himself in the little room, concentrating on reading the fairy tale book he bought. Then he turned on the recording, stood in front of the mirror, and took a deep breath. Once upon a time, there was a little white rabbit who lived a carefree life on the prairie. 5 minutes later, the fairy tale was finished, told to the mirror. Wang Chu couldn't wait to open the recording, but a very strange voice came out. And, it sounds terrible. Wang Chu took a breath, is this his own voice? How could Ye possibly like listening to stories told to her in this voice? Do I really have no talent for storytelling? Wang Chu began to have deep doubts about himself. But he soon cheered up. For Ye, he, as a dad, must rush forward. Isn't it just telling a story? Isn't it just that the voice is unpleasant? As long as you practice more, you will definitely improve and succeed. Wang Chu took a deep breath and continued practicing. Outside the door, Mom and Dad were listening attentively. Old lady, what do you think our son is mumbling about in there? Is he upset by something? Don't talk nonsense. Didn't you see your son coming home with a bunch of books? He was probably reading. What kind of book is he reading? He's still mumbling to himself. He never had this problem when he was reading before. Dad was puzzled. Fairy tale book. This brat is really caring. Dad was happy. My mother snorted, what's the point of caring about it? When he brings Xiao Yao home, that will be considered a success. Okay, let's go to bed and let him mutter to himself. Dad yawned, then took Mom away. Wang Chu practiced for a whole hour and his throat felt like it was smoking, but his storytelling skills did not improve at all. It's plain, no emotions, no ups and downs, and there's no way it's fascinating. This is too difficult. Wang Chu lay on the bed with a painful look on his face. He thought telling stories to children would be difficult, but he didn't expect. System, is there any way to improve my storytelling ability? Unfortunately, the system did not respond. What an unemotional system. But Wang Chu suddenly remembered that today's lottery seemed to have not been drawn yet. Wang Chu was excited instantly and jumped up from the bed. System, I want to draw the lottery today. Ding, the lottery is in progress. Congratulations, you have won the super fighting technique. A stream of unfamiliar knowledge flooded into Wang Chu's mind. Wang Chu blinked his eyes. Super fighting skills looked so awesome, but he didn't need it now. I glanced at my happiness value and there were still 150 points left. One draw consumes 10 points of pleasure. I want to draw 10 times in a row. Wang Chu said in a deep voice. Chapter 13 Heavenly Sounds. 10 consecutive draws only amount to 100 pleasure points. As long as you can draw the skills you need, it will all be worth it. Anyway, I can still regain the happiness value from Ye. Ding, the system is drawing a lottery. Wang Chu was a little excited, 10 consecutive draws. In various games, if you do 10 consecutive draws, aren't you guaranteed to get a rare skill or item? Wang Chu was quite excited about this 10-draw streak. After a moment, the system finally gave Wang Chu an answer. Ding, congratulations, you got a bottle of magical spring water. Ding, congratulations, you got a set of children's swimsuit. Ding, congratulations, you have been thanked by the system, thank you for your patronage. Ding, congratulations, you have been thanked by the system, thank you for your patronage. Wang Chu's face became more and more worse, and he had already said thank you 7 times in a row. This system was developed by Ping Sixi, right? Why are there so many thank yous for patronage? Isn't this a scam? Ding, congratulations, you have obtained the skill Heavenly Sound. The last piece of news stunned Wang Chu. The sound of nature? Finally, a reliable skill was unlocked. Magical spring water, has magical powers and can slightly improve physical fitness. Price per bottle, 5 points of happiness. Children's swimsuit, prevents erosion from seawater, prevents drowning, and has positioning function. Price per set, 30 points of pleasure. Nature's voice, can make your voice more pleasant and magnetic. Wang Chu felt a coolness in his throat, as comfortable as if he had drunk nectar. Once upon a time, there was a little white rabbit. This time Wang Chu spoke again, and this time, he even shocked himself. My voice feels clearer, the timbre softer, and my grasp of the emotions of the story seems to be more accurate. If Wang Chu's voice could score 60 points before, it can now score 99 points. It's worth it, really worth it. Wang Chu's face showed excitement. I will definitely be able to tell Ye a good story tomorrow. When Wang Chu thought about Ye listening to his stories and a happy smile on her face, his heart felt as sweet as if he had eaten honey. Dingxing Garden is the most luxurious villa complex in Haicheng. Yun Qingyao walked into the villa, exhausted. Xiao Yao, why are you back? Didn't you say you would be busy for a month? When old Yun saw Yun Qingyao coming back, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Yun Qingyao rolled her eyes. If she didn't come back, her precious daughter would become someone else's. Grandpa, you haven't slept yet, I have something to ask you. Yun Qingyao took a deep breath and asked, did you send Ye to the boy you told me about yesterday? A smile appeared on Mr. Yun's face. Yes, did Ye tell you? Ye is very happy today. I have never seen her so happy. Grandfather. Yun Qingyao raised her voice, aren't you afraid that person will treat Ye badly? No, don't worry. I secretly sent people to follow them. I know exactly what they did that day. Elder Yun waved his hand and said, oh, by the way, since you are back, I will arrange a meeting for you tomorrow. You will definitely be surprised. Yun Qingyao frowned. She didn't know what kind of magic potion the other party had given to her grandfather that made her grandfather confidently hand Ye over to him. Originally, Yun Qingyao didn't take Wang Chu's matter to heart. But now it's different. She feels deeply threatened by Wang Chu's existence. Grandpa, I don't know who that person you're talking about is, and I don't want to know who he is. Yun Qingyao took a deep breath, and I won't let Ye meet him again. You don't even know who the other party is, and you are so easy to deny him. Elder Yun smiled and said, give each other a chance, isn't it good? No need. But if that happens, Ye will be very sad. It's just a kid, you'll be fine after crying for 2 days. Yun Qingyao gritted her teeth and said, a short pain is worse than a long one. Then don't you want to know why Ye likes him so much? Hearing this, Yun Qingyao was stunned for a moment. Elder Yun patted Yun Qingyao on the shoulder and said, I know you are a very opinionated child, but, sometimes, you have to understand things in depth before you know the truth. How about you meet tomorrow? If you feel it is not appropriate, then I will no longer care about your affairs. How about that? Yun Qingyao frowned slightly, then said, okay, but, you don't have to arrange it, I will arrange it myself tomorrow. Meanwhile, Haicheng Local Nightly News. Dear viewers, hello, this is Haicheng News. Today, a chain car accident occurred on Renmin Road. The cause of the accident was a brake failure of a luxury sports car. Fortunately, the sports car was not going very fast and the accident did not cause any casualties. With the help of the people around, all the drivers were rescued safely. Among the people who were trying to help, there was a man who did good deeds without leaving his name and rescued 2 drivers by himself. The following is the scene footage provided by enthusiastic people. Then a scene appeared on TV of a man single-handedly opening a deformed car door and turning an overturned car right side up. If anyone knows the contact information of this man who saved lives, please call our station. The news was over, but everyone who saw it was shocked. It can't be true. How can someone have such great strength? That's right, this is too obvious a lie. Haicheng News is the local official media, after all, and they even published this kind of news. It's outrageous. The guy in the video doesn't have a great body shape, it's impossible for him to have such great strength. If he really has such great strength, why doesn't he participate in a strongman competition? On the official Weibo of Haicheng News, countless viewers expressed their dissatisfaction with this news. Because everyone thinks it's fake. It is impossible for anyone to open a deformed car door with one hand, and it is also impossible for anyone to lift an overturned vehicle with both hands. That's not a human, that's a Superman. At this moment, in the hospital. That's absolutely true. Because I wasn't unconscious at that time, I saw it clearly. On the hospital bed, the young woman with a bandage on her head said to the middle-aged man beside her, "Dad, you have to help me." The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Don't worry, my girl. I will definitely find that boy. I, Zhao Guangyao, am not someone who doesn't repay a favor. He saved my girl, and I will repay him no matter what." The woman on the bed nodded, and then a hint of anger appeared in her eyes. "About the brake failure of my car, did someone do something to it?" Chapter 14 Meeting. Zhao Guangyao shook his head. "At first I also thought that someone was targeting the Zhao family, but I investigated. This is simply a brake failure." The woman was stunned, a little bit incredulous. "Dad, you mean, I spent millions to buy a sports car with malfunctioning brakes?" From the current point of view, it is indeed the case. Zhao Guangyao was also speechless. What was going on? The woman gritted her teeth and said, "Mate, I, Zhao Ruo, have a grudge against you." That night, Wang Chu slept soundly and had a long dream. In his dream, he had a huge children's playground filled with fairy tale characters, including princesses, little white rabbits, and talking big-faced cats. He and Yaya played happily in the children's playground, and Yaya's laughter was everywhere. However, in his dream, there was also a graceful woman. Unfortunately, Wang Chu had never been able to see her true face. But every time Wang Chu saw that blurry figure, he always had a very warm feeling. Ding-a-ling! The alarm clock rang. Wang Chu opened his sleepy eyes. It was already 6 o'clock. But, why didn't Yaya come today? Wang Chu frowned. Could it be that he was too tired from playing yesterday and slept in today? After getting up, washing up and walking out of the bedroom, Wang Chu saw a sumptuous breakfast on the dining table. Seafood shrimp porridge, steamed chicken rolls, steamed egg custard. My God, what day is today? Why are there so many delicious foods? Wang Chu sat at the dining table and prepared to eat a piece of chicken roll first. But the chopsticks were knocked away by my mother. Why are you in such a hurry? Yaya hasn't come yet. Are you the only one who is greedy? Wang Chu blinked his eyes. So, these things are prepared for Yaya. Of course, I prepared this for my granddaughter. You are just following her to take advantage of her. My mother said confidently. The old man was also laughing at the side. Your mother was complaining all day yesterday that she didn't make anything delicious for Yaya in the morning, so she got up early in the morning to make trouble. Wang Chu looked at the table full of delicious food and said depressedly, maybe Yaya has already finished her meal. No, call now and ask when Yaya will come over. Mom still insisted. Wang Chu was speechless. When he was a child, he was the baby of the family, but now, his status was getting lower and lower. Ever since my mother found out that Yaya was her child, my status in the family has declined at a visible rate. Now he is only slightly taller than his father, and even smaller than the big orange one at home. Wang Chu sighed. Under pressure from his mother, he had no choice but to take out his cell phone. But before he could call, the doorbell rang. Is it Yaya? Wang Chu's eyes lit up, then he rushed over and opened the door. But standing outside the door was a young woman wearing a mask. Although she was wearing a mask and her true face could not be seen, Wang Chu was still shocked by her. She is tall and slender, and the exposed skin exudes a fair and delicate luster, especially her long hair, which adds to her feminine charm. Who is this person? What is he doing so early in the morning? Could it be a salesman? Excuse me, who are you looking for? Wang Chu asked. The woman's eyes were a little dazed, and she stared at Wang Chu. This look made Wang Chu feel a little uncomfortable. Daddy, here I come. At this time, a little head appeared from behind the woman, with the little red hat on it, looking very cute. Yaya, come in quickly. Wang Chu quickly squatted down and picked up Yaya. Yaya, did you miss your dad last night? Wang Chu asked. Yaya said seriously, of course I do. Does Dad miss Yaya? That's for sure. Then can Daddy accompany Yaya to sleep tonight and tell her stories? Wang Chu showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. That. I can tell you the story today. Let's not talk about this for now. Grandma made delicious food for you, let's eat together. Mom also saw Yaya and smiled brightly. Yaya, come and sit next to Grandma. Then, my mother saw the woman standing behind Wang Chu and a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. What a charming girl. Is she Yaya's mother? Wang Chu, the person behind you is. Wang Chu turned his head and glanced at the woman wearing a mask, a hint of embarrassment on his face. I'm sorry, I didn't have time to greet you just now. Are you? The woman spoke. I am Yeye's tutor, my name is Chingching. Yeye's tutor? Wang Chu's eyes flashed with doubt, but he still said politely, please come in, how about eating together? The woman shook her head, Yeye and I have already eaten, so we won't eat anymore. I've eaten it. A look of disappointment appeared on my mother's face. Wouldn't all my careful preparations be in vain? Yeye saw the disappointment on her grandmother's face and blinked her eyes and said, Grandma, did you make all this? It looks delicious. Can I have a little more, just a little? Then a smile appeared on my mother's face, then I'll give Yeye some. If she can't finish it, give it to Grandma, okay? Okay. Yeye said crisply. Wang Chu breathed a sigh of relief. If Yeye really didn't eat a single bite, her mother would definitely feel very disappointed. Ms. Chingching, you don't need to wear a mask at home, right? Wang Chu couldn't help but say as he saw the woman still wearing a mask. The woman shook her head, I have a cold recently. In order not to infect you, I'd better wear a mask. Wang Chu shrugged and said, whatever. I'm not the one who's feeling uncomfortable anyway. Because Yeye had already eaten, she was full after eating just a little. The remaining rice in her bowl was naturally placed in front of Wang Chu, and was eaten up by Wang Chu. Daddy, let's go to the beach, I want to play with sand. Wang Chu smiled and said, okay, wait for Daddy to clean up and then I'll take you out to play, okay. At this time, Miss Chingching, who was sitting nearby, also spoke up, I'll go with you today too. Wang Chu was stunned for a moment. She is going too. Isn't this a bit bad? After all, they are father and daughter traveling together, and if they take such a beautiful woman with them. Yesterday Yeye told me about your going out to play. If I were here, you wouldn't feel embarrassed or awkward because Yeye went to the bathroom, right? Wang Chu suddenly realized. So that's how it is. No wonder Mr. Yun asked Miss Chingching to follow him today. I didn't even think of this. I'm really not a good father. Chapter 15 Beach. The sun is shining, there are no clouds in the sky, a gentle breeze is blowing, and the sky is all one color. What a great day to go to the beach. Before 9 o'clock, Wang Chu had already brought Chingching and Yeye to the number 1 bathing beach. The reason why Haicheng is called Haicheng is because it is a city standing on the seaside. What attracts tourists from all over the country the most is that Haicheng has the best seawater beach in the whole Kyushu. It is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and faces the sea on 1 side. The water in the bay is clear, the waves are small, the beach is flat and the slope is gentle, the sand is fine and soft, and it can accommodate tens of thousands of people swimming in the shallow sea. There are also many buildings of different styles, green paths, and erotic cafes here. It is not only the first choice for couples, but also the first choice for families to travel. Especially now, as the weather is getting warmer, the girls who are unwilling to be lonely are moving their slender white thighs and can't wait to rush into the embrace of the sea. If we could block out those middle-aged women from our sight, this place would be a man's paradise. Squatting outside the locker room, Wang Chu muttered to himself as he looked at the beauties, each wearing less than the other. Oh! So Mr. Wang likes this. But it's true. Beautiful women with long legs are really pleasing to the eye. Wang Chu turned his head and glanced at Chingching. Aren't you going to change into your swimsuit? Chingching shook her head. No, I have a cold recently and don't want to go to the sea. You caught a cold because you lack exercise. You should exercise more. Wang Chu said with a smile. Although he couldn't see Miss Chingching's face clearly, Wang Chu was sure that Chingching must be a great beauty. It's really hard to understand why such a beautiful girl comes to the beach and wraps herself up so tightly. Chingching smiled and didn't respond to Wang Chu's words. You're out, where's Yeye? Wang Chu stretched his neck and looked back. I have helped Yeye put on her swimsuit, and she is standing in front of the mirror admiring her beauty. Chingching glanced at Wang Chu's exposed muscles, which were angular and seemed to have a unique charm. Her eyes moved slightly. I have to say that Wang Chu's perfect body fully exuded his charm at this time. Just now, many girls had cast their eyes on Wang Chu. Daddy. At this time, Yeye's clear voice came from behind. Turning around, Yeye jumped into Wang Chu's arms like a baby pigeon. Dad, do you think Yeye is pretty? Wang Chu showed a warm smile on his face. My Yeye is the most beautiful, let's go play with sand and water. Wearing the children's swimsuit drawn from the system, Yeye now looks like a little elf. Her milky white skin is as smooth as a baby's, and she wears a little red hat on her head, as if she walked out of a painting. Along the way, everyone who saw Yeye, whether they were men or women, old or old, had a look of envy on their faces. What kind of perfect person can give birth to a daughter like this? Even the charm of Wang Chu's perfect body was concealed. After buying a beach shovel and other children's toys, Wang Chu and Yeye squatted on the beach and began to show off their skills. Dad, I want to build a big castle. Well, I'll build a high wall for Yeye's castle to protect it, okay? Good. Just like that, two figures, one big and one small, began to dig on the beach happily. There was a hint of tenderness in Qingqing's eyes behind him. What a harmonious picture this is. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and then she found a seat under the beach umbrella and sat down. When Wang Chu was playing with Yeye, he completely forgot about Qingqing. Finally, with Wang Chu's assistance, Yeye's big castle was finally completed. Although it looks rough on the surface, both of them are very happy. After all, this is the first work of the father and daughter. At this time, a girl passing by Wang Chu suddenly slipped and leaned towards Wang Chu. Wang Chu never expected such a sudden change to happen. He rushed forward to protect Yeye immediately. With a bang, the girl sat down on the father and daughter's work, completely destroying the ugly castle. With a whoosh, Qingqing stood up immediately after seeing this scene. When she found that Yeye was fine, she breathed a sigh of relief, but her brows were already furrowed. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I slipped just now. The girl got up and said quickly with an apologetic look on her face. Wang Chu took a look and saw that she looked to be in her 20s, with a little bit of baby clothes on her face, which gave her a cute vibe. But the most attractive thing is the peaks on her chest. I don't know if there was something padding inside. When Wang Chu bowed to apologize just now, he felt dizzy. It's okay, just walk carefully. Wang Chu said helplessly. This is a public place. The other party has already apologized. Can I really force him to commit suicide to apologize? Daddy, my castle is broken. Yeye looked at the castle that looked like a 1,000-layer cake, her mouth pursed and tears welled up in her eyes. Wang Chu felt distressed. Yeye, then Daddy will help you build it again, okay? The girl also had a hint of apology on her face. I'm sorry, little sister, how about I help you build it, okay? Sister's craftsmanship is very good. As she said this, the girl squatted down to help Yeye build a castle. Wang Chu frowned slightly, and just as he was thinking about how to reject the girl, a shadow walked over. Yeye, sister apologized to you, what should you say? Qingqing has walked over and is looking at Yeye. Yeye sniffed and said, it's okay. I will build a better castle with Daddy later. Qingqing nodded, and then said to the girl, my beautiful lady, I believe you were also careless, and you would never come close to me on purpose, right? The girl looked up at Qingqing and felt that the other person had a very strong and domineering aura. This kind of aura made her feel a little scared. Of course, how could I do it on purpose? The girl said embarrassedly. Qingqing nodded, I think so too, so this is just an accident, you don't need to apologize too much. If I'm not mistaken, those are your friends, right? Don't keep your friends waiting anxiously. The girl's face flushed and she stood up in a hurry, then I'll leave first, sorry. The way he turned and left was quite embarrassed. Wang Chu blinked his eyes. He didn't realize that in just a short moment, the two women had already exchanged blows. He just felt that the atmosphere was a little off. Qingqing squatted down, yeah, come, let's build a big castle together, okay. Chapter 16 Qingqing, Yun Qingyao? Rong, how is it? Isn't that boy handsome? When the woman returned to her female companions hurriedly asked. Rong patted her chest, feeling a little guilty, and said with lingering fear, I was scared to death. You didn't feel it just now. The look in the eyes of the girl wearing a mask was as if she wanted to eat me alive. Is this true? Could she be that handsome guy's wife? It's very possible. I told you so. If I had such a handsome husband and such a cute daughter, I wouldn't feel comfortable letting him go out alone. Wang Chu naturally had no idea what these little girls were thinking, and he was still a little confused. Why did Miss Qingqing suddenly want to join their great cause of building a castle? But since she wanted to help, Wang Chu naturally would not refuse. Soon, with the concerted efforts of the three, a bigger sand castle was built. Yeye's pink and white face was also covered with fine sand. Daddy, I want to take a photo with teacher Qingqing. Wang Chu patted his beach pants and said, yeah, Dad didn't bring his cell phone. Ching smiled and took out her phone from her bag. Let me take a picture of you too. Yes. Yeah hugged Wang Chu's neck and made a V shape towards the camera of her mobile phone. Wang Chu also followed Yeah and made the same gesture. Ching took 2 steps back holding the camera. 3, 2, 1, R. Ching was pushed suddenly by the man behind her and fell forward. At this moment, Wang Chu rushed forward and hugged Ching who was about to fall. What are you going to do? Although she was soft in his arms, Wang Chu still felt very angry. If he hadn't hugged Ching in time, she would have fallen headfirst into the sand. What's wrong? Who let your girlfriend block our way? 3 bad youths with red and green hair surrounded them instantly. Blocking you? This is a public area. Do you think this is your home? Wang Chu said in a deep voice, apologize, otherwise this matter will not end. Not over yet. We're so scared. The young man on the left said exaggeratedly, why? If we don't apologize, are you going to beat us up? I'm so scared. The young man in the middle sized up Wang Chu with his eyes slanted, sneered and said, brother, you guys are fine, stop looking for trouble here. Wang Chu took a deep breath and said, so you are not going to apologize? Apologize? You're not a kid anymore, can you please stop being so naive? Do you think you're still in school? But, your girlfriend let us touch her, so I can consider apologizing. With a bang, Wang Chu kicked out suddenly, directly kicking the young man who was speaking away. The young man fell to the ground, screaming in pain, with a layer of cold sweat on his forehead. How dare you attack our brothers? The middle-aged young man was stunned for a moment, then said angrily, it seems that you don't plan to go back alive today. Do you know what you and Teddy have in common? Wang Chu said calmly. The young man was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously said, what? All my skills are in my mouth. I've never lost an argument, and I've never won a fight. Boss, he is scolding us, the young man next to him whispered. Wang Chu chuckled, turned to Ching and said, take Yaya away, I'll deal with these hooligans first. Ching nodded, then pulled Yaya back a few steps. Tell me, are you ready for a one-on-one fight or a group fight? Wang Chu said, shaking his wrist. Wang Chu had just drawn out his super fighting skills yesterday, and today some thugs came to cause trouble. He was still very excited. Let's go together, the gang leader said in a deep voice. He also realized that the other party was not a pushover and one person might not be his match. Facing the 2 thugs rushing over, Wang Chu showed a hint of disdain in his eyes. He is indeed a gangster. He fights with just his brute force and has no rules at all. It's full of loopholes. Wang Chu shook his head. With 2 bangs, Wang Chu kicked them away again with just 2 simple kicks, and they lay on the ground wailing like their companions. Really, there is no one who can fight. Wang Chu felt a little regretful. Before he could even use any strength, the opponent had already fallen down. The fight here quickly attracted a lot of people's attention, and many people gathered around. However, while everyone was amazed at Wang Chu's powerful strength, they also had a hint of doubt towards Wang Chu. Why does this person look so familiar? Yeah, I think I've seen him recently too. Is he a star? Probably not, but he was really handsome just now. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, he is the hero who saved people at the car accident scene yesterday. A car accident. A hero saving lives. These 2 words instantly made many people's memories clear. Judging from the fact that Wang Chu kicked 3 thugs away with 3 kicks just now, he is quite strong. Was yesterday's video real? The commotion around soon attracted Ching's attention. There was a hint of vigilance in her eyes. Could it be that she was recognized? That's impossible. I've already put on makeup and I've been wearing a mask. There's no reason why anyone would recognize me. If he really recognized her, a hint of worry appeared on her face. At this time, the security guard of the beach rushed over after hearing the news. Did someone get into a fight? Where are the people? Wang Chu's face changed, he rushed over, picked up Yeah, and then took Ching's hand. Let's go. When the security guards rushed over, they only saw 3 thugs wailing in pain on the ground, while the instigator, Wang Chu, had disappeared. Can you let go now? After they ran to a secluded corner, Ching said calmly. Sorry. Wang Chu laughed dryly and let go of Ching's soft little hand. I ran too fast just now, but this Ching girl's hands are still really soft. Why did we run just now? Ching asked in confusion. Wang Chu blinked. The security guards from the beach are here. Then why should we run? They were looking for trouble in the first place. Wang Chu said angrily, yes, the other party was looking for trouble, but I was the first to attack. If I didn't run, I might have been taken to the police station for tea. Oh. Ching nodded, and then said, thank you just now. Wang Chu waved his hand, it's nothing, you are Yeye's tutor, you followed me out, I can't just watch you get bullied. At this time, Wang Chu's expression changed, and a hint of suspicion appeared in his eyes. Because at this moment, the voice of the system emerged in his mind. Ding, congratulations, you gained 1 point of pleasure from Yunqing Yao. Chapter 17 Recognized. Although the pleasure gained is not much, it exposes a fact. The real name of this girl wearing a mask is Yunqing Yao, but why does this name sound so familiar? Wang Chu always felt that this name was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a moment. Maybe it's the name of the heroine of a novel. Wang Chu shook his head and was too lazy to think about it anymore. What are you looking at me for? Yunqing Yao keenly noticed the flash of doubt in Wang Chu's eyes and asked while pretending to be calm. Wang Chu smiled and said, I'm just a little curious. Don't you feel stuffy wearing a mask all the time? Yunqing Yao blinked her big eyes and looked at Wang Chu without saying anything. Wang Chu felt a little scared by her gaze, so he waved his hand and said, forget it, if you don't mind being bored, I won't bother to care. It's a pity that Yeye and I haven't had time to take pictures of the big castle we built. Yeye looked up at Wang Chu and said, Dad, you were so awesome just now. You beat away the bad guys who bullied the teacher in just a few moves. Yeye was so excited that she almost let the cat out of the bag again. She looked at Yunqing Yao cautiously and found that there was nothing wrong with her mother, then she smiled again. But what Yeye didn't understand was why her mother specifically told her not to let her father know her identity. Of course, Daddy is the superhero who protects Yeye. Wang Chu said with a smile, Yeye, what are we going to play later? I want to go to the water park. Yeye's eyes lit up. Wang Chu smiled and said, okay, Daddy will take you out to play later. Will you go with us? Wang Chu turned around and asked. Tickets are required for the water parent-child park. If Yunqing Yao doesn't go, Wang Chu doesn't have to buy her ticket. I didn't bring a swimsuit, so I won't go. I'll wait for you guys at the milk tea shop outside. Yunqing Yao shook her head. Wang Chu did not insist, he was just asking casually anyway. Although, he was also looking forward to seeing Yunqing Yao in a swimsuit. There are many projects in the water park, and it is impossible for Wang Chu to take Yeye to play all of them. After playing a few, Yeye felt a little tired, so they found a place to rest. Yeye, Daddy is going to ask you a few questions. Please answer me honestly, okay? Yeye nodded, okay. What did teacher Ching usually teach you? When did she become your teacher? At this moment, Yunqing Yao was hiding in the milk tea shop, drinking milk tea comfortably. I was suspended on wires for a whole day yesterday and my body is almost falling apart. I'll take this opportunity to rest for 2 days. But I didn't expect that the person Grandpa was talking about was actually Wang Chu. A smile appeared on Yunqing Yao's face, and her eyes were full of reminiscence. At this moment, she suddenly noticed that there were reporters walking towards her from a distance, and a look of vigilance appeared on her face. There are reporters. Could it be that her identity has been exposed? If it is really exposed, then Yeye's identity may not be hidden anymore. Yunqing Yao frowned deeply. But what surprised her was that the reporter's target didn't seem to be her. Yeye, what do you want to eat after you go out? I want spicy chicken nuggets, and I also want crispy prawns. Okay, Daddy will take you to eat. Wang Chu had just walked out of the water park with Yeye when he heard a cry of surprise. He's out, he's finally out. Then a group of people swarmed over. Wang Chu was shocked. Could it be that these people were accomplices of those 3 gangsters? But upon closer inspection, those people carrying cameras and long guns turned out to be reporters. Hello, are you the hero who saved people at the car accident scene yesterday? A pretty female reporter held up the microphone and almost put it into Wang Chu's mouth. Car accident scene? Hero rescuer? Wang Chu frowned, sorry, you got the wrong person. His main task today was to accompany Yeye to play, and he didn't want to waste his precious time with Yeye because of other things. The reporter was stunned. He denied it. He was the hero who saved people at the accident scene. Why did he deny it? However, they had finally found Wang Chu, so they naturally wouldn't let him go so easily. Sir, you are clearly the hero who saved people yesterday. Why are you denying it? Haicheng is now vigorously promoting your heroic deeds of saving lives without fear of danger. Can you spare some time to accept our interview? Can you tell me what you were thinking at that time? Weren't you afraid? Wang Chu was speechless. This reporter was indeed difficult to deal with. He threw so many questions at once. And it seems that if I don't admit it, they will never let it go. But Wang Chu glanced at Ye. He really didn't want to waste time on this kind of thing. Okay, I admit it, I did save someone at the car accident scene yesterday. Wang Chu took a deep breath and said, but now you can see that I have to accompany my daughter to play, so I really don't have time for an interview. How about we make an extra appointment? The female reporter said quickly, we won't take up too much of your time. Wang Chu's face turned cold. I'm sorry, I really don't have time. Let's make another appointment. Otherwise, I won't accept the interview today. Seeing Wang Chu's firm attitude, the female reporter had no choice but to give up. After agreeing on the interview time, they left. When he arrived at the milk tea shop, Wang Chu saw Yun Qingyao sitting by the window. A complicated look appeared in his eyes. Miss Qingqing, it's almost noon now, why don't we go eat first? Yun Qingyao nodded, and when she was about to say something, the door of the milk tea shop suddenly opened. About 20 people rushed in and surrounded Wang Chu and the other two. Everyone who is not involved, please get out of here immediately. Our brother Fa needs to take care of something. One of the little yellow-haired boys shouted to the people drinking milk tea around him. The young couples around left in a hurry with panic-stricken looks on their faces. The door of the milk tea shop was closed, and the curtains and rolling doors were also drawn. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely solemn. Boy, you are so arrogant. You actually dare to attack my people. A man in his 30s appeared in front of Wang Chu, with a cigarette in his mouth and a sinister look in his eyes. Boss, it was this brat who beat us up. The three thugs who had been beaten by Wang Chu before pointed at Wang Chu and said angrily. Chapter 18, The Time of a Song. Wang Chu cursed inwardly, these three guys are still lingering around. You can't beat him, but you still call for help. Do you have any professional ethics? But, the place here is so small, and I have to protect Ye and Yun Qingyao, which is not very favorable for me. Although Wang Chu has acquired super fighting skills and has been enhanced by the powerful pills, his strength is far beyond what these little gangsters in front of him can compare to. But he can't fight for hands with two fists, not to mention that he has to protect Ye and Yun Qingyao. Wang Chu was in a dilemma. Boy, why aren't you so arrogant now? The little thug who was beaten up looked arrogant and proud at this time. You dare to touch me again now? The gangster's fingers kept tapping Wang Chu's chest, and his saliva was almost spraying onto Wang Chu's face. Wang Chu frowned. So what are you going to do? If it was just an apology, he wouldn't be unable to accept it. A real man should be able to bend and stretch. What's wrong with losing face for his daughter? What should I do? Fage chuckled and said, you hit my people, which means you insulted me. I live for a lifetime, and if you insult me, I must get it back. I'm giving you two choices now. First, you kneel down right now and crawl under my crotch, and this matter will be settled. Second, whichever leg you use to kick my people, I will remove that leg of yours. Wang Chu's face looked a little ugly. Kneel down and get between his legs. He is not Henshin, and he will definitely not accept this humiliation. What's more, this happened in front of his daughter. As a father, he naturally couldn't let him leave a bad impression in his daughter's mind. As for removing a leg, that's even more impossible. So, we can't reach an agreement. Obviously, the other party had no intention of reasoning with him. If that was the case, Wang Chu's eyes showed a trace of cruelty. Besides these two ways, is there no other way? I can give the three little brothers some compensation. Who the hell cares about your money? And compensation? The little yellow-haired boy said coldly, if you really want to compensate, why don't you give your wife to us brothers as compensation? With this figure, she should taste very good. With a bang, before he could finish his words, Wang Chu kicked out. But what is different this time from the last time is that this time Wang Chu used 80% of his strength, while last time he only used 40%. Because Wang Chu was really worried that if he used all his strength, he might kick him to death. But even so, the little yellow-haired boy was kicked away and fell directly on the group of people behind him. Wang Chu's kick completely shocked everyone at the scene. Is this guy a fool? There were nearly 20 thugs at the scene. Where did he get the courage to attack? Oh no, kick. Does he really think of himself as the Terminator Schwarzenegger? Fage was stunned for a moment, and then he heard his younger brother's painful wailing. A trace of anger appeared on his face. Come on, tear off his arms and legs. I want him to know what the word death means. But even as he was speaking, Wang Chu had already leapt forward, and his fists attacked everyone like a rainstorm. Moreover, Wang Chu used every part of his body, elbows, knees, close combat, super fighting skills and super strength, and he blocked the attacks of 20 opponents by himself. Mom, I'm scared. Seeing Wang Chu fighting, Yaya showed a hint of panic in her eyes. Yun Qingyao stretched out her hand, holding Yaya tightly, and said softly, Don't be afraid, Yaya, Daddy is Superman, he will definitely be able to protect Yaya. As she spoke, she glanced at Wang Chu who was standing between her and Yaya, with a hint of tenderness in her eyes. Whether it was for years ago or now, you always stood in front of me at the most dangerous moments. Is this fate? Although there were nearly 20 people on the other side, Yun Qingyao did not feel any fear in her heart, because, standing in front of her was a mountain that could protect her. 3 minutes may seem very short, it's only the time for one song. But for Wang Chu, it made him truly realize his own strength. He thought he would be at a disadvantage against 20 people, but after the fight, he found out, why were the opponents so weak? Although there are many people, no one of them can be his match. And with the bonus of super fighting skills, their attacks were full of loopholes in his eyes and could not bring any pressure or threat to him at all. 3 minutes later, the gangsters were lying on the ground, and their wailing sounds could be heard throughout the milk tea shop. Fage finally panicked. Is this guy still a human being? How could one person defeat 20 people so easily? No, we have to run away quickly. As long as we have the Green Mountains, we will never have to worry about lack of firewood. But when he turned around and prepared to run away, he discovered in despair that the door of the milk tea shop was closed. It was originally intended to prevent Wang Chu from escaping, but now it has become a stumbling block on his way to escape. Why are you running, fatso? Wang Chu's calm voice came from behind. Didn't you come to me to save face? Why, you don't want it anymore. Fage turned around with an embarrassed look on his face. No, no. What's wrong? Am I the kind of person who doesn't give face? Wang Chu showed an unhappy look on his face. Come here, I'll give you face. Fage felt bitter in his heart. He glanced at his younger brother who was rolling on the ground, and a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. Wang Chu, don't think you are awesome just because you can fight. Let me tell you, in this society, you can't plan anything. Fage said in a cold voice. Wang Chu narrowed his eyes. Do you know me? Fage was stunned for a moment and denied it flatly. I don't know him, I'm here to avenge my little brother. I have never said my name, but you called it out just now, which means you know me. So, the so-called revenge was carefully planned by you? Did your little brother also deliberately pick a fight? Wang Chu took a deep breath and stepped forward. Tell me, whose orders did you follow to come here to cause trouble? I didn't. Fage was a little panicked. With a snap, Wang Chu slapped him hard on the face, and a slap mark instantly appeared on his left cheek. If you don't tell me, I won't use such little strength next time. Wang Chu said in a deep voice, who is it? Fage felt his face burning with pain, but he still said stubbornly, you didn't order me to do it, I was. With a snap. This time, Wang Chu was even stronger. Fage screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with a few bloody teeth. At this time, Fage's cell phone rang. Chapter 19 The Mastermind. Fage was shocked. Why did the phone call come at this time? But before he could react, Wang Chu had already taken his cell phone. Young Master Yang. I think I should know who is behind this. Wang Chu sneered and answered the phone. Chen Fa, have you finished your fucking job? Isn't it just dealing with Wang Chu? Why is it that it has taken so long and you haven't finished it yet? Yang Wei's irritable voice came from the phone. Wang Chu glanced at Chen Fa with a half smile. Chen Fa was so frightened that cold sweat broke out on his body, but he was cursing Yang Wei in his heart. At that time, Yang Wei only said that he wanted to deal with a blind little jerk, but he did not say that this jerk was a jerk with cheats. Damn it, are you mute? Why aren't you talking? Don't tell me you can't even take care of a little jerk. Yang Wei's voice continued, I don't care what method you use, I want to make sure Wang Chu can't survive in Haicheng, do you understand? Wang Chu sighed and said to the phone, Yang Wei, I am your senior after all. Isn't it a bit unkind of you to do this? You? Wang Chu? How did you get Chen Fei's phone? Where is Chen Fei? There was a hint of shock in Yang Wei's voice. Wang Chu glanced at Chen Fei and chuckled, You mean Brother Fa? I had a friendly exchange with Brother Fa, and now we are good brothers who have known each other for a long time. Do you think Brother Fa can still listen to you and deal with me? What a joke! On the other end of the phone, Yang Wei's eyes showed a hint of shock. Wang Chu and Chen Fa had a friendly exchange. This is a lie. However, after being surprised at first, Yang Wei soon became furious. Wang Chu, tell me clearly, who are you a senior to? Wang Chu chuckled, Isn't it said that women are a university? We both graduated from the same university, so of course I am your senior. You're looking for death. Although he was the one who stole Wang Chu's girlfriend, and she was originally his girlfriend, Wang Chu's current attitude made Yang Wei feel that he was the one who picked up the broken shoe. He was naturally very angry. Okay, stop barking about your incompetence here. Wang Chu chuckled and said, Do you think Haicheng is the Haicheng of your Yang family? Do you think I, Wang Chu, am still the Wang Chu of 4 years ago? Aren't you going to drive me out of Haicheng? I'll wait and see. After Yang Wei hung up the phone angrily, Wang Chu threw the phone to Chen Fa. Let's go, this place is not suitable for us to stay any longer. Because Chen Fa brought people to cause trouble, Wang Chu no longer had the fun of taking Yaya out for fun. Half an hour later, in a private room of a restaurant, Wang Chu was carefully peeling shrimps for Yaya. Yaya soon felt sleepy after eating and fell asleep on the sofa next to her. Wang Chu breathed a sigh of relief. The little guy fell asleep. Now it was time to talk to Yun Qingyao about some serious business. There are only 3 of us in this room. You don't have to wear a mask anymore, right? Wang Chu glanced at Yun Qingyao, Are you not going to eat anything? I'm trying to lose weight recently and don't want to eat. Wang Chu sighed, I really don't know why you always wear a mask. Do you have any scars on your face? Don't worry, Wang Chu, am not that kind of superficial man, not to mention, you are Yaya's mother. Yun Qingyao's eyes showed a hint of surprise, How did you know? Wang Chu said disdainfully, Do you think Yaya can hide it from me? She is just a 3-year-old girl. I just asked her casually and she told me everything. Yaya, who was soundly sleeping, had no idea that her favorite daddy would betray her so easily. Yun Qingyao looked at Yaya helplessly, then took off her mask. Wang Chu originally thought that Yun Qingyao must have some flaw in her appearance, which was why she always wore a mask, but he didn't expect. When Yun Qingyao took off her mask, the entire private room seemed to be illuminated. Perfect, the most beautiful woman in the world. It seemed that no adjectives could describe her beauty at this moment. It's like an angel descending to the earth. So beautiful, really so beautiful. Wang Chu murmured to himself. A smile appeared on Yun Qingyao's face. Wang Chu, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Wang Chu blinked his eyes, Long time no see. I'm so sorry, have we met before? When did we get to know each other? Although Yun Qingyao is really as beautiful as a fairy. But Wang Chu still decided to ask the doubts in his heart. Yaya is my daughter, but Yun Qingyao. I really have no impression of her in my mind. With Yun Qingyao's appearance, if he had seen her before, there was no way he would not have had an impression of her. Yun Qingyao smiled, then took out a piece of paper from her bag. Take a look at this first. Wang Chu took the paper suspiciously and couldn't help but gasp. This turned out to be a paternity test. The expression above clearly shows that he and Yaya are biological fathers. But, when did Yun Qingyao do this? This is a bit scary. However, this paternity test made Wang Chu feel relieved. He was also worried about how he would explain it if Yun Qingyao didn't admit that he was Yaya's father. Now it seems that this concern no longer exists. I think you must be confused. I heard from Grandpa that Yaya has been clinging to someone recently, but I didn't expect that person to be you. Yun Qingyao looked into Wang Chu's eyes tenderly. Wang Chu, do you still remember that 4 years ago, at the Oriental Cinema, you saved a girl who fell into the water one night? Yun Qingyao's words were like a bolt of lightning, splitting open the doubts that Wang Chu had long had. 4 years ago, Oriental TV City. At that time, Wang Chu had just witnessed the cruelty of reality, and his once beloved girlfriend threw herself into Yang Wei's arms. He was so disheartened that he chose to break up. But breaking up doesn't mean that you don't feel any pain. At the suggestion of his good friend, Wang Chu chose to go out and travel to relax. The Oriental cinema was the last stop of his journey. Just as he was walking on the small bridge over the moat, enjoying the evening breeze, he suddenly heard someone shouting, "Someone has fallen into the water." In the moonlight, Wang Chu saw a figure struggling in the middle of the river. He jumped down without hesitation. The river water was freezing cold in winter, and Wang Chu had to work very hard to rescue the person who fell into the water. But at that time, the woman's lips had turned white from the cold and she couldn't speak. Wang Chu had no choice but to take her to the hotel where he was staying. But when Wang Chu woke up from bed the next morning, he found that the girl had disappeared. Could it be that girl is Yun Qingyao? But at that time, Yun Qingyao was like a drowned rat. The difference between now and then is so huge. Chapter 20. I'll support you. That girl back then was you? Wang Chu couldn't believe it. Yun Qingyao blinked playfully. "Yeah, are you surprised?" "This is more than just a surprise, it's like thunder." "But I didn't do anything to Yun Qingyao at that time, and I'm not that kind of pervert." "Could it be that I was wild at night? Otherwise, how did Yaya come?" Thinking of this, a look of self-blame appeared on Wang Chu's face. "I'm sorry." Wang Chu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Yun Qingyao was stunned for a moment, then narrowed her eyes. "Why are you saying sorry to me?" Wang Chu took a deep breath. "Because I did something to hurt you after all. You must have had a hard time these years, and you must hate me a lot, right?" Yun Qingyao looked at Wang Chu's eyes full of self-blame and seemed to understand something. This Wang Chu seems to have misunderstood. At the beginning, Yun Qingyao went to Oriental cinema secretly without telling her family with the dream of becoming a big star. She thought that relying on her own strength, she would be able to write an epic story of counterattack. After all, that's what's written in novels and movies. But the reality dealt Yun Qingyao a heavy blow. Not only did she fail to realize her dream, but she was introduced to an unscrupulous drinking party by an unscrupulous director. Even drugged her drink. Fortunately, she discovered it in time and rushed out. While avoiding the other party's pursuit, she accidentally fell into the water. And at this moment, Wang Chu rescued her. Finally, what happened that night? In the middle of the night, the effect of the medicine took effect, and Wang Chu had a low fever, so he took some cold medicine and slept like a dead pig. So during the whole process, Yun Qingyao was the one who took the initiative, and Wang Chu didn't know about this at all. But it's good that Wang Chu misunderstood it now. It would be embarrassing for Yun Qingyao to really explain the situation at that time. Speaking of hatred, I have never hated you. After all, if it weren't for you, I would have frozen to death in the river. Yun Qingyao looked at Wang Chu. "I actually want to ask you, now that you know Yaya's identity, what are you going to do?" Wang Chu took a deep breath. "Now that I know Yaya is my daughter, I will definitely take on the responsibility of being a father." As he said that, Wang Chu glanced at Yun Qingyao and said, "If you are willing, I will also take on the responsibility of taking care of you and your daughter." "Is it just a responsibility?" Yun Qingyao stroked her long hair. Her charm at that moment made Wang Chu a little dazed. Gulp. Wang Chu swallowed his saliva. Yun Qingyao's unintentional action was too seductive. "Well, if I tell you now that I'm in love with you, would you think I'm a lustful person?" Wang Chu asked after a moment of hesitation. Yun Qingyao blinked her eyes. "What's wrong? I look like this now, it's not surprising that you fall in love with me, right?" Damn, this is such Versailles stuff. However, Yun Qingyao still has a clear understanding of her own beauty. "Okay, I admit that the moment you took off your mask, my heart stopped beating for a moment." Wang Chu spread his hands and confessed. After all, she is the mother of his daughter, and the two of them had physical contact 4 years ago. Now Yun Qingyao has transformed into a beautiful white swan. It would be abnormal if there was no ripple in Wang Chu's heart. After hearing Wang Chu's answer, Yun Qingyao showed a satisfied smile. "Well, let's talk business now." Yun Qingyao took a deep breath. Yaya is getting older and older. She can't grow up without her father's company, so I hope you can be a full-time dad. Full-time dad? Wang Chu blinked. What do you mean by a full-time dad? Because of my work, I sometimes only go home once every few months, and I don't take good care of Yaya and don't accompany her enough. So I hope you can sacrifice your career and focus on the family. This way, I can focus on my work without distractions. Wang Chu seemed to be thinking about something. There was a hint of uneasiness in Yun Qingyao's eyes, because she knew that such a request would be a difficult decision for any aspiring man. After all, for a man to sacrifice his career and pursuits to become a full-time dad is not only a personal issue, but he also has to endure the eyes of family, relatives and the outside world. Can Wang Chu really agree to his proposal? Then can I ask, what kind of job are you doing now? Wang Chu asked after hesitating. What kind of job is this? When you're so busy, you don't go home for months. Yun Qingyao looked at Wang Chu in shock. You don't know what I do now, do you? Should I know? Wang Chu was stunned for a moment, and then thought of her previous appearance in Oriental cinema. Are you still in the entertainment industry? Wang Chu couldn't help but frowned. Yun Qingyao nodded lightly. Wang Chu took a deep breath and advised, it is said that the entertainment industry is a big melting pot, and people's hearts are complicated. What if something happens to you, a girl? Seeing Wang Chu's sincere look, Yun Qingyao smiled, but, if I don't work, how can I support Ye? Will you support me? I will support you. Wang Chu said without hesitation. Yun Qingyao was stunned for a moment, then smiled brightly, okay, let me think about it. If I really can't make it, you must remember what you said today. At this time, Yun Qingyao's cell phone rang. She took a look and said to Wang Chu, it's my agent's phone number. As he spoke, he answered the phone in front of Wang Chu. Wang Chu looked at Yun Qingyao's profile and sighed in his heart. He never thought that Ye's mother was the girl he rescued 4 years ago. Hey, something's wrong. Wang Chu suddenly thought of a question. Whenever Mr. Yun went out, he was accompanied by several bodyguards. This meant that the Yun family was not an ordinary family. If that's the case, Yun Qingyao. Wang Chu took out his mobile phone, entered the 3 words Yun Qingyao in the search box, and then clicked search. In an instant, news about Yun Qingyao on the internet appeared in front of him. Yun Qingyao, an artist of Yunshanxinkan Entertainment Company, debuted for 3 years, released 3 albums, starred in 4 TV series and 2 major movies, and developed in the fields of film, television and music. She is the first of the new generation. Recently, the costume drama Dian Jiangtai starring a female lead started filming, and the female lead Yun Qingyao was highly praised by the director. Yun Qingyao's Weibo fans have exceeded 50 million, making her the first artist under the age of 30. Looking at the news, Wang Chu was shocked. If I want to raise her, it's quite difficult. Chapter 21 Get the certificate. Because of what happened 4 years ago, Wang Chu always thought that Yun Qingyao was a marginal figure in the entertainment industry. But what he didn't expect was that Yun Qingyao is now a popular young actress in the entertainment industry, and has a promising future. This is quite different from what Wang Chu expected. With her current fame, she should earn at least tens of millions a year, right? I support her? How can I support her? Wang Chu showed a bitter smile on his face. Have you finished checking my information? At some point, Yun Qingyao finished her call and looked at Wang Chu with a joking expression. Wang Chu was a little embarrassed. Well, I've checked. I didn't expect you to be so popular now. Yes, so, if you want to support me, it's not an easy thing. Yun Qingyao stretched her waist, revealing her graceful figure. Because of my family, I am doing quite well in the entertainment industry now, so I have no plans to leave the entertainment industry for the time being. But I don't want Ye to bear unnecessary attention and focus because of my dream and work. After all, she needs a healthy and happy childhood. That's why I hope you can sacrifice yourself and stay with Ye. Of course, I will be responsible for all the expenses of the family. After Ye goes to school, you can still do something you like. What do you think? Yun Qingyao looked at Wang Chu seriously, with a hint of pleading in her voice. Although this condition may be a bit too much for Wang Chu, but, right now, she really cannot achieve both her dream and family. Wang Chu picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then he looked up at Yun Qingyao's flawless face. Okay. Yun Qingyao's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Don't you have any requirements or conditions? Wang Chu shook his head. I can meet you again and meet my daughter. This is the greatest gift God has given me. As for being a full-time dad, it is also a very happy thing, isn't it? Yun Qingyao felt relieved. Wang Chu glanced at Yun Qingyao and said, what about our relationship? What are you going to do about it? Yun Qingyao blinked. What do you think? If possible, I hope to take the responsibility of taking care of you and protecting you, but, if you have other ideas, I respect your thoughts and decisions. What a fool! Yun Qingyao rolled her eyes, so charming that Wang Chu's heart skipped a beat. But since you let me decide, will you agree to any decision I make unconditionally? Wang Chu nodded, his voice firm. That's right. That's easy. As Ye's father, you must live with us. I have a villa in Dingshan Garden, so you have to move in and live with us. Besides, you said you would be responsible for me. I happen to be single now. If that's the case, then we can be together. But, before we can be officially together, you have to pass my test. Wang Chu's eyes widened. Would Yun Qingyao really consider being with him? Although they had a chance encounter 4 years ago, Yun Qingyao is now the goddess of millions of people and has a very prominent family background. Wang Chu thought Yun Qingyao would not consider him, but he did not expect. Looking at Yun Qingyao's delicate face, his heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. No, no problem. Wang Chu's voice was a little incoherent. Yun Qingyao stroked her hair with a hint of smile in her eyes. If you can accept all of this, then let's go get the marriage certificate sometime. Well, okay, what? Get the certificate. Wang Chu nodded subconsciously, and then as if he had heard something incredible, get the certificate. Yun Qingyao nodded, yes, get the marriage certificate, what's the problem? Or, you just want to play with my feelings and don't want to take responsibility seriously? No, no, of course not. When Wang Chu heard the words, get the certificate, his mind went blank. I just feel like, isn't this a bit too fast? Have you really thought about it? Wang Chu was naturally extremely happy to be able to get married with a beautiful celebrity like Yun Qingyao. But, this happiness came too suddenly. Wang Chu felt a little dreamy. Hurry. Do you think you don't have the confidence to be a good father? Or do you lack the confidence to be a good husband? Yun Qingyao held her chin and looked at Wang Chu. Wang Chu looked at Yun Qingyao's clear eyes, and suddenly an impulse and courage surged from his heart. Okay, since you gave me this opportunity, I will definitely prove to you that I, Wang Chu, will not only be a good husband, but also a good father. Wang Chu's voice was loud and clear. That's good. Yun Qingyao's eyes turned into a crescent moon when she smiled. Ding, congratulations, you have gained 50 points of Yun Qingyao's happiness. Wang Chu blinked his eyes. This time he gained 50 points of pleasure, which meant Yun Qingyao was in a very good mood now. This means Yun Qingyao has a good impression of me? Wang Chu, who didn't know the truth, always thought that he was the one who took the initiative to hurt Yun Qingyao, but he never imagined that it was Yun Qingyao who took the initiative. And Yun Qingyao had no intention of telling Wang Chu the truth. If the result is good, what does the process and cause matter? But Wang Chu thought of a problem. I still need to tell my family about getting the marriage certificate. After all, this is a big deal. Wang Chu was a little hesitant. Of course, I also want to pay a formal visit to my uncle and aunt. Yun Qingyao said with a smile, do you think I am such an ignorant girl? Wang Chu smiled awkwardly, no way. However, after hearing Yun Qingyao's words, Wang Chu felt completely relieved. When Ye woke up, Yun Qingyao brought Wang Chu and Ye to Century Shopping Mall. As your uncle and aunt's son, you should know the size of their clothes, right? Wang Chu was a little surprised. Are you going to buy clothes for my parents? Of course. This is my first official visit, so I can't come empty-handed. Yun Qingyao rolled her eyes at Wang Chu. After buying clothes, I'll buy a set of cosmetics for auntie, and 2 bottles of good wine for uncle. Are you trying to please your future parents-in-law? After this period of time, Wang Chu recovered from his shock and returned to his previous speaking style. Yes, of course I have to please them. After all, I will have to rely on their son to support me in the future. Yun Qingyao said teasingly. Compared to the somewhat restrained Wang Chu before, Yun Qingyao prefers the free and easy Wang Chu now. Chapter 22, Standing Out. Century Shopping Mall is one of the largest shopping malls in Haicheng. It has a variety of high-end brands. In the past, Wang Chu stayed away from this place. After all, this is not a place where working-class families like Wang Chu can spend money. Looking at the price marked with a minimum of 5 figures in the specialty store, Wang Chu was a little shocked. These things don't look that good, why are they so expensive? However, after Wang Chu followed Yun Qingyao, he finally experienced what it meant to spend money like water. As long as she likes something, she will just pay with her credit card without even looking at the price. This is simply so extravagant and inhumane. Soon, Yun Qingyao bought nearly 10 pieces of clothing. In the Haicheng brand store, Yun Qingyao took a fancy to a belt with exquisite workmanship. But when Wang Chu saw the price of 38,000, he was dumbfounded. Just a simple belt like this costs 38,000. This is robbery. Qingyao, I think it's enough. We've already bought a lot of things, and you've spent a lot of money. Is that enough? Wang Chu said in a low voice. Yun Qingyao turned to look at Wang Chu. But, the clothes I bought for uncle are only missing a belt. I have to buy a complete set, right? But this is too expensive. Wang Chu frowned and said, it's really not worth it. At this time, the clerk came up. Sir, this is a classic belt from our Xianxian company. It is made from the toughest leather of plateau yaks using a special process. It is exquisitely crafted and can highlight your temperament. The clerk had a warm smile on his face. Of course, this price is indeed unacceptable to some people. After all, our customers are only high-end people. Wang Chu touched his nose awkwardly. The clerk's words were soft yet sharp, clearly containing a hint of sarcasm towards Wang Chu. After all, the total value of Wang Chu's clothes was only four figures, while the Tiffany watch on Yun Qingyao's wrist cost hundreds of thousands. Working here, these shop assistants have long developed a pair of sharp eyes. They can tell at a glance who is really rich and who is just pretending to be rich. From the moment Yun Qingyao and Wang Chu came in carrying Yeye, they could tell that the young woman wearing sunglasses was the one in charge. And that man is obviously the kept gigolo. But now this pretty boy actually wants to disrupt his business. Taking someone else's money is like killing their parents. The commission for each sale is quite a lot, so the clerk couldn't help but step forward and say this. But after hearing these words, Yun Qingyao's face turned a little ugly. High-end people. Who is this insinuation aimed at? Just because you sell clothes from abroad, do you think you are a superior person? Yun Qingyao put down her belt and said to the clerk, where is your store manager? The clerk was very respectful to Yun Qingyao. Miss, if you need anything, I can serve you. With a slap, Yun Qingyao slapped the clerk hard on the face. The slap was so loud and crisp that it left a clear slap mark on the clerk's fair face. There was silence at the scene. Wang Chu was stunned. Yun Qingyao actually hit someone? Is she standing up for me? Wang Chu's eyes showed a hint of warmth and emotion. The clerk covered his face with a trace of grievance. Miss, what are you doing? The store manager also came out in a hurry. Dear customer, I am the store manager here. What's going on? The store manager asked hurriedly, what did our staff do to make you unhappy? Yun Qingyao raised her chin with pride. Your store clerk is really polite. She actually scolded me. The clerk said aggrievedly, Manager, I don't have it. Yun Qingyao said coldly, so what you mean is, I wronged you. I'm sorry, miss. I think there must be some misunderstanding here. I apologize to you on behalf of our store. I apologize for creating a bad shopping environment for you, the manager said quickly. Yun Qingyao glanced at the store manager coldly. If an apology is useful, then what do we need the police for? Before Yun Qingyao finished speaking, Wang Chu quickly grabbed Yun Qingyao and said, well, we accept your apology. Let's go. Yun Qingyao wanted to say something, but she couldn't resist Wang Chu's strength and was directly dragged out by Wang Chu. Wang Chu, what are you doing? Yun Qingyao said angrily, I haven't dealt with that clerk yet. Wang Chu showed a warm smile on his face. I know you want to help me vent this anger for my sake. You wish, I just don't like her. Yun Qingyao said stubbornly. Wang Chu smiled, he knew it clearly in his heart. Qingyao, don't forget, you are a big star. Even though you are wearing sunglasses, if things really get out of hand and your identity is exposed, the consequences will be disastrous. Wang Chu sighed and persuaded. Yun Qingyao's face changed. She was only thinking about revenge for Wang Chu just now and didn't think about this at all. However, although what Wang Chu said made sense, Yun Qingyao said that she would never admit her mistake. Humph, you are a grown man and you are dawdling for so long. Come on, I still need to buy cosmetics for my aunt. As she spoke, Yun Qingyao casually stuffed a card into Wang Chu's hand. This. Wang Chu was stunned for a moment. Next, you come to checkout, the password is 082709. After a pause, Yun Qingyao said, it's Yeye's birthday. 0827, August 27th, is Yeye's birthday. A tender look flashed in Wang Chu's eyes. Wang Chu did not refuse and took the bank card. Because he knew that Yun Qingyao was worried that the situation just now would happen again, so she gave him the bank card. Beautiful women are very affectionate. Wang Chu secretly made up his mind that he must treat Yun Qingyao well. If my initial liking for Yun Qingyao was a kind of love for beauty, it was due to the hormonal impact brought about by the visual impact. Now, Wang Chu increasingly feels that beneath Yun Qingya's beautiful appearance, there is a more beautiful and softer heart. In the following time, they successfully bought a set of high-end cosmetics and 2 bottles of 20-year-old Mao Tai. Wang Chu made a rough calculation and found that these gifts amounted to hundreds of thousands. This is too expensive. Wang Chu sighed and said nothing more, because he knew that it would be useless to say anything. I can only take good care of them both in the future. Yun Qingyao was holding Ye, while Wang Chu was carrying the gifts in large and small bags. As soon as they walked into the lobby on the first floor, they saw a group of people rushing in from outside. In the middle of the crowd was a glamorous woman. When Yun Qingyao saw this woman, her expression instantly turned ugly. What bad luck, I met her in this place. Chapter 23, Meeting the Parents. What's wrong? Wang Chu noticed Yun Qingyao's abnormality and asked. It's nothing, I just saw a disgusting person. Yun Qingyao glanced at the glamorous woman in the center of the crowd, with a hint of disgust in her voice. Wang Chu frowned slightly. What's going on? She is also a star, and she is not compatible with you. You really don't know anything about the entertainment industry. Yun Qingyao looked at Wang Chu helplessly. Wang Chu showed a trace of shame on his face. Well, I was abroad before, and I just returned to China not long ago. I have no interest in the entertainment industry, so. This woman is called Chen Zuoling. She is an artist under Starlight Entertainment and she is my mortal enemy. Yun Qingyao said coldly, when I first debuted, she was already a well-established artist. But in a program, she openly suppressed me. At that time, I had no foundation in the entertainment industry. My scenes in that show were cut out, and the only 2 scenes I had were to serve as a foil for her. There was a hint of hatred in Yun Qingyao's eyes. It was obvious that she had never forgotten what happened. Wang Chu took a deep breath. Then what is Chen Zuoling doing here? Who knows? Maybe he's here for an event. Yun Qingyao pulled her hat and said, let's go. I don't want to see this person. Wang Chu walked 2 steps beside Yun Qingyao, then stopped. No, I can't just leave like this. What do you want to do? Do you want to beat someone up? Yun Qingyao said helplessly. If she wasn't a woman, I would really want to beat her up. Wang Chu said seriously, I can't swallow this. Yun Qingyao stared into Wang Chu's eyes, then burst out laughing. She held Wang Chu's arm and said softly, okay, it's over. We'll have plenty of time to settle our accounts later. I still have to visit my uncle and aunt today. Let's not waste our precious time on this kind of person. Let's go. As she spoke, she pulled Wang Chu out of Century Mall. When Chen Zuoling saw Yun Qingyao's back in the crowd, her brows frowned. Why does this silhouette look so familiar? Could it be Yun Qingyao? But that's impossible. Yun Qingyao should be filming in the theater now, and it's impossible for Yun Qingyao to snuggle up to a man so intimately. It seems that Yun Qingyao has put too much pressure on me, and I actually thought of her. Chen Zuoling breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Zuoling's affairs were nothing in Yun Qingyao's eyes. After all, Yun Qingyao's status was much higher than Chen Zuoling's. At least, Century Mall can't invite someone of Yun Qingyao's stature to organize an event. When they returned to Wang Chu's home with big and small bags of things, Wang Chu's mom and dad were stunned. Are you guys going to rob? Although they didn't know how much these things cost, but looking at the 2 bottles of Mao Tai and a set of high-end cosmetics, they knew that these things were of extraordinary value. Wang Chu, explain it to me. Mom stepped forward and pulled Wang Chu's arm, and asked in a low voice, who is this Qingqing girl? Why did she take so many things? Yun Qingyao took off her sunglasses and hat, revealing a flawless face to the eyes of the 2 elders. Mom and dad were stunned. This girl is so beautiful. She is probably no more beautiful than the big stars on TV. Wang Chu smiled bitterly and said, Mom and dad, let me introduce you formally. This is Ye's mother, Yun Qingyao. Ye is Qingyao and I's child. Qingyao, these are my parents. You met them this morning. Uncle, aunt, hello. Yun Qingyao smiled slightly, with a warm and gentle smile on her face. Ye's mother? Isn't that the girl whose son didn't take responsibility afterwards? Someone came to your door. My mother suddenly became nervous. Aunt, because of some misunderstandings, Wang Chu and I were separated for a while. Now we are together again, so as a junior, I came here today to visit you, uncle and aunt. I also hope that you can agree that we can continue to be together and raise Yeye together. Yun Qingyao's voice was very gentle and her face had a sincere look. She could also tell from what happened this morning that Wang Chu's parents really liked Yeye, so she couldn't find any reason for Wang Chu's parents to refuse. Wang Chu's mother slapped Wang Chu hard on the forehead. Wang Chu was completely stunned. Yun Qingyao is talking to you, why are you hitting me? Are you disagreeing? You bastard, you lost such a good girl. I wish I could beat you to death. The mother glared at Wang Chu angrily, then turned around and quickly changed her expression. She gently took Yun Qingyao's hand and said, "My daughter, you have suffered a lot these years. It's all our fault. We didn't teach you well and raised such a bastard." Yun Qingyao said quickly, "Auntie, what are you talking about? Wang Chu is actually a very good boy, and I really like him." The mother patted Yun Qingyao's hand with emotion and said, good child, good child. If Wang Chu, that brat, dares to bully you in the future, tell me and his father and I will punish him." Yun Qingyao's eye smiled into a crescent moon. "Okay, auntie, with your words, it's like holding the imperial sword in my hand. Wang Chu will never dare to bully me." The corner of Wang Chu's mouth twitched at the side. He knew that his mother would definitely like Yun Qingyao very much. Grandma, don't care about Yeye anymore. Seeing Grandma holding Mom's hand and talking, Yeye felt a little jealous. She pulled Grandma's clothes and looked up and said, "Don't you like Yeye anymore?" Mom quickly picked up Yeye and said, "How is that possible? You are my favorite, granddaughter. How could I not like Yeye?" Yeye's originally tense face finally showed a smile. Wang Chu took a breath of cold air. His little princess turned out to be a jealous person. People say that daughters take after their fathers, but I am not a jealous person. Could it be that she inherited Yun Qingyao's personality? Is Yun Qingyao also a jealous person? Thinking of this, Wang Chu couldn't help but glance at Yun Qingyao. He found that Yun Qingyao was also looking at him and made a playful face at him. No, this is too cute. She's already a mother, how can she still be so cute? Aunt, I have something else to tell you and uncle. Yun Qingyao glanced at Wang Chu. Do you want to tell it or should I? Wang Chu coughed dryly. Let me tell you. Chapter 24 Confession. Although Yun Qingyao's parents would agree with this matter, Wang Chu was still a little worried. After all, this is equivalent to recruiting himself as a son-in-law. No matter how open-minded his parents are, Wang Chu is worried that this matter will cause resentment in them. If I were to speak up, even if they were unhappy, they would only vent their anger on me, not Yun Qingyao. Mom and Dad, Qingyao is very busy at work and sometimes can't take care of Yeye, so I want to move to her place. In this way, I can take better care of Yeye. Besides, Qingyao has been working hard over the past few years. As a father, I haven't done anything for Yeye, so I want to compensate them as much as possible. After hearing what Wang Chu said, my mother understood what Wang Chu meant, and she glanced at Lao Wang. Old Wang, who had been silent the whole time, nodded. As I should. You still have a conscience, but are you planning to let Qingyao support you? Of course not. Yun Qingyao spoke at this time, and she said sincerely, Uncle, if Wang Chu can take care of Yeye, I can devote myself to my work without distraction. This is the greatest encouragement and support for me. Wang Chu said with some dissatisfaction, Dad, do you think I'm a gigolo who lives off you? Old Wang glared at Wang Chu, then said, all right, as long as you can come to an agreement. Wang Chu, this little bastard, is always making us angry at home. The corner of Wang Chu's mouth twitched. He was undoubtedly his biological father. After listening to what my father said, my mother turned around and walked into the room. Wang Chu felt a little touched. His biological mother still loved him. After hearing what his father said, he couldn't bear to come out. But after a while, my mother came out and threw a small bag in front of Wang Chu. Here are your spare clothes, don't forget to take them when you leave. Wang Chu was speechless. It was too early to be moved. Are you so impatient to kick me out? Wang Chu said unhappily. Yun Qingyao covered her mouth and chuckled. She really likes this relaxed and happy atmosphere. My dear, the more I look at you, the more beautiful you are. You look very familiar to me. Mom sat down again, holding Yun Qingyao's hand, with a thoughtful look on her face. Have we met somewhere before? My mother had this feeling from the beginning, but at that time she was just shocked. The more I look at it, the more familiar Yun Qingyao seems to me. Finally she couldn't help asking. Yun Qingyao was also very clear that since she had walked in front of Wang Chu's parents, it meant that she would be completely open with them. After all, if you want to be together longer in the future, some things cannot be hidden. Auntie, actually, I'm an artist, Yun Qingyao said slowly. Artists? My mother was stunned for a moment, then said uncertainly, the artists you are talking about, are they artists in the entertainment industry? Yun Qingyao nodded. Auntie is right, I am an artist in the entertainment industry. There was a hint of worry on my mother's face. She didn't expect Yun Qingyao to be from the entertainment industry. People say the entertainment industry is a mess. As the biological son of the Wang family, Wang Chu knew what his mother was thinking as soon as she hesitated. Mom, Qingyao is now a popular young star in the new generation of the entertainment industry. Because her family background is relatively strong, she has been smooth sailing since entering the entertainment industry. Wang Chu said quickly, among the artists under the age of 30, no one is more popular than Qingyao. I didn't expect that our daughter-in-law is actually a big star. After Yun Qingyao took Wang Chu away, an incredible look appeared on Dad's face. But my mother's face didn't look so happy. If possible, she would like her daughter-in-law to be just an ordinary person. As a celebrity, there must be a lot of paparazzi around her. In this case, not only can her son not be with her openly, but even Ye's existence must be concealed. Well, let's just take it one step at a time. After all, it's all Wang Chu's fault for doing this. I didn't expect uncle and aunt to be so open-minded. After walking out, Yun Qingyao breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Even when she first met the gold medal producer, she was not so nervous and excited. Wang Chu carried his backpack with a wronged look on his face and sighed, that's a must. How can they not be happy to have such a lovely granddaughter? They were so happy that they naturally agreed to everything. What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied? Yun Qingyao rolled her eyes at Wang Chu. Wang Chu quickly chuckled, how is that possible? I'm so happy. Yun Qingyao rolled her eyes at Wang Chu and said, you are such a jerk. Let's go home and show you our new home. Wang Chu nodded, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Dingxing Garden is the most luxurious villa area in the entire Haicheng. Wang Chu had only seen some pictures of it on the internet before. For Wang Chu, it was two completely different worlds from the outside world. Shall we take a taxi there? Wang Chu asked curiously. Yun Qingyao shook her head, taxis can't get into Dingxing Garden. I've asked the driver to pick me up. As soon as he finished speaking, a black Mercedes-Benz slowly stopped in front of them. Get in the car, Yun Qingyao said. Wang Chu knew that Yun Qingyao had an extraordinary identity, so he was not too surprised and got into the car. After getting in the car, Yun Qingyao said to the driver, let's go home. Okay, miss. The driver nodded and started driving. Wang Chu held Ye in his arms and sat next to Yun Qingyao. The orchid-like and musk-like fragrance from Yun Qingyao instantly rushed into Wang Chu's nostrils. Moreover, in this small space, Wang Chu could clearly feel the warmth coming from Yun Qingyao, which made Wang Chu feel a little hot in his heart. Wang Chu had always thought that even if he was not a gentleman who could remain calm in the face of beautiful women, he was not a hypocrite who was tempted by beauty. But now, he had strong doubts about his own understanding. Because, he now has an urge to hold Yun Qingyao in his arms. What the hell? I've been abroad for 4 years and was able to remain calm in the face of those exotic beauties. How come I lost my faith when I met Yun Qingyao? Wang Chu despised himself in his heart. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became a little ambiguous. There was a little kid between the two people, but no one spoke. Dad, can you tell me a story today? At this time, Ye looked up at Wang Chu and asked naively. Wang Chu nodded, yes, Ye, whatever story you want to hear, Daddy will tell you, okay. Wang Chu's voice was very gentle, like a ray of soft sunshine. Yun Qingyao couldn't help but glance at Wang Chu and found that his eyes were full of tenderness. He should be able to be a very good father. Chapter 25 Rebellion. After coaxing Ye, Wang Chu glanced at Yun Qingyao with a somewhat embarrassed look in his eyes. Do you have anything to say to me? Yun Qingyao glanced at Wang Chu and said, just ask me if you have anything to say. You are not the shy type, right? Wang Chu touched his nose and said, well, since you said that, I will ask directly. Is what you said in front of my parents true? What is true? Yun Qingyao glanced at Wang Chu and said, I said a lot of things in front of my uncle and aunt. Which one are you talking about? That's what you said, you really like me. As soon as she finished speaking, Yun Qingyao's face turned red. Did I say this? Yun Qingyao rolled her eyes at Wang Chu and said, you must have heard it wrong. I didn't. Wang Chu insisted, I heard it very clearly. Yun Qingyao still insisted, I don't remember what I said. At this time, Yaya raised her head, Mom, you said this before. Wang Chu was overjoyed, she is really my close friend. I didn't expect that she would give me such a big assist at this time. Go away, what do you know as a kid? You must have heard it wrong. Yun Qingyao insisted. Yaya, no, Yaya heard it clearly. Yaya said proudly. Yun Qingyao glanced at Yaya and said calmly, really? I remember there was a piece of nut milk chocolate at home. Yaya's eyes widened and she couldn't help swallowing. Yaya, tell me again, did you hear it wrong? Yun Qingyao had a warm smile on her face. Yaya hesitated for a moment, weighed the pros and cons in her mind, and finally her expectation for chocolate overcame justice and morality. Mom, maybe I heard it wrong. Yaya blinked her eyes, then can I eat chocolate when I go home? That depends on your performance next time. Yun Qingyao said proudly. Wang Chu was furious. This person was blatantly trying to instigate his beloved to rebel right in front of him. This is intolerable. But looking at Yun Qingyao's proud look, it really has a different flavor. Under Wang Chu's passionate gaze, Yun Qingyao's eyes dodged. Master, can you turn on the air conditioner? Don't you think it's too hot in the car? Yun Qingyao said dissatisfiedly while fanning her hands. The driver showed a wry smile on his face. The temperature inside the car had always been maintained at the optimal temperature. How could it be possible to feel hot? It's clear that I'm the one who has been affected by this disaster. But he was shocked in his heart. The lady who was always kind to men was actually flirting with a man? If this matter were to get out, I wonder how big of an earthquake it would cause. Mom, I don't feel hot. Chocolate. Yaya shut up instantly. Haicheng is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and faces the sea on 1 side. Dingxing Garden is located on the hillside near the sea in Haicheng. This place is located in the most beautiful place in Haicheng and also the most central place in Haicheng. Why is Dingxing Garden considered the top villa area in Haicheng? Not only because the villas here are more luxurious, but also because every inch of land here is worth a lot of money. Ordinary wealthy people don't even have the qualifications to live here. The car quickly drove into Dingxing Garden. Is this Dingxing Garden? Wang Chu looked around curiously. Luxury cars can be seen everywhere here. It is worthy of being the top villa area in Haicheng. The car stopped in front of a villa. Miss, uncle, we are here. Listening to the driver's words, Wang Chu was stunned. Son-in-law, is he talking about me? He glanced at Yun Qingyao, but found that Yun Qingyao's expression was very calm. It can be seen that she acquiesced to the driver's address and even said, the driver said this with her permission. Otherwise, how could a driver call himself brother-in-law so abruptly? After figuring this out, Wang Chu was very excited. It seems that although Yun Qingyao is tough on the outside, she still approves of herself in her heart. As soon as he got off the car, Wang Chu was dumbfounded. Yun Qingyao's villa is obviously much bigger than others. Because in the courtyard inside the villa gate, there is actually a small playground, which is obviously prepared for Yaya. On the other side is a small garden in the style of Suzhou gardens, with carved railings and jade bricks, surrounded by rockery and flowing water, creating a piece of paradise on earth in the city of steel and concrete. What are you looking at? Yun Qingyao noticed that Wang Chu's eyes were always moving around the garden, and couldn't help asking. Wang Chu smiled and said, I just saw that the land is very flat. If we plant vegetables there, we will definitely have a good harvest. Yun Qingyao was shocked. You want to grow vegetables in Dingxing Garden? This is a very bold idea. But it's quite interesting. Then keep your best efforts. When the vegetables you plant grow, don't forget to let me taste them. The vegetables grown on the land of Dingxing Garden will taste very special. After a brief shock, Yun Qingyao actually found Wang Chu's sudden idea very interesting. At this time, the door of the villa opened, and 2 rows of housekeepers and maids in servant uniforms came out. Welcome, uncle. Wang Chu was shocked. Are these people working in the villa? This is too many, about 20? However, Wang Chu was also somewhat touched. He knew that these people must have received orders and arrangements from Yun Qingyao. This man is so handsome and has a great body. I always thought that the young lady didn't like men, but I didn't expect that she would bring the son-in-law home directly. What does this son-in-law do for a living? How can he be worthy of the young lady? Although no one spoke, there was doubt in their eyes. In their hearts, Yun Qingyao is almost a perfect existence. Although no one dared to comment on the identity of Ye's father, they all had their own guesses in their hearts. What kind of son of aristocratic family? What kind of entrepreneurial elite? What kind of son of a wealthy man? But this young man in front of me, although very handsome, judging from the clothes he wears, he should not be a rich man. Could it be a child of a lesser-known noble family? Everyone had this guess in their mind. His name is Wang Chu, he is Ye's father and my husband, Yun Qingyao. From today on, he will be your son-in-law. Even when I am not in Haicheng, he will always live in the villa. Yun Qingyao glanced around and said, "You should respect him as much as you respect me. If I find that someone is disrespectful to Wang Chu, don't blame me for being rude." "Yes, miss." Listening to Yun Qingyao's words, Wang Chu had a feeling. I seem to have eaten a large bowl of soft rice without realizing it. Is this what it feels like to be kept? It's pretty good. Chapter 26 Rich People. Following Yun Qingyao, Wang Chu walked into the villa. The villa is mainly based on Oriental classical architectural style, integrating Western art, which makes the whole villa look very elegant. "Miss, the food is ready. When will we eat?" A middle-aged woman in her 40s walked over. "Auntie Wang, I've already eaten outside." Yun Qingyao turned to Wang Chu and said, "Wang Chu, this is Auntie Wang who has been taking care of me since I was a child. Now she is the housekeeper here." Wang Chu quickly said to Aunt Wang, "Hello, Aunt Wang." "Hello, son-in-law." Aunt Wang looked Wang Chu up and down, with a look of satisfaction in her eyes. Son-in-law is indeed a handsome man. At this time, Ye tugged at Yun Qingyao's sleeve pitifully. Mom, what about what you promised me?" "What did I promise you?" Yun Qingyao said, pretending to be confused. "Chocolate." Ye's face was full of anticipation. Yun Qingyao coughed dryly. "You have already eaten at Grandma's house, why are you still eating chocolate? Besides, children will get cavities if they eat too much chocolate." Ye's lips pouted, "But mommy promised me." "I just said it depends on the situation. I'm not saying I must give it to you," Yun Qingyao said with a blink. Ye was feeling a little depressed. "Auntie Wang, take Wang Chu around first and let him get to know the place." "I'll take Ye to take a bath first," Yun Qingyao said. "Yes, miss." "Sir, please come this way. This is the gym. This is the young ladies' study and piano room. Usually, young ladies work here. This is an underground wine cellar. Every bottle of red wine here is priceless. This is the swimming pool. The water here is filtered and disinfected every day, reaching the level of drinking water. There is also this banquet hall, but the young lady doesn't have many friends, and even fewer friends to invite over, so this place is rarely used except for entertaining elders. Sir, please come here. This is." After a quick tour with Aunt Wang, Wang Chu went from being shocked at first to being numb in the end. Is this the life of rich people? As expected, the happiness of rich people is unimaginable for a poor person like me. "Auntie Wang, can I ask you a question?" Wang Chu asked weakly, "How much does this villa cost?" Aunt Wang smiled and said, "Son-in-law, the young lady only spent less than 400 million to buy this villa, but the subsequent renovation and decoration cost more than 500 million. The total cost is nearly 1 billion. 1 billion. Wang Chu was a little confused when he heard this number. Based on the current average annual income of 80,000 per person in Haicheng, 1 billion is equivalent to one person working for 12,500 years. This is more than twice as long as the 5,000 years of history of Kyushu. Luxury, it's so luxurious. Oh, by the way, this doesn't include the luxury cars in the garage and the helicopter on the roof," Aunt Wang added. Wang Chu felt a little dizzy. Aunt Wang, Qingyao has a helicopter. Yes, because of the nature of the lady's job, she often has to fly to various parts of the country. If she takes a commercial flight, it will waste a lot of time, so the lady specially bought a helicopter, Aunt Wang said. Wang Chu took great effort to swallow the word, fuck. He is really rich and willful. Is the entertainment industry so profitable now? Wang Chu felt a little unbelievable. Yun Qingyao has only been in the entertainment industry for 3 years. Even though she has the support of her family, she has only been popular for 2 years. How could she be able to buy a villa worth 10 billion, as well as countless luxury cars and a helicopter? No wonder so many people are trying their best to get into the entertainment industry. Besides being a popular star, Miss also has a lot of investments. And Miss started all of this from scratch, so she has worked really hard over the years. Antoine sighed and said, "Fortunately, the young lady has found her husband. In this way, the young lady will have someone to take care of her in the future, and she won't have to work so hard." Wang Chu was silent, feeling somewhat touched. Yun Qingyao has to take care of Ye alone, work hard in the entertainment industry and realize her dream. This is not something that an ordinary woman can handle. Now that I, Wang Chu, am here, I must protect Yun Qingyao and never let her fight alone again. It took Wang Chu more than half an hour to complete the tour of the entire villa. After the visit, Wang Chu had only one thought in his mind about the villa, and that was low-key luxury. In many places, if Aunt Wang Hanti told me, I would never have imagined spending so much money. For example, the building materials of the whole house are all high-grade materials that meet the national special standards. The purpose is to reduce the impurities in the air as much as possible so that Yeye can grow up healthily and happily. There are many details like this, which are enough to show that Yun Qingyao has given all her love to Yeye. At this time, a small figure came running down from upstairs. "Daddy, Daddy, can you please come and blow dry Yeye's hair?" Wang Chu was startled and he rushed forward to pick up Yeye. "Yeye, slow down, what if you fall?" There was a hint of nervousness in Wang Chu's voice. He. Yeye didn't care at all. Instead, she laughed like a silver bell. She shook her wet hair and said, "Daddy, come up here and blow dry my hair." "Okay." Wang Chu touched Yeye's hair lovingly. "Come on, Daddy will blow your hair." In the bedroom, Yun Qingyao also took a bath. When Wang Chu pushed the door open, he saw a peerless beauty in a bathrobe. Skin is as white as snow and crystal clear. Long hair, red lips, and white teeth. The posture is enchanting and the temperament is seductive. If Yun Qingyao in the daytime was like a fairy who was detached from the mundane world, then Yun Qingyao after taking a bath was even more charming and lively, like a lotus emerging from water. Looking at Yeye clinging to Wang Chu, Yun Qingyao said with some jealousy, "You used to let your mom blow dry your hair, but now that you have a dad, you don't need your mom anymore." Yeye giggled and ignored her mother, burying her head in Wang Chu's chest. Wang Chu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Yun Qingyao didn't show any strange emotions when he came in. Could it be that he might be able to sleep with this beautiful woman tonight? Although Wang Chu did not have such extravagant hopes before coming here, he was still very excited when he found that there was such a possibility now. "Let me finish blowing Yeye's hair first, then I'll blow yours," Wang Chu said, looking at Yun Qingyao. Yun Qingyao smiled, her eyes curved. "Okay, I'll wait for you." Chapter 27 Starting from scratch. Picking up the hairdryer, Wang Chu first tested the temperature on the air outlet of the hairdryer with his hand and found that it was not very hot. Only then did he feel at ease to blow Yeye's hair. It's just that Wang Chu's movements were rather clumsy, and sometimes he seemed a little flustered. But Yeye didn't care about these. She just wanted her dad to blow her hair, and there was an emotion of showing off that was constantly fermenting in her heart. What a pity, there are only her parents here, and she can't find anyone to show off to even if she wants to. After hesitating for a moment, Yeye looked at Yun Qingyao. "Look, my dad is blow drying my hair." Looking at Yeye's proud little look, Yun Qingyao was full of question marks. "So what?" Yun Qingyao felt a little funny. Yeye said seriously, "Your husband is blowing my hair, are you jealous?" "Yun Qingyao? Your husband blow dries my hair first, are you jealous?" Yun Qingyao's face already looked a little grim. "I'm going to sleep with Daddy in my arms today. I won't let you sleep with me. Are you angry?" Seeing Yeye becoming more and more arrogant, Yun Qingyao felt that the primordial force in her body could no longer be suppressed. Wang Chu's face showed a helpless expression. Yeye's little mouth was quite talkative. "Okay, your hair is done, go out and have fun." Wang Chu felt that Yun Qingyao's anger value was almost full, so he quickly patted Yeye's little head and said. Yeye stuck out her tongue at Yun Qingyao and ran out. "Come back!" Yun Qingyao shouted in a low voice. Yeye's little face froze, as if Mommy was going to be angry. "Why is your hair, which has just been washed, so messy?" Yun Qingyao took out a hairband, then squatted behind Yaya and tied her messy hair into a ponytail. Okay, let's go out and play now, Yun Qingyao said with a smile. I thought you were angry. You looked a little ugly just now. After Yaya left, Wang Chu shrugged and said, How old am I to be angry with a 3-year-old? Yun Qingyao sat in front of the dressing table. Actually, I know that Yaya is taking revenge on me. Wang Chu blinked his eyes. Revenge? Revenge for not giving her chocolate. Of course. Yun Qingyao nodded. Wang Chu felt a little unbelievable. He said while blowing Yun Qingyao's hair, How could this be possible? Yaya is so cute and sensible, how could she have such a little thought? I have taken care of her for 3 years. Although she looks like a cute little angel on the outside, she actually lives a naughty little devil in her heart. Yun Qingyao chuckled and said, That's just like me. I have a strong desire for revenge. The corner of Wang Chu's mouth twitched and his hands couldn't help but tremble. Are you vindictive? Of course. Yun Qingyao nodded and said, My kindness is limited. I can only show it to those who are good to me. I will naturally take revenge on those who are not good to me. I am not a saint. So. Yun Qingyao paused for a moment and said, You must be nice to me in the future. Otherwise, I will be afraid of my revenge. Wang Chu quickly expressed his loyalty. Of course I will treat you well, you can rest assured about this. Yun Qingyao smiled and said nothing. Although she doesn't know Wang Chu very well, Yun Qingyao believes in her own eyes and judgment. Wang Chu will definitely become a qualified dad and a qualified husband. Qingyao, I actually have something I want to tell you. Tell me. What's the matter? It's about, you not letting Yaya eat chocolate just now. Wang Chu took a deep breath and said, I know you have your own way of educating Yaya, but I still think, it's best not to break your promise to the child, otherwise, they will lose trust in us, right? Yun Qingyao chuckled and said, I also know about Xingzi killing the pig. Wang Chu was a little puzzled, then why do you? Because Yaya and I have an agreement, that is, not to eat after dinner, especially sweets like chocolate. Obviously, Yaya even went against her will and said something against her will in order to eat chocolate. Do you think I should reward her for this? Faced with Yun Qingyao's question, Wang Chu was dumbfounded. Yes, at this time, what should I do? Yun Qingyao smiled. Although Wang Chu had a very gentle heart and would definitely become a good father in the future, right now, he didn't know how to educate his children. If you want to raise an excellent child, love and companionship are very important, but methods and approaches are also very important. Obviously, Wang Chu at this time still lacked certain skills and methods. However, Yun Qingyao believes that Wang Chu will definitely become a good father. I understand now. We can't use bribery to educate children. Wang Chu took a deep breath. If I really give Yaya chocolate this time, then she will think that this is the right thing to do, which will be detrimental to her future growth. Yun Qingyao looked at Wang Chu in surprise, smiled and said, Wow, I didn't expect you to understand it so quickly. Wang Chu said confidently, I have been a study committee member and Chinese class representative since I was a child. These things are nothing to me. Yun Qingyao covered her mouth and laughed so hard that her body shook. Wang Chu's face changed, because when Yun Qingyao moved, he could actually see a hint of whiteness faintly visible on her chest from his high vantage point. With a gulp, Wang Chu's throat moved. Why aren't you moving? Feeling that Wang Chu's hands had stopped moving, Yun Qingyao raised her head in confusion. Only then did she notice Wang Chu's blank look. Bar, you pervert. Yun Qingyao instantly realized that she seemed to be exposed. She subconsciously wrapped her bathrobe tightly around her cheeks flushed, and she cursed inwardly. But what she didn't know was that wrapping herself like this made her already curvy figure even more outstanding. This actually adds a different kind of charm. Wang Chu felt his mouth dry, and he quickly changed the subject. Aunt Wang just took me around a villa, I didn't expect it to be so big. Really? Yun Qingyao showed a hint of pride when she mentioned the villa. I spent a lot of time and effort on this villa. Wang Chu nodded slightly. He could also see that Yun Qingyao had indeed put a lot of thought into it. I heard from Aunt Wang that you started from scratch and it was very hard. Started from scratch? No. Yun Qingyao blinked and said, the money for this villa was given to me by my eldest brother, the money for the decoration was given to me by my second brother, and the helicopter was given to me by my third brother. Wang Chu took a breath of cold air. He actually had 3 brothers-in-law? Qingyao, please introduce my 3 brothers-in-law to me. It's for no other reason than to bring the relatives closer together. Chapter 28 Muyin Pharmaceutical. Really? That's great, they've been wanting to meet their irresponsible brother-in-law for a long time anyway. Yun Qingyao smiled and said, my eldest brother has already told my second and third brothers that they don't have to hold back when the time comes. As long as they don't kill you, he will find a way to save you. Wang Chu shuddered and laughed dryly. My brothers-in-law are really good at joking. My third brother likes to joke, but my eldest brother is serious by nature and never jokes with us. Yun Qingyao glanced at Wang Chu with a smile. Wang Chu laughed dryly. Well, I think there is a misunderstanding here. How about we just leave first? Please help me appease my brothers first. Look at your character. Yun Qingyao glared at Wang Chu. Otherwise, Yun Qingyao would know that Wang Chu was just joking with her. After all, she had witnessed Wang Chu's strength with her own eyes. Except for her second brother, her eldest brother and third brother together were no match for Wang Chu. By the way, Qingyao, why didn't I see Grandpa Yun? Is he no longer in Haicheng? Wang Chu asked. Wang Chu thought he could meet Master Yun in the villa, but just now he found out that Master Yun was not here. My grandpa went to visit his old friend. He probably won't be back in the next 2 days. Yun Qingyao said. So that's what it is. Wang Chu thought to himself, and then asked, well, I don't know what your family does. Although Wang Chu knew that Yun Qingyao's family background must be extraordinary, he had never heard the specific details from Yun Qingyao. Yun Qingyao stroked her hair and said softly, our Yun family is actually nothing special. I wonder if you have heard of Muyin Pharmaceutical. Of course I have. Wang Chu looked at Yun Qingyao with an incredulous look. You mean, could it be that Muyin Pharmaceutical is the property of the Yun family? If this is true, it's incredible. Muyin Pharmaceutical is the largest pharmaceutical group in Zhuzhou, and is known as the two major locomotives in the pharmaceutical industry together with Liuxiu Pharmaceutical. I heard that 5 years ago, the market value of Muyin Pharmaceutical exceeded 100 billion yuan. It has many well-known drugs, such as Baiyun spray, Liuhua oral liquid, etc., which are all national medicines. If Muyin Pharmaceutical is really the Yun family's property, then Yun Qingyao is truly a rich and beautiful woman. That's right. Finally, Wang Chu got the confirmed news from Yun Qingyao. Wang Chu's face was dull. He thought the Yun family should be quite rich, but he never imagined they were so rich. I was careless, and I actually hugged such a thick thigh. If I tell others that I'm not a gigolo, no one will believe me. Although this soft rice tastes delicious. My eldest brother founded the largest private hospital in the capital. My second brother joined the army very early and is now serving in a special unit. My third brother has a more flamboyant personality and just wants to enjoy life, so he founded Yunshang Xingchen. Stars on the clouds. Why does this name sound so familiar? Wang Chu thought for a moment. Didn't you debut in Yunshang Xingchen? What you mean is? Yun Qingyao nodded. Didn't that happen 4 years ago? Afterwards, my third brother asked me if I still wanted to be a big star. I said yes, and then he founded Yunshang Xingchen. In order to realize his sister's dream, Yun Qingyao's third brother actually set up an entertainment agency? This action shocked Wang Chu. This is what it means to be rich and willful. No wonder Yun Qingyao became so popular in just 3 years. It turns out that there is such powerful resource support behind it. My eldest brother is more serious and rarely jokes. My second brother is more often away from me and has a bad temper. My third brother is only a few years older than me, and I have the best relationship with him, but all 3 of them love me very much. Yun Qingyao blinked at Wang Chu. So, if you bully me in the future, my 3 brothers will not let you off. Don't worry, I will love you more than my brothers-in-law. Wang Chu said immediately. As expected, a dragon gives birth to a dragon, a phoenix gives birth to a phoenix, and a mouse's child will dig holes. The Yun family has 3 outstanding people. Oh no, including Yun Qingyao, there are 4 outstanding people in the family. Don't say that you can become famous just because you have a lot of resources. How many people in the entertainment industry can't become famous no matter how hard they try? If you want to wear the crown, you must first bear its weight. By the way, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow morning. Yun Qingyao said, let's go and get the formalities done. Do you want to get the certificate? Wang Chu's heart suddenly started beating very fast. Although he has slowly accepted this matter now, he still feels extremely excited at the thought that such a beautiful Yun Qingyao will become his wife. So, we can sleep together today. I don't know why, but Wang Chu asked this question without thinking. In an instant, Yun Qingyao's face turned red. She stood up in a panic. My hair is dry, I want to go see what Yaya is doing, maybe she stole some chocolate. Having said that, she stood up, wrapped her bathrobe tightly around her and went out. Because there were no male servants in the villa, Yun Qingyao didn't have to worry about exposing herself. Wang Chu, who was left alone in the room, wanted to slap himself. Let you talk dirty. She said they'll get the marriage certificate tomorrow, so if I'm shameless today, maybe I can really win the girl's heart. But now that things have been made clear, Yun Qingyao will naturally be very shy, right? Oh, is there water in my brain? Wang Chu sat on the chair with a bitter smile on his face. At this moment, the cell phone on the dressing table dinged. Yun Qingyao left in such a hurry that she didn't have time to take her cell phone with her. Wang Chu adheres to the principle of being a gentleman, and will never touch Yun Qingyao's phone without permission. But it's not against the law to take a look, right? After Wang Chu took a look, his brows furrowed. Yao Yao, I heard that you are no longer in the crew. Did something happen? If you are angry because of what I confessed to you that day, I apologize to you. I really like you, but I promise that I will never do anything like that again without your consent, okay? Are you still angry now? As long as you're not angry, you can ask me to do anything. As the news came one after another, Wang Chu's brows furrowed. The person with the nickname, I am the peak at the top of the mountain, sent out several messages in succession. This person seems to be Yun Qingyao's suitor? And he's the kind that Yun Qingyao is too lazy to care about. Wang Chu smelled a strong smell of dog licking from him. Oh, no wonder, because my wife is so beautiful. Wang Chu thought happily. Maybe there was no reply, and after a while, the phone rang. Yao Yao, I'm really sorry. I didn't think it through enough that day. After Wang Chu answered the phone, a young man's voice was heard. Wang Chu coughed dryly. Well, she just finished taking a shower and went out. How about you call her later? Who are you? The voice on the phone suddenly became tense and gloomy. Me? Wang Chu thought for a moment and said, after tomorrow, she should call me husband. With a bang, Wang Chu heard the sound of something falling to the ground, and then hung up the phone. How rude. Wang Chu raised his eyebrows. Chapter 29, Surrender. In the presidential suite of the Holiday Inn, Lin Zifeng threw his cell phone to the ground fiercely, and then, not satisfied, he smashed the glass of red wine in his hand to the ground fiercely. There were only 2 sentences circling in his mind now. She just came out of the shower. After tomorrow, she should call me husband. These 2 sentences were like the devil's whispers, driving Lin Zifeng almost crazy. Who are you? Who are you? How do you know Yun Qingyao has taken a bath? Why will she call you husband after tomorrow? Could it be that? A terrible guess appeared in Lin Zifeng's mind. Yun Qingyao suddenly asked for leave and left the crew. Was it to attend the blind date arranged for her by the Yun family? But even if it's a blind date, it's impossible to live together directly, right? I looked at the time now, it's 9 o'clock in the evening. It was as if 10,000 alpacas were running wildly through Lin Zifeng's heart. The image of Yun Qingyao curling up in another man's arms had even emerged in his mind. No, it's impossible. Yun Qingyao is not that kind of woman. Lin Zifeng took a deep breath, picked up a glass of water, and tried to calm down. But the next second he threw the cup to the ground again. How could he be calm now? No, I want to go find Yun Qingyao. I want to see what kind of man is able to snatch Yun Qingyao away from me. Yeah, it's getting late, time to go to bed. Outside, Yun Qingyao checked the time and said to Yaya, who was still in high spirits. Yaya showed an unsatisfied expression on her face. Mom, I want to play more. But we agreed before that we must go to bed before 9:30 every day. Yun Qingyao said seriously, is Yaya going to be a child who doesn't keep her promise? Yaya pouted her lips. If it were before, she would have climbed into bed long ago. But today both mom and dad are at home, which aroused Yaya's desire to stay up late. She doesn't want to sleep at all now. Because, she was afraid that when she woke up, her daddy or mommy would no longer be there. Then, I want daddy to tell me a bedtime story. After hearing Yaya's request, Wang Chu naturally agreed. Ever since acquiring the skill of nature's sound, Wang Chu has been eager to tell stories to Yaya. Oh, by the way, your phone rang just now, and I accidentally answered it. After picking up Yeye, Wang Chu turned to Yun Qingyao and said, "Who's calling?" There was no expression on Yun Qingyao's face. A guy whose nickname is I am the peak of the mountain. Oh, it's him. Don't worry about it. He's just a self-righteous guy. Yun Qingyao said to Wang Chu, after you coax Yeye to sleep, let's discuss tomorrow's affairs. Wang Chu looked at Yun Qingyao, who was pretending to be calm, and a look of I understand appeared on his face. This is clearly a subtle way of telling myself that we should sleep together. Happiness came so suddenly that Wang Chu could hardly believe it. However, the most urgent thing is to coax Yeye to sleep first. In Yeye's small bedroom. Yeye lay on the bed, blinking her big eyes at Wang Chu. Wang Chu cleared his throat. Yeye, what do you want to hear? I want to hear the story of the magic castle. Wang Chu was certain in his mind, because he had bought the story book of the magic castle yesterday and had read it twice. Once upon a time, there was a magical kingdom. Wang Chu began to tell the story of the magic castle in a rhythmic manner. With the addition of the natural sounds, Wang Chu told the story of the magic castle with ups and downs, and Yeye kept exclaiming and laughing along with the story. Seeing Yeye being so dedicated, Wang Chu felt a sense of accomplishment. But this presents a problem. That was because Yeye was so engrossed in listening that she didn't feel sleepy at all. What should I do? If Yeye couldn't sleep, how could he return to Yun Qingyao's room? Wang Chu took a sip of water and said, Yeye, Daddy will stop here today, okay? I'll tell you the rest tomorrow. No, I want to listen. Yeye lay on Wang Chu's thighs, with a longing look in her big eyes. Wang Chu was a little helpless, but it's almost 10 o'clock now, you should go to bed. Oh. Yeye was a little depressed, but she quickly raised her head, then I want Daddy to sleep with me today. No. Wang Chu said. I prefer to sleep with your mother. But maybe Wang Chu's tone was a little anxious. Yeye's big eyes were instantly filled with tears. Dad, do you hate Yeye? These words made Wang Chu feel extremely guilty. He gently wiped away the tears from Yeye's eyes, and said with a hint of self-blame, No, Yeye is my favorite. I will sleep with Yeye tonight, okay? Hearing Wang Chu say this, Yeye's face immediately cleared up. But Wang Chu looked at Yeye and said seriously, I need to talk to Mom first, okay? I'll be back soon. Turning around, Wang Chu was surprised to see Yun Qingyao already standing at the door. Yun Qingyao originally thought that Wang Chu would be back soon, but she didn't expect that he would not come back after waiting for a long time. Yun Qingyao couldn't help it and walked out, only to find that Wang Chu was telling Yeye a story seriously. This scene made Yun Qingyao feel very warm. Isn't this exactly what she has always wanted to see? And she stood at the door for a moment and was actually attracted by Wang Chu's ups and downs in voice. Qingyao, why don't I just sleep with Yeye today? Wang Chu saw Yun Qingyao and said hesitantly. Yun Qingyao snorted coldly, who cares about you? Okay, you can sleep with Yeye today. Yeah. Yeye jumped on Wang Chu's back excitedly, Daddy can sleep with me today. 10 minutes later, Wang Chu was patting Yeye's back in the dark and singing a lullaby. Yeye, are you asleep? Wang Chu asked in a low voice. No, Dad. Yeye's clear voice came, and in the night, her bright eyes were as dazzling as stars. Wang Chu was a little amused and confused. How could this 3-year-old girl have so much energy? How about we play a game? Yeye nodded excitedly. Let's play a game of 1, 2, 3, statue. When I count to 3, we have to close our eyes. We can't open them or speak. We can only lie on the bed. If someone speaks or opens his eyes, he loses. If Daddy loses, Daddy will agree to one of Yeye's requests. But if Yeye loses, Yeye has to agree to one of Daddy's requests, okay? Okay. Yeye said confidently, I won't admit defeat. Okay then, 1, 2, 3, start. Yeye closed her eyes immediately and her little body lay motionless on the bed. Wang Chu looked at Yeye and couldn't help laughing. Sure enough, in less than 3 minutes, Yeye began to breathe evenly. Good night, my darling. Chapter 30 Going to Kindergarten. Although Wang Chu lost the opportunity to have an intimate relationship with Yun Qingyao, being able to be with his daughter, watching her sleeping, and feeling her attachment to him, Wang Chu's heart was still very warm and touched. The next morning, Wang Chu woke up very early, but Yeye was still sleeping. He came out of the room quietly, fearing that the sound might wake Yeye. When he came out, he found that Yun Qingyao had already gotten up and was walking in from outside. "You woke up so early." Wang Chu was a little surprised. "I always get up so early to exercise. You know, we artists have to stay in shape. Either we control our mouths or we move our legs. I don't like to abuse myself verbally, so I can only exercise more." After exercising, Yun Qingyao had a healthy blush on her face. Her graceful figure was hidden in the loose sportswear, which added a touch of the agility of a sunny girl. "After we finish breakfast, we will first send Yeye to kindergarten, then go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to do some work, and then I have to rush back to the crew in the afternoon." Yun Qingyao said to Wang Chu, "I won't be able to come back for nearly a month, so you have to take good care of Yeye." Wang Chu was stunned for a moment. "Send Yeye to kindergarten? I thought Yeye didn't go to kindergarten. How could she not go to kindergarten?" Yun Qingyao said with a smile, "It's just that Yeye had a cold a few days ago, so she asked the teacher for 2 days off. Now she's well, so of course she has to go to kindergarten. So that's how it is." When Yeye woke up and learned that she had to go to kindergarten today, her little face was instantly filled with unhappiness. She still wants to continue playing with her parents. Why does she have to go to kindergarten? "Mom, I don't want to go to kindergarten." Yeye looked at Yun Qingyao eagerly. "I feel a little uncomfortable. Can I stay at home for another day?" "No." Yun Qingyao said firmly, "You have been playing at home for several days. You should go to school." When Yeye saw that her mother was so unkind, she immediately set her sights on Wang Chu. "Daddy, I don't want to go to kindergarten, okay?" Wang Chu was a little amused and confused. Does every kid dislike going to kindergarten? "Yeye, why don't you like going to kindergarten?" Wang Chu squatted down and asked Yeye in a soft voice. "Because? I'm afraid that when I get home at night, my parents will be gone." Yeye's voice lowered. Wang Chu's heart ached. It seemed that Yun Qingyao had left suddenly after receiving a notice before. Otherwise, Yeye would not have said such a thing. After hearing these words, Yun Qingyao's face showed a look of shame and self-blame. But as an artist, there are some things that she cannot control. In her heart, children are important, but she also has her own dreams and pursuits. It's hard to have your cake and eat it too. "Yeye, Daddy promises you that I will never leave Yeye again, okay?" Wang Chu gently patted Yeye's head and said, "Think about it, Yeye hasn't been to school for so many days. The children in the kindergarten must miss Yeye very much. Then Yeye can play with the children during the day and play with Daddy at night. Isn't this very happy?" After Wang Chu said this, Yeye's eyes lit up. "Also, Yeye has to share with Daddy what happened to you in kindergarten, okay?" "Okay, then Daddy and Yeye have to make a pinky promise and you can't leave." As she spoke, Yeye stretched out her white and tender fingers. Wang Chu and Yeye made a pinky promise, and Yeye's little face finally lit up. Yun Qingyao breathed a sigh of relief. She found that Wang Chu was really a guy with a talent for being a nanny. In order to take good care of Yeye, she had read many parenting books, but it was her first time as a mother after all, and most of the time she couldn't really talk to Yeye calmly. After breakfast, Yun Qingyao said to Wang Chu, "Can you drive?" Wang Chu nodded. "Well, you drive today and we'll take Yeye home together. I have quite a few cars in my garage, so you can drive any one you like." When they arrived at the garage, Wang Chu was stunned when he saw the garage full of luxury cars. Bentley, Porsche, Lamborghini, Bugatti Veyron, Ferrari, McLaren. At a glance, there are dozens of luxury cars, just like a luxury car show. "Are these all your cars?" Wang Chu's eyes widened. Yun Qingyao nodded. "Some were given to me by my third brother, and some were given to me by the endorsement companies. Anyway, I have never bought one. I am not very interested in cars." "Damn, can we still be friends?" Wang Chu came to a high-end Land Rover SUV, which was probably the most low-key car among them. "Let's go with this one. It has more space inside and you should be more comfortable sitting there." Aunt Wang next to her found the Land Rover keys from the backpack and handed them to Wang Chu. Wang Chu accidentally saw there was a whole bag full of car keys. Is this the low-key luxury of the rich? Wang Chu sighed. When he was young, what he hated the most was rich people. But he didn't expect that he would end up becoming the person he hated the most. Although this was obtained by living off others, it was also due to my initial success. Driving a Land Rover that costs millions just feels different. The driving feel is absolutely first class, as silky and smooth as Dove chocolate. "Qingyao, I haven't asked yet where Yeye's kindergarten is." Soon, Yun Qingyao's voice came from the back row. Xingli Road, Big Windmill International Bilingual Kindergarten. Wang Chu had heard of the Big Windmill International Bilingual Kindergarten. He heard that the monthly tuition alone was more than 50,000 yuan, which was definitely not something that ordinary children could afford. But when he thought about Yun Qingyao and the Yun family behind her, Wang Chu felt relieved. 50,000 yuan is just a drop in the bucket for Yun Qingyao. In less than half an hour, Wang Chu had brought them to Xingli Road. Wang Chu, please send Yeye to kindergarten. I'll wait for you in the car. Yun Qingyao sighed and said, you know, it's not suitable for me to go to kindergarten at this time. Wang Chu nodded, he is a big star. If the outside world knew that Yeye was the daughter of superstar Yun Qingyao, it would definitely cause a huge earthquake and attract attention. There must be a lot of paparazzi surrounding Yeye every day, taking pictures of Yeye's every move, and then posting them online and magnifying them infinitely. Wang Chu naturally didn't want his daughter to bear such pressure. Okay, don't worry, I'll be back after I send Yeye in. Wang Chu picked up Yeye and said, let's go. Daddy will take you in today. Chapter 31 Jealous. Good morning, Teacher Xiaoyu. Good morning, Xian Xian. Your braids are so beautiful today. Did your mother braid them for you? At the gate of the Big Windmill Kindergarten, a tall woman with a ponytail and wearing a kindergarten uniform was smiling and greeting the children entering the kindergarten. Teacher Xiaoyu. Yeye, who was in Wang Chu's arms, shouted excitedly and waved her hands after seeing the woman. The woman turned around, which surprised Wang Chu a little. In her early 20s, she has rosy lips and white teeth, is in high spirits, and exudes the scent of youth and sunshine. It's Yeye. I heard you had a cold. Are you feeling better now? Yeye nodded, I'm fine, Teacher Xiaoyu, this is my dad. Teacher Xiaoyu glanced at Wang Chu with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Because Yeye has always been sent off by a middle-aged woman named Aunt Wang, this was the first time she met Yeye's father. Hello, Yeye's father. My name is Yumechi, and I'm Yeye's head teacher. Yu Huanshuan smiled, nice to meet you. Hello, Teacher Yu. Wang Chu also quickly said, Yeye is in kindergarten thanks to your care. Yeye is a very sensible and obedient child. We all like her very much. Teacher Xiaoyu smiled and said, Yeye, come in quickly. Your good friend Tongtong asked me yesterday when you would be back. Yeye's eyes lit up, Dad, I'll go in first. After saying that, she got off Wang Chu and ran into the kindergarten. Slow down. Wang Chu shouted nervously behind him. But Yeye just turned around and waved, goodbye, Dad. A look of loss appeared on Wang Chu's face. Yeye's father, please wait a moment. Just when Wang Chu was about to leave, Teacher Xiaoyu called Wang Chu. Is there anything wrong? Wang Chu asked curiously. Well, I have something I want to tell you. Yumechi said, Yeye is usually very sensible, but there is one thing I want to tell you. Yeye had a quarrel with a little boy before, which caused her to be in a bad mood. Did you win the argument? Wang Chu asked subconsciously. Yumechi was stunned. Was there something wrong with Yeye's father's train of thought? Is this the time to worry about whether or not you win the argument? Cough cough. Wang Chu coughed dryly, and he realized that he seemed to have said something wrong just now. I don't know what the reason is. It was because the two of them had a quarrel over a toy, but the boy said something excessive, which caused Yeye to feel depressed for a while. What? Wang Chu frowned. How dare some little brat bully my daughter? You want to be punished, right? I'm not sure about the specific situation, but I hope you can work with our teacher and spend more time with the children. Yumechi said earnestly, I know you must be very busy with your work, but no matter how busy you are, you must not neglect your company and care for your children. Even though they are very young now, this is the critical time for them to understand the world, so. Wang Chu looked at Yumechi, who was serious, and he couldn't help but nodded. Okay, I understand, thank you Teacher Xiaoyu for reminding me. Then let's add WeChat, and then I'll add you to the parent group. In this way, if there are any activities in the class or if Yeye has any problems, I can contact you as soon as possible, okay? Wang Chu nodded, of course. You seem to be having a good chat with that female teacher. When he got back to the car, Wang Chu found that Yun Qingyao had sat in the passenger seat at some point, and was jokingly saying something. That's Yeye's homeroom teacher, Xiao Yu. She's a nice person and very responsible. Wang Chu said with a smile. She's very beautiful too, right? Yun Qingyao continued. When Wang Chu said this, he instantly felt a murderous aura coming from Yun Qingyao. He couldn't help but shiver, then glanced at Yun Qingyao. But Yun Qingyao was wearing sunglasses, and Wang Chu couldn't see Yun Qingyao's eyes at all. Well, of course, she is far inferior to my wife. Wang Chu quickly tried to make amends with a shameless face. Snort. Yun Qingyao snorted coldly, go home first. Shouldn't we go directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau? I just want to go home first, is that not okay? Yun Qingyao said unhappily, also, my throat hurts now, I don't want to talk. Wang Chu groaned in his heart, what is this sore throat? It was obvious that she was jealous because she saw that I talked too much with teacher Xiao Yu. This is the pungent smell of vinegar. If Wang Chu can't sense it, then he is too dull. However, Wang Chu didn't care about anything. The fact that Yun Qingyao was jealous of him just proved that Yun Qingyao cared about him quite a lot. This is a good thing. Along the way, Wang Chu tried again and again to chat with Yun Qingyao, but Yun Qingyao always made some humming and sounds, as if she had no intention of chatting. Soon, we returned to Dingxin Garden. When they got out of the car, a man suddenly appeared in front of Yun Qingyao. Yao Yao, what happened to that phone call yesterday? Who was that man? Yun Qingyao was startled and couldn't help but take a step back. When Wang Chu saw someone harassing his wife, he immediately stepped forward and kicked the man several meters away. Are you okay? Wang Chu protected Yun Qingyao behind him and asked nervously. A warm feeling flowed through Yun Qingyao's heart and she shook her head gently. As long as Wang Chu was around, she felt as if nothing in this world could hurt her. This feeling is very reassuring. I'm fine. Yun Qingyao said softly. Wang Chu finally felt relieved. He looked angrily at the guy who was struggling to get up from the ground. Are you sick? Why are you rushing over here all of a sudden? Wang Chu said unhappily, who are you? Why are you here? This is Yun Qingyao's villa. Who is this strange man? Lin Zifeng felt a burning pain in his internal organs. He did not sleep the whole night yesterday, and Wang Chu's voice kept echoing in his mind. He could not bear it any longer, so he tried various methods and finally found Yun Qingyao's villa in Haicheng, and rushed over early in the morning. But what he didn't expect was that as soon as they met, before he could even finish asking his questions, he was kicked out by Yun Qingyao's bodyguard. If this matter gets out, where will he, the young master of the capital, keep his reputation? Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me? I think you don't want to live anymore. Lin Zifeng pointed at Wang Chu and cursed. Wang Chu raised his eyebrows. This guy was provoking him at the door of his own home. Was he crazy? Then do you know who I am? Who do I care who you are? Aren't you just a lousy bodyguard? Do you believe it or not, Yao Yao can fire you with just one word from me. Looking at Lin Zifeng, who was full of confidence, Wang Chu was a little surprised. Where does this guy get his confidence from? Chapter 32 Bodyguard. Lin Zifeng, what are you doing here? Yun Qingyao ignored Lin Zifeng's threat to Wang Chu and said with an unhappy look on her face. Lin Zifeng pointed at Wang Chu and said viciously, Yao Yao, your bodyguard is simply too much. I want you to fire him immediately. No one has dared to do this to me in my entire life. Yun Qingyao's face turned cold. Lin Zifeng, are you teaching me how to do things? In Lin Zifeng's opinion, isn't it just firing a bodyguard? Could Yun Qingyao be so unhappy with him just because of a stinky bodyguard? But what Lin Zifeng didn't expect was that Yun Qingyao would actually confront him for a bodyguard. Yao Yao, that's not what I meant. What I meant was. Yun Qingyao interrupted Lin Zifeng before he finished speaking. Lin Zifeng, please respect yourself. Our relationship is not yet good enough. The word Yao Yao is not something you can say. Lin Zifeng felt aggrieved. What he didn't understand was why Yun Qingyao's attitude towards him today was worse than before. Could it be because she had a blind date yesterday? Until now, Lin Zifeng still believed that Yun Qingyao must have accepted the blind date arranged by her family yesterday. Okay, but Qingyao, my sincerity towards you is known to heaven and earth, and I will definitely treat you well. As long as you are willing, I will let our old man propose to Grandpa Yun right now. Wang Chu blinked at the side. Although Wang Chu feels very proud that his wife is being pursued by others, it shows that she is very popular. But isn't it a bit disrespectful to yourself to try to steal someone's girl right in front of you? Brother, don't waste your energy. She is already taken. Wang Chu stepped forward and patted Lin Zifeng on the shoulder, saying with a hint of sympathy. Lin Zifeng was furious. Do you have the right to speak here? Aren't you just a stinky bodyguard? Get out of the way. Me? A stinky bodyguard? Wang Chu blinked, then looked at himself. He was dressed very smartly and didn't look like a bodyguard at all. What's that look? Is there such a handsome bodyguard? Lin Zifeng, what on earth are you doing here? Yun Qingyao took a step forward and stood side by side with Wang Chu. Her dark eyebrows were raised coldly and her voice was chilling. If you are here to make trouble, please leave immediately. And, please wipe your eyes, this is not my bodyguard. If it's not a bodyguard, then what is it? Lin Zifeng glanced at Wang Chu. But Yun Qingyao's next words made Lin Zifeng completely collapse. This is my future husband, Wang Chu. What? Lin Zifeng looked at Yun Qingyao in disbelief. How is this possible? You must be joking, right? Lin Zifeng couldn't accept this reality. He had done some investigation and found that Yun Qingyao had never had any intimate contact with any opposite sex. How could a fiancé suddenly appear? Could it be that in just one day, she had already made an engagement with this man? How is this possible? You lied to me on purpose because of what happened to me last time, right? Lin Zifeng clenched his fists, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Yun Qingyao had a headache. She was naturally aware of Lin Zifeng's pursuit of her. But she really didn't have any good feelings towards Lin Zifeng, and as a top member of the Beijing circle, Yun Qingyao knew Lin Zifeng's character very well. If Lin Zifeng cannot be completely disappointed, he will definitely keep pestering me. Yun Qingyao took a deep breath and said calmly, Do you think I am lying to you? Do you think I would do such a boring thing because of you? As soon as she finished speaking, Yun Qingyao grabbed Wang Chu's collar and pulled him down. Wang Chu lowered his head subconsciously. A peerless face appeared in front of him, and then he felt softness and sweetness on his lips. Yun Qingyao actually took the initiative to kiss me, and on the lips. At this moment, Wang Chu felt that the whole world turned pink. And an indescribable feeling instantly surged into my body, numb, sweet. Happiness comes so fast, like a tornado. Just when Wang Chu was feeling dizzy, Yun Qingyao parted her lips and turned to look at Lin Zifeng, who had a dazed look on his face. I don't know if this can still prove what I said. Lin Zifeng felt as if his heart was stabbed dozens of times. He had been pursuing Yun Qingyao for 2 years, and all the young masters in Beijing knew about it, but he didn't even hold Yun Qingyao's hand, and now Yun Qingyao actually kissed a country bumpkin in front of him? How could he accept this? Yun Qingyao! Lin Zifeng roared and took a step forward. Do you think it's fun to tease me? Wang Chu's eyes tightened, and he hurried forward, protecting Yun Qingyao behind him again. Okay, just wait for me, Yun Qingyao. I, Lin Zifeng, will definitely get what I want. And if you dare to snatch a woman from me, Lin Zifeng, we will fight to the death. Lin Zifeng knew that he was no match for Wang Chu, so he could only say this harsh word. Wang Chu showed a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth, and said in a cold voice, Then I also warn you, don't harass my wife in the future. If I find out that you continue to harass her, I will not let you go no matter who you are. Okay. Lin Zifeng stared at Wang Chu. If you have the guts, leave your name. Don't be like a coward. Wang Chu. Wang Chu said calmly, Remember my name, and get out of here. Don't force me to do anything. Okay, I'll remember you, Wang Chu, we'll see you later. Lin Zifeng covered his waist and limped away. And Yun Qingyao has been looking at Wang Chu gently from behind. After Lin Zifeng left, she chuckled, Wang Chu, do you know who Lin Zifeng is? Wang Chu rolled his eyes. I don't care who he is, he can't bully my wife anyway. TSK, I'm not your wife yet. Yun Qingyao blushed, but soon said seriously, but Lin Zifeng is narrow-minded. We made him lose face this time, and you beat him up. He will definitely not let it go. No matter what happens, I'm here. Wang Chu said seriously. Yun Qingyao nodded. Lin Zifeng is the eldest son of the Lin family, and the Lin family's main business is in the field of automobile manufacturing. The most famous Hongri in the country is their car brand. So, if Lin Zifeng really wants to deal with you, he might use a lot of resources. Yun Qingyao said seriously, so, when you realize something, you must tell me. Because we are husband and wife, we are one, and we have to face all kinds of difficulties and challenges in the future together, understand? Wang Chu felt warm in his heart. He knew that Yun Qingyao said this because she was worried about him. Okay. Wang Chu said gently, I won't show off, but I have a small request. What? I haven't savored it carefully just now. How about we continue? Chapter 33 Husband. Yun Qingyao naturally did not agree to Wang Chu's shameless request. Yun Qingyao was so proactive just now just to make Lin Zifan give up. Seeing Yun Qingyao returning to the villa with a red face, Wang Chu smacked his lips. It seemed that it would take some time to convince Yun Qingyao both physically and mentally. It's okay. Good things are worth waiting for. It's already in the pot. Don't be impatient. Wang Chu smiled and hummed a little tune as he walked into the villa. As soon as they entered the villa, Yun Qingyao said to Wang Chu at the door of the bedroom, "Come in, I have something to give you." After entering the bedroom, Wang Chu discovered that Yun Qingyao was holding a complete set of clothes in her hands. From white shirts to suits, from ties to leather shoes. This is. Wang Chu was a little dumbfounded. When did Yun Qingyao prepare? When I bought clothes for uncle yesterday, I also bought you one. Yun Qingyao pretended to be nonchalant and said, "We are going to take wedding photos today, so, hurry up and change into them." Wang Chu chuckled, thinking that she was indeed a good wife of his. Without saying a word, he started taking off his clothes. Why did you take off your clothes directly? Yun Qingyao was startled, and then turned around immediately. Go to the locker room and change your clothes. Wang Chu said nonchalantly, "Why go to the dressing room? I'm not that pretentious. Besides, their windows are translucent and opaque. It doesn't matter." Yun Qingyao was a little angry. Is this a matter of concern? This is really too embarrassing. However, she secretly looked carefully at Wang Chu's muscular figure through the small mirror on the dressing table. A streamlined body, strong muscles full of power but not ugly and bulging, perfect body proportions, this is simply the ultimate dream of every woman for her future half. Yun Qingyao couldn't help but swallow her saliva. But soon, she realized that her whole body was feeling very hot. Yun Qingyao, you are so shameless. How can you peek at a man's body like this? It's okay. Wang Chu is not someone else. He is your future husband. After you get the marriage certificate, you will be a legal couple. It's not a big deal to take a look at him now. In Yun Qingyao's mind, two little people were arguing madly. The noise made Yun Qingyao a little upset. I'll take one more look, and then I won't look at it anymore. Yun Qingyao said secretly in her heart. This look took 5 minutes. She didn't turn around until Wang Chu was dressed. So handsome. Yun Qingyao's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Clothes make the man, and after putting on a high-end suit, Wang Chu's temperament improved instantly. It actually made Yun Qingyao feel like her heart was beating like a deer. Well, not bad. Yun Qingyao said, pretending to be calm. Wang Chu looked at himself and said, "Really? I think so too. If I go into the entertainment industry, wouldn't I be able to beat a bunch of young handsome guys? Virtue." Yun Qingyao rolled her eyes at Wang Chu, then walked towards the locker room. "Wait for me outside, I'll go change my clothes too." Wang Chu blinked. If she wanted to change, why didn't she just go and change? Did she have to wait until she finished changing? I think I can go in and help you take a look. No need, I know what's going on. With a bang, Yun Qingyao closed the door of the locker room. Wang Chu shrugged. They were going to become husband and wife soon, so why should they be shy? I am very open-minded. But it's understandable that girls are thin-skinned. Anyway, there has been a major conflict in the relationship today, so there is no need to rush. Half an hour later, Wang Chu was feeling a little drowsy, and the door of the locker room was finally opened. Yun Qingyao came out, and Wang Chu's eyes suddenly widened. Yun Qingyao didn't dress up in a flashy way, she only wore a simple white shirt and a light green flower skirt. But it was obvious that she had put on delicate light makeup and had her hair done, and she looked pure, charming, and affectionate. Let's go, the time is almost up, don't just stand there. Yun Qingyao walked to Wang Chu's side, looked at the expression on Wang Chu's face, raised her little face, with a little pride, idiot. Originally, Wang Chu thought that going to the Civil Affairs Bureau with a popular star to get a marriage certificate would definitely cause a sensation, but he did not expect that the whole process would go very smoothly. Moreover, there were special personnel accompanying him throughout the whole process, which shocked Wang Chu very much. They do this to prevent riots and other situations. Yun Qingyao also noticed the surprise in Wang Chu's eyes and whispered, "Besides, my career is now on the rise. Although I don't have to care about the company's regulations, it's better to have less trouble. Wang Chu nodded. I understand. Then, what if we are accidentally photographed in the future? Then you can say that I am your bodyguard. If you have taken the photo, just admit it. Yun Qingyao glanced at Wang Chu. What bodyguard? I, Yun Qingyao, am not the kind of person who dares to do something but not to admit it. Besides, if I say that, it will be unfair to you. Wang Chu touched Yun Qingyao's head lovingly and whispered, I am willing to be your bodyguard, a bodyguard for life. Yun Qingyao's body trembled, and then she leaned slightly in Wang Chu's arms. Special matters are handled specially, and soon their marriage certificate appeared in their hands. Wang Chu looked at the marriage certificate with a big red seal in his hand and the two smiling people on it, and felt a sweet and magical feeling in his heart. Are you getting married now? Does this mean that I am taken? From now on, there is one less single person in the world. Honey, I'm here on leave, so I have to hurry back to the crew. Even though we just got the marriage certificate, I'm really sorry. A look of shame appeared on Yun Qingyao's face. It's really unreasonable to rush to the crew right after leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau. But Wang Chu was stunned, because he heard the two words, husband, from Yun Qingyao's mouth. What did you say just now? Wang Chu asked after swallowing. I said, I'm here on leave this time, so I have to get back to the crew. It's not this sentence, it's the previous one. Wang Chu said seriously. Yun Qingyao's face suddenly turned red. Husband. Yun Qingyao said in a low voice. In an instant, Wang Chu felt smooth from head to toe. It's okay, honey. Wang Chu said excitedly, go and do your work, and pursue your dreams. I'll take care of everything at home. Hubby, you're so nice. A smile appeared on Yun Qingyao's face. She then stood on tiptoe, kissed Wang Chu on the face, and turned around to get in the car. Hey, why are you trying to sneak attack again? Come at me openly if you have the guts. Chapter 34 The Lost Wang Chu. Yun Qingyao left, and Wang Chu felt a little lost. However, before leaving, Yun Qingyao promised that when she came back from work, she would give Wang Chu a chance to sneak attack her, which made Wang Chu very excited. In just a few minutes, more than 10 ways of sneak attack on Yun Qingyao appeared in Wang Chu's mind. No, excessive fantasy is not advisable. Wang Chu took a deep breath and suppressed all the images that were not suitable for children in his mind. But speaking of it, Wang Chu is still quite grateful to Lin Zifeng. If it weren't for him, Yun Qingyao might not have taken the initiative to kiss him. As for Lin Zifeng's identity as a super-rich second generation. Although Wang Chu felt some pressure, he did not regret beating Lin Zifeng. He dares to steal my girl right in front of me, which shows that he doesn't take me seriously at all. What's more? As a man, if you don't stand up to protect your woman at this time, what kind of man are you? However, if the other party really wants to deal with me, do I really have to rely on my wife's family background? Wang Chu pondered for a moment, then shook his head. It's not that he is a male chauvinist, but he feels that the gap between him and Yun Qingyao is already very big. If he needs Yun Qingyao to step in whenever he encounters something, then he would be too inferior. After all, he is a man with a system. And from Yun Qingyao's previous conversation, Wang Chu could also tell that although Grandpa Yun might have a good impression of him, the three brothers-in-law were definitely not easy to deal with. If you want to truly win the heart of a beautiful woman, you not only need her to fall in love with you, but you also need to conquer the entire Yun family. It seems, the difficulty has directly risen to the hell level. Wang Chu said in his heart. But, fortunately, I have a system, so I am not afraid of any difficult copy. By the way, I still have a free chance to draw a lottery today, I can't waste it. Wang Chu said in his heart, System, I want a free lottery. Ding, the system is drawing a lottery, congratulations, you have obtained extraordinary driving skills. Extraordinary driving skills, you can master all vehicle driving skills without any instruction. Even the god of cars will bow down under your wheels. In an instant, a huge amount of information flooded into Wang Chu's mind, and countless information about driving skills seemed to be imprinted in his mind. This skill is pretty good. Wang Chu's eyes lit up. If it is really as the system says, then I can consider participating in some off-road rally or F1 Formula 1 championship. If I can replace Schumacher and become the new generation of God, that would be great to think about. What if a man doesn't have the dream of becoming a car god in his heart? However, Wang Chu quickly shook his head. His most important task now was to accompany Yaya in her growth. It seemed that his driving skills were of no use. But it's much better than just saying thank you for your patronage. Wang Chu took a look at his system interface and found that his happiness value had exceeded 200, reaching more than 270. Ye and Qingyao have provided me with a lot of pleasure these 2 days. Would you like to do another 10 draw combo? Wang Chu thought about it for a moment, then shook his head. Happiness points are hard to come by, so keep them for now. No one knows when you might need them. What's more important is that you have to choose a time when you are lucky to draw. What if you draw all their thank you for your patronage ones? Wouldn't you cry your eyes out? Uncle. At this time, Aunt Wang came over and said, "Miss, let me give you something." Wang Chu was a little curious. What is it? Aunt Wang handed over a bank card. This card was the one that Yun Qingyao gave to Wang Chu yesterday. When Wang Chu walked out of the mall, he handed it to Yun Qingyao, but he didn't expect. Is this the rhythm of officially supporting myself? Miss said that this card is for the son-in-law to use for daily expenses. Miss will regularly deposit 1 million into this card every month, and the overdraft limit of this card is 10 million. In this way, it should be enough for the son-in-law's daily expenses. Daily expenses? 1 million a month. Is this the monthly expenditure of a normal person? Besides, she doesn't really want to use her wallet to support herself, right? Although Wang Chu promised Yun Qingyao to be a full-time dad, using Yun Qingyao's money like this, Wang Chu still feels sad in his heart. Son-in-law, I am so happy. At this time, Aunt Wang sighed and said, I really didn't expect that the uncle could make such a big sacrifice for the young lady. I actually had some complaints about the uncle before, but now I really admire the uncle. Wang Chu was stunned. Qingyao, what did I tell you? Miss said that for Mrs. Dream and to take care of Ye, the son-in-law resolutely gave up his career abroad and returned to China to be a full-time dad. This is not a choice that an ordinary man can make. Wang Chu was dumbfounded. Did she really say that? Of course. Aunt Wang said seriously, son-in-law, Miss has been working very hard. She has been constantly struggling with Ye and her career. Now that she has a son-in-law, Miss can pursue her dreams to her heart's content. I am so happy. Sir, I can see that the young lady loves you very much, so I hope you can take good care of the young lady, okay? Wang Chu sighed slightly and took the bank card. She is my wife, I will naturally love and protect her and will not let her get hurt in any way. Before he knew it, Wang Chu had become a millionaire. He was lying in the bedroom, and Yun Qingyao's faint body fragrance still lingered on the bed. Smelling the refreshing fragrance and playing with the bank card in his hand, Wang Chu's face was filled with a look of loss. Other people's lives are all about pursuing money and beauty, oh no, career and love, but what about yourself? I accidentally got all of them. What motivation do I have to strive for in life? Wang Chu sighed heavily, his eyes filled with melancholy. If possible, he really doesn't want to get all of this. A beautiful wife, a cute daughter, and a rich and delicious meal. Wang Chu had no one to talk to about this loss, and he felt very suffocated. Ding-a-ling. At this time, Wang Chu's cell phone rang. Hello? Who is this? Wang Chu asked lazily. Hello, Mr. Wang Chu. I am a reporter from Haicheng TV. We got along well yesterday. Do you have time to accept our interview? The soft voice of the reporter girl came from the phone. Wang Chu's eyes lit up. Okay, I have time now, I'll be there right away. Chapter 35 Live Broadcast Revealed. Mr. Wang Chu, this time we are going to use the live broadcast method. I wonder if you can accept that. Live broadcast. That's right. Our Haicheng TV station has an online live broadcast channel. This time our leaders want to use this hot event to promote our online platform, so. Wang Chu understood. Isn't this just using himself to attract traffic? It's okay, what do I need to do? Thank you so much. You just need to follow the arrangements of our host on site. Sir, are you going out? When Aunt Wang saw Wang Chu changing his clothes and preparing to go out, she came over. Well, Haicheng TV station wants to conduct an exclusive interview with me, so I have to go over there. Wang Chu said, touching his nose. Aunt Wang's eyes showed admiration, so that's how it is. Uncle is really excellent. I wonder if Uncle needs to change a car. Transfer. Aunt Wang nodded. Miss has said that anything in the house can be disposed of by the uncle at will, so does the uncle need to change a car when he goes out this time? Because the young lady doesn't like driving, and there are many cars in the garage, and many car keys, so these car keys have always been kept with me. So I thought, if the son-in-law wants to change the car, I can give all the car keys to the son-in-law for safekeeping. Wang Chu's mouth twitched. Auntie Wang, are you talking about those luxury cars in the garage? Yes. Aunt Wang said, it would be great if you could keep these keys. As she spoke, Aunt Wang placed a bag of car keys in Wang Chu's hand. Wang Chu was stunned when he saw the heavy key bag in his hand. This life, what's the meaning? But in the end, Wang Chu did not drive the sports car to the TV station. After all, Wang Chu still felt that it was better to keep a low profile. In the end, Wang Chu chose their low-key Maybach in the garage. Low-key luxury is my true nature. At this moment, an official announcement from Haicheng TV station attracted a lot of attention on the internet. A close interview with the hero who saved people in a car accident. Is it hype or fact? Let's uncover it together. Because the recent video of Wang Chu saving people has caused quite a stir in Haicheng after 2 days of fermentation, and even became popular across the country through short video platforms. Many people are questioning the accuracy of this video, and even many so-called professionals have come out to say that this is simply impossible. It is impossible to do this with human strength. Haicheng TV station just happened to see this point and decided to broadcast the event live online. In this way, not only can the outside world's focus be shifted from the car accident itself to the heroes who saved people, but it can also take advantage of this wave of popularity and make Haicheng Live famous. Sure enough, after this gimmick was released, hundreds of thousands of netizens instantly flocked to Haicheng Live's live broadcast room, and the number is still increasing. Why is there no one here? Where is the promised revelation? The one upstairs starts at 10 o'clock, there's still more than half an hour left. I don't believe it anyway. Someone has already revealed that the video was edited. That is, how can one person have such great power? It's over, it's over. They are just trying to attract attention. Using the car accident to hype things up has absolutely no bottom line. Seeing so many active netizens backstage at the TV station, they all had smiles on their faces. Now the temperature has risen and it's only up to the protagonist to make a shining appearance. And at this moment, the protagonist is stuck on their way to the TV station. It's not even time to go to work, why is there still such a traffic jam? Wang Chu frowned and looked at the time on his mobile phone. There were less than 20 minutes left. He is a person who attaches great importance to time. If he is late. After finally passing the congested road, another 10 minutes had passed, which meant he had to get to the TV station within 10 minutes. At this moment, a line of information couldn't help but emerge in Wang Chu's mind. It's still 8 kilometers from here to the TV station. The speed limit in the city is 60 kilometers. Theoretically, you can drive 10 kilometers in 10 minutes, so theoretically, there is enough time. The only factors to be eliminated now are traffic jams and traffic lights. There are 3 routes to the TV station now. One of them has 7 traffic lights, another has 9 traffic lights, and another has 10 traffic lights. On the surface, I should choose the one with 7 traffic lights, but that is the main road, and the waiting time for a traffic light is 2 minutes. For that route with 10 traffic lights, the average waiting time for each traffic light is at most 30 seconds. Even if I encounter red lights all the time, the total waiting time is only 3 minutes. On balance, the third route is still the most reasonable one. At this moment, this analysis clearly emerged in Wang Chu's mind, which made him feel a little incredible. Could this be the change that my extraordinary driving skills have brought to me? Wang Chu said in his heart, then stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the third route. Along the way, although there were many vehicles, Wang Chu drove the Maybach in the traffic like a loach, weaving in and out of the traffic quickly, causing the surrounding car owners to curse. Fuck, are you in such a hurry to reincarnate? Is it so great to drive a luxury car? Your son will definitely not have an asshole. Wang Chu felt that every muscle of his was trembling with excitement, and he really enjoyed the feeling of overtaking one car after another. It feels like flying in the blue sky. Finally, 1 minute before 10 o'clock, Wang Chu finally arrived at the TV station. The TV station staff were originally very anxious, but when they saw Wang Chu coming in, they all smiled. The protagonist is here, and this interview is done. At 10 o'clock, the Haicheng live broadcast officially began. This time, Haicheng TV station attached great importance to this live broadcast. Not only were all their configurations at the highest level, but they also sent Mao Xiaoyun, the most popular beauty host in Haicheng TV station. Since joining Haicheng TV station, Mao Xiaoyun has quickly won the hearts of the audience with her outstanding appearance, solid hosting skills and steady stage presence. There are even rumors that CCTV has extended olive branches to Mao Xiaoyun many times, but Mao Xiaoyun has never planned to leave Haicheng Satellite TV. Oh my god, it's actually my goddess Mao Xiaoyun who hosted this interview. It's so unexpected. Who is this host? She's so pretty. I'm a fan of her. It was obvious that the audience was from out of town. Confess to Mao Xiaoyun online. In the live broadcast room, Mao Xiaoyun had a warm and gentle smile on her face. She had also seen the news and videos of Wang Chu rescuing people on the spot. Even though there was video evidence, she still felt a little bit unconvinced. So Mao Xiaoyun took the initiative to volunteer for this interview. She really wanted to know whether this man named Wang Chu was really a strange person or just a hype man. Chapter 36 Interview. The live broadcast began. In the live broadcast room, Mao Xiaoyun was wearing a host uniform, which outlined her graceful figure. Good morning, netizens who have come to Haicheng Live. Mao Xiaoyun smiled and said, today we have invited the hero who saved people at the car accident scene on Renmin Road the day before yesterday. I think everyone is as curious as I am about who this hero is. Now, he has come to our Haicheng Live broadcast room. Welcome, Wang Chu. At this time, Wang Chu appeared in front of everyone, and his angular face appeared clearly on the mobile phone of every person watching the live broadcast. Wow, this appearance, so handsome. The previous video was not very clear. I didn't expect the brother who saved people was so handsome. Love it, love it. I have no resistance to such a manly face. Compared with the crazy declarations of love from female netizens, the male netizens are all jealous. TSK, that's it? Handsome. To be honest, this is far from what I thought. Just wait and see, we don't know whether he will be a hero or a bear. Just wait for a slap in the face. Because of Wang Chu's perfect body and the charm he had gained before, he immediately won the favor of many women. When Mao Xiaoyun saw Wang Chu for the first time, there was a strange look in her eyes. Pretty boys and young handsome men are popular in society nowadays, and there are very few men as masculine as Wang Chu. Mr. Wang, the car accident scene on Renmin Road the day before yesterday was extremely dangerous. You rushed to the scene and rescued the two most seriously injured. The man is no longer in danger of death. The doctor said at the time that if he had been sent there 5 minutes later, he would have died. Wang Chu clasped his hands together. I hope everyone is okay. So, what were you thinking when you went to save people? You know, it was very dangerous at that time. Faced with Mao Xiaoyun's question, Wang Chu naturally would not say that he went there because of his daughter's wish. This does not fit with his glorious and righteous image. Ahem. Wang Chu cleared his throat and said, my thoughts at the time were very simple. I could even say, I didn't have that many thoughts. The situation was very urgent at the time. I just wanted to rescue the people as soon as possible. As for the other things, I didn't think that much. Have you considered the danger? For example, a car suddenly explodes, or something else. Mao Xiaoyun asked. Wang Chu shook his head, but I really didn't expect it, but now I think about it, I am also quite scared. Generally speaking, it is easy for a car to deflagrate when it hits at high speed, but deflagration is not an explosion, and there was no spark at the scene, so it is still relatively safe. Mao Xiaoyun smiled and said, you didn't find this out later, did you? Wang Chu touched his nose and said, that's right, after all, I'm just an ordinary person and I'll feel scared too. The interview with Mao Xiaoyun went smoothly and the discussion in the live broadcast room was very intense. In fact, regarding the matter of rescuing people at the car accident scene, what everyone is most concerned about is whether the video is fake or not. As for other content, netizens are actually not very interested. However, Wang Chu successfully attracted the interest of most female netizens and also successfully aroused the jealousy of male netizens. So the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was quite intense. This made the leaders of Haicheng TV station very happy. As long as they could maintain the current popularity, when the secret was revealed, it would definitely be a big hit. Even Haicheng Live will rise and become a well-known online official media in the country. After all, although the internet is well developed nowadays, there are really not many official media outlets that are popular online. At the end of the interview, Mao Xiaoyun said, I think netizens must have a lot of questions to ask you now. Let's randomly pick some questions and let Mr. Wang answer them for everyone, okay? Wang Chu nodded. The first question was asked by a netizen named Orange Milk Tea. She asked, Wang Chu, what kind of girls do you like? A look of helplessness appeared on Mao Xiaoyun's face. Wang Chu was also a little embarrassed. Do I need to answer this question? Since this is a question that netizens are concerned about, I don't think there is any problem, right? Mao Xiaoyun glanced at Wang Chu and said with a smile, in fact, I also want to know. Wang Chu touched his nose. The girl I like, I hope she's like Yun Qingyao. Wang Chu's answer instantly filled the live broadcast room with joy. What? Yun Qingyao? Brother, you have such a big appetite. You are really a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. Where is Yun Qingyao? She knows who you are. Your courage is commendable, but you are indeed overestimating your own abilities. Why are the people above you so jealous? What's wrong with liking Yun Qingyao? I don't believe you don't like Yun Qingyao. Like Yun Qingyao +1, protect our best Qingyao. Wang Chu naturally didn't know that his words had made the netizens in the live broadcast room laugh. All netizens were instantly divided into three camps. One side was Yun Qingyao's fans who believed that Wang Chu had good taste. Another side felt that Wang Chu was a toad wanting to eat swan meat and was just dreaming. The other side was not afraid of making trouble and said something like Chen Zuling was not bad either. Wang Chu didn't know about the barrage in the live broadcast room. The reason why he mentioned Yun Qingyao was entirely because Yun Qingyao was now his legitimate wife. And Wang Chu was also worried that Yun Qingyao was also watching his live broadcast, so. Like a daughter-in-law confessing her love, this matter has nothing to do with others, it only has to do with the daughter-in-law. In this way, even if Yun Qingyao accidentally sees the replay in the future, she will be able to feel Wang Chu's love for her, right? Then let's select the second question from a netizen. Mao Xiaoyun said with a dry cough, the second question is from a netizen named Dr. Jin. He questioned the authenticity of the video at that time. In fact, this is also the purpose of our interview. Mr. Wang, I wonder if you can accept the challenge of our program team. Wang Chu blinked. What challenge? Scenario simulation challenge. Mao Xiaoyun smiled and said, we simulated the situation at that time and found that to open the twisted car door, at least 10,000 newtons of force is needed, and this force is beyond the limit of human beings. So we are going to do a test to test your strength at that time, how about it? In an instant, both the netizens in the live broadcast room and the staff on the scene stared at Wang Chu. We will soon find out whether he is just hype or really has innate supernatural powers. Does he really dare to accept such a test and challenge? Wang Chu smiled and said, okay, actually. I also want to know what the limit of my strength is. Mao Xiaoyun was stunned. You mean, you didn't perform exceptionally well at that time, but there was still room for improvement? Of course. Chapter 37 Convergence Point. Are you kidding me? The strength of 10,000 newtons is equivalent to being able to carry 1 ton of stuff. You know, the heaviest weight in the world's strongest man championship is only about 500 to 600 kilograms. If Wang Chu had a ton of strength, that would be enough to win the strongman championship. This is absolutely fake. I even suspect that Wang Chu has some misunderstanding about the power of 10,000 bulls. I'm really looking forward to seeing him fail. If he has the strength of 10,000 bulls, I'll eat shit live. I have taken a screenshot, waiting for the slap in the face from above. I have taken a screenshot. Although I don't believe in Wang Chu's ability, what if? I have taken a screenshot. I am suddenly looking forward to Wang Chu's test. Soon, the live broadcast was moved to a professional testing room next door. Mao Xiaoyun said to the screen, this is a professional testing agency that our Haicheng TV station has specially found. Now let's use the instrument to test Wang Chu's strength to see how strong it is. Then Mao Xiaoyun turned to Wang Chu and said, this is the national gold medal fitness coach we invited, Coach Liu. This test will be hosted by Coach Liu. Hello, Coach Liu. Wang Chu nodded to the tall and strong man next to him. Coach Liu also nodded towards Wang Chu, but his eyes were full of disdain. He naturally knew the purpose of Haicheng TV station looking for him, but as an insider, he naturally would not believe that there was really someone whose strength could reach 1 ton. Wasn't this a joke? Seeing Wang Chu up close this time, his disappointment deepened. Wang Chu's figure is considered good in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of professionals, such a figure cannot support a ton of force. Coach Liu, what should I do now? Wang Chu's face still had a hint of excitement and anticipation. Ever since he took the powerful pill, he knew that he had great strength, but he still didn't have a clear concept of his own strength. This is also a good opportunity to take this opportunity to test your own strength. It's very simple. You just need to pull the ring, and the display here will show how much pulling force you have. Coach Liu said calmly, for most people, a pulling force of 100 kilograms is already very good. Wang Chu looked at the heavy machine in front of him and directly grasped the pull ring on the machine with his right hand. Then I'll start trying it. Mao Xiaoyun quickly turned the camera to Wang Chu. In front of the camera, Wang Chu took a deep breath, slowly exerted force with his right arm, and the pull ring on the machine was gradually pulled out, and Wang Chu's pulling force was also displayed on it. The red numbers on the black screen were rising rapidly. 50, 100, 200, 300. It didn't stop until it reached 450. Mao Xiaoyun asked curiously, Coach Liu, what does this 450 represent? At this moment, Coach Liu has begun to doubt his life. Hearing Mao Xiaoyun's question, he swallowed and said, the unit is kilograms, which means Mr. Wang Chu has a pulling force of 450 kilograms. Coach Liu's voice was naturally heard by netizens in the live broadcast room. Everyone was furious. 450 kilograms of pulling force. How is this possible? I just checked. The pulling force of an adult is generally between 100 kilograms and 150 kilograms. Wang Chu isn't very strong. How can he have a pulling force of 450 kilograms? I didn't expect that even satellite TV stations are now starting to fake things. This is ridiculous. That's only 450 kilograms. Doesn't it say that to open the twisted door, you need 1,000 kilograms of pulling force? Coach Liu took a look at the data on the instrument and he began to have doubts. How could this be possible? Is it really that the instrument is broken? After Wang Chu let go of his hand, he stepped forward. He took a deep breath, bulged his strong right arm muscles, and pulled with all his strength. The data on the display screen rose rapidly again, but this time, the data stopped at 207. In other words, Coach Liu's right arm pulling force is only 207 kilograms. Not even half of what Wang Chu achieved. Coach Liu had a look on his face as if he had seen a ghost. There is nothing wrong with this machine, which means, does Wang Chu's right arm really have a pulling force of 450 kilograms? And this scene was also transmitted to the entire live broadcast room by the camera. Fuck, is this true? This coach with such a strong physique only has a pulling force of over 200 in his right arm. If Wang Chu can really pull 450, is he still a human? Is he a beast in human skin? My husband is awesome. The guy upstairs is so shameless. He's obviously my husband. How did you do it? Coach Liu looked at Wang Chu and couldn't help asking, how did you manage to pull 450 kilograms? How did you get to 450 kilograms? Wang Chu frowned slightly. How should he answer this question? He thought for a moment and said, actually, this is also very simple. Everyone was in a state of silence, and everyone wanted to know how Wang Chu gained such strength. Wang Chu laughed dryly and said, can't you just hold back a little? Retain your strength. What kind of solution is this? Everyone was stunned at first, and then Coach Liu said in disbelief, you mean, you didn't use your full strength just now? The staff around were all stunned, and Mao Xiaoyun's cherry lips opened slightly in surprise, giving a very cute feeling. 450 kilograms is not this man's limit. So what is the limit of this man? Is it the Sea of Stars? Wang Chu also sensed the surprise of the crowd. He said in confusion, didn't I just say that? I was just trying my hand. I haven't really exerted my strength yet. After saying that, Wang Chu walked to the pull ring and moved it a little. Without any reminder, the cameraman immediately handed the camera to Wang Chu. After Wang Chu finished his warm-up exercises, he took a deep breath and held the pull ring again with his right hand. This time, the feeling of relaxation on Wang Chu's body disappeared, and was replaced by a very solemn feeling, as if the entire air was about to condense. Coach Liu held his breath, fearing that his breathing would disrupt Wang Chu's rhythm and affect his performance. Drink. Wang Chu let out a low growl, and then the muscles in his right arm suddenly bulged, propping up his originally loose clothes high. At this time, the numbers on the display screen were also rising wildly. In less than 3 seconds, the value had exceeded 450 kilograms, and it continued to rise. 500 kilograms. 600 kilograms. 700 kilograms. The look in Coach Liu's eyes when he looked at Wang Chu was filled with shock, disbelief, and even a hint of fear. This is not a human being, this is clearly a monster. Chapter 38, So Horrible. Finally, with Wang Chu's full effort, the value on the display reached 1,137, which means that the pulling force of Wang Chu's single hand exceeded 1 ton. If it is carried by 2 hands, it is very likely to reach 2 tons. Even the strongest man in the world can't do this. This is so horrible. When the result came out, everyone fell silent, and everyone looked at Wang Chu with shock. Wang Chu swung his arms and asked curiously, "What are you looking at?" "Mr. Wang, I really didn't expect you to be so strong." Coach Liu took the initiative to speak, his face full of admiration. "I wonder if you are interested in becoming a special coach for our Chenyuan club." As he spoke, Coach Liu handed over a business card. Wang Chu blinked. "Coach, I don't know how to work out. There are many people who can exercise, but people like you who are born with supernatural powers are rare in the world." Coach Liu said, "You may not know our Chenyuan club. We are the largest high-end fitness club in the country, and most of our customers are entrepreneurs and celebrities." Everyone was speechless. No one had expected that Coach Liu, who was well known in the circle, would actually poach people on the spot. But everyone can understand that it would be a bit abnormal if Coach Liu did not say anything. "Sorry, I'm not interested in being a fitness coach." Wang Chu politely refused. "Just kidding, he wants to be a super dad, not a fitness coach." "Mr. Wang, I think you can consider it. Becoming a fitness coach is a very promising thing now." Coach Liu said quickly, "And with your conditions, you will definitely become a super coach in the future." Wang Chu felt a little disdainful. "Very promising? Is there a future for me to eat my wife's soft rice? Oh, by the way, many celebrities in the entertainment industry are members of our Chenyuan club, even Yun Qingyao is our member." Obviously, Coach Liu had watched the previous live broadcast. Wang Chu's brows moved. Yun Qingyao was actually also their member? Perhaps noticing that Wang Chu's expression had softened, Coach Liu struck while the iron was hot and said, "You can just come to our Chenyuan club as an honorary coach. We will never force you to do anything, and you will get a basic salary of 50,000 yuan per month." Ahem. I never really care about salary or anything like that. Wang Chu took Coach Liu's business card and said, "Let's talk about it later." Because Wang Chu suddenly thought of a problem. Although Yun Qingyao didn't mind supporting him and making him a full-time dad, he was also a man after all. He can spend Yun Qingyao's money, drive Yun Qingyao's car, and live off her with a clear conscience, but he can't use Yun Qingyao's money to subsidize the family, right? If I were just an honorary coach of the Chenyuan club, at least I could use the money to buy something for my parents. Yes, that's right. It's definitely not because of Qingyao. But this scene had already been seen by the audience in the live broadcast room, and they naturally heard what Coach Liu said, and they were all delighted. "Oh my god, I've heard of the Chenyuan club. I heard that the minimum membership fee to become a member is over 1 million. I thought Wang Chu was really a tough guy, but I didn't expect him to give in immediately after hearing Yun Qingyao's name. Is he really trying to pursue Yun Qingyao? This is too ridiculous. People always have to have dreams. What if they come true? Har har, then I'd like to call him the strongest fan. Oh, by the way, isn't there a guy who is live streaming eating shit? Everyone, help tag him. Already ATT. The comments were full of joy, but some people were still unwilling to believe what they saw, and some even thought that this was a joint hype by Haicheng TV and Chenyuan Club. But most people are willing to believe the official live broadcast. After all, it is not an easy task to get a star satellite TV station and a nationally renowned fitness club to join forces to hype something. Moreover, if this kind of thing is exposed as hype, how can Haicheng TV put its face aside? Therefore, although most netizens felt it was incredible, they still accepted the setting that Wang Chu was born with supernatural powers. "Mr. Wang, we have one last on-site simulation." Seeing that Coach Liu was already poaching people on the spot without any moral integrity, Mao Xiaoyun quickly stepped forward and said, "We simulated the scene on the spot. There are 2 equally distorted car doors. One is opened mechanically, and the other is opened by you manually. Then compare them. How is it? Wang Chu had a headache, is it necessary? This is too troublesome." Mao Xiaoyun smiled and said, "This is also our attitude of striving for truthfulness, is that okay?" Wang Chu shrugged and said, "Well, I'm here anyway, so it's up to you guys." Soon, they moved outdoors again, where there happened to be 2 scrapped cars. The doors of both cars were severely twisted, almost like the scene of a car accident. In front of one of the scrapped vehicles was a fire truck, and one end of the fire truck was tied to the door of the scrapped vehicle with an iron chain. After getting ready, the fire truck started moving slowly at the command of the on-site commander. As the chain tightened, the scrapped car door began to creak. Finally, with a bang, the scrapped car door was opened. Report: open the car door with a force of 9,800 newtons. 9,800 newtons, that's almost 1 ton of force. Wang Chu also walked to another scrapped car, and like he had done before, he pried the car door with his right hand. As his muscles bulged, the car door was also slowly pulled open. With a bang, the opened car door was thrown to the ground by Wang Chu. The scene instantly erupted in warm applause. The facts no longer need to be proven. Everyone was applauding the hero. The applause also infected many netizens, and soon the live broadcast room was flooded with applause. The interview was over, and just as Wang Chu was about to leave, Mao Xiaoyun stopped him. "Mr. Wang, I have something else to tell you." Mao Xiaoyun caught up. "What's the matter?" Wang Chu asked. "The thing is, Haicheng is currently vigorously building a civilized city, so we want to list your deeds as a typical event. There will be an awards ceremony in a few days, and we will find a way to give you a bravery award at that time. It is very likely that you will be named one of the outstanding representatives of Haicheng's civilized city construction." Wang Chu took a deep breath and said, "Really? Am I going to be famous?" Mao Xiaoyun covered her mouth and laughed. "Mr. Wang, don't you know? You have been famous for a long time.